Hey, Biddy.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got feedback.
Is that better now?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Okie dokes. Was the feedback an echo of the YouTube or my fan?
No, it was me. I could hear myself.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it was definitely okay because I had my YouTube playing on my phone. I forgot to turn it off. Okay, cool. So what's up? What's going on?
I had
Hi
to
to
go close the
everybody.
door so the fucking loud ass birds weren't in there. Girl, what do you mean? What is going on? So, girl, girl,
Pretending like I don't know and shit, huh?
We got to talk. We got tragedy pimps out here, girl.
Tragedy pimping ain't easy. Let me
I'm
tell
telling
you.
you, shit. They're out here fucking getting it, straight
Full
banging.
force.
Covering a case with a little girl, a minor at that, showing faces and shit. And then I wanted to mention this. There's a channel name. It's Real Justice, REEL Justice. She has an exclusive interview of Sammy that no one else had, that nobody else had put out or anything. She mentioned it in my chat, and Zav Girl obviously was watching, or one of her mods was watching, because she went and posted that fucking video and didn't give Real Justice credit or anything. And I know she went and got it from there because she didn't have it posted until after the comment was made in here.
Yeah.
So that's
I noticed that. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Like, I remember, and see, I didn't realize Real Justice had a channel. I don't remember what she said about the interview, but I remember her mentioning the interview to us. And I was like, and then like shortly after, I saw Sab Girl's title saying "really rare Sammy interview," and I was just like, "What? Wait a minute!" I'm like,
yeah, that was really shitty. I thought.
So it's like technically it doesn't belong to Real Justice. However, it would have been cool of her to say, "Hey, I saw this person talk. Like I saw this channel called Real Justice talking about this." You know what I mean? Like it would have been cool to do that. Like, just not very nice. I don't know. She's doing all kind of lip reading and all kind of stuff over there. So I can't. Oh fuck. I'm gonna slow it down so you could read the lips. I can't help it. I gotta make fun of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys think? What do you think? The windows aren't the same now. The car's not even the same.
No,
and guess what?
Bitch.
The mom's a suspect now too, because she was acting suspicious. She done changed the words to the song, you know, because it says a boy and she changed it to a girl. Suspect.
Sus. Hashtag red flag.
Yeah.
Bitch, you just said, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Like, seriously, I cannot. I
feel like such an asshole.
Now everybody wants to sue Ryan Upchurch. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my
Are you
God.
fucking serious right now? We got about 50 people wanting to fucking... They either want to sue him, they want to stab him.
I don't even know. Like, who else is
what
suing
kind of
him?
sideshow circus has this shit turned into? And it's disgusting at that. But I mean, I can't help but laugh because it's so ridiculous. The shit that's being said right now is fucking ridiculous. And you got, it's ridiculous, girl.
Okay, so who else is suing him besides? Okay, so we got, I think Xana May said she didn't say she was going to sue.
We got Ronnie,
Xana May. I don't know
what YouTuber.
What is this random YouTuber going to sue him for?
Just slander and let me see, slander and something. I'll have to go back and read the screenshot.
And by the way, when Ronnie was up on your panel and he's like, I'm not going for defamation, I'm going for slander. It's like literally the same thing. It's like the same shit. Defamation, slander.
Girl, you got people out here fucking going through kids' accounts, going exposing teenage kids on your fucking on people's lives, going through their fucking Venmo accounts, searching through SoundClouds. I mean, these are fucking, they're 16 and younger. I think Sammy's the only one that's 18. I have never in my life, I thought the true crime community didn't focus on like harassing and stalking kids. Guess I'm wrong. Right, SM, you're getting sued and you're getting sued and you're getting sued and you're getting sued too. We got a super chat. I cannot. Then we got Tony over here not wanting to say shit at all, and then he does a show, people call in and call him out, and he gets pissed about that. But I did see Mama Upchurch. She did respond, and she actually went up on Psycho. Listen, I thought this was really nice. Now, see, I don't agree with Upchurch. We haven't gotten along from the beginning because it's not that we haven't gotten along, but we have, we disagree. And it's okay to disagree as long as you're not going to be rude and, scream shit in my face. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not with that, like I'm down to have a decent conversation, but I'm not down to be getting screamed at in my face. I can't do that. But we have not seen eye to eye from the beginning. A lot of people haven't, but I can tell you this much. I would never be rude and shitty to his mom. He's a grown ass man. His mom cannot fucking force him to do stuff. She cannot force him not to speak on stuff. People are going to her like people are going to her and tattling and getting mad at her because she can't make him stop, or she can't tell him to stop saying this or doing that or making videos or whatever. He's fucking grown. You can't be getting mad at her. So anyhow, Psychobabble was one of Ryan's biggest fans, right? He adored Ryan. Like, he got along with him very well because it relates to his son's passing, and his son was, had an addiction problem and had some things go on. And I thought, I felt that. I was like, man, he really, enjoys this music. He associates it with his son and his son's memory. So it is tough. And I understand why he's so disappointed and so upset. However, the way he treated Ryan's mom was really shitty yesterday. And, sitting here laughing at, it's a gangbang. I don't think it's funny. I don't find gangbanging funny at all. I don't find any of that kind of stuff. And if we're going to say, like, pedos and stuff, let's try not to use like the straight out word. You know what I'm saying? I know it's kind of tough because I just say the word, but anyhow, so the title of my live here today is, what if Kylie was your daughter? What if she was your daughter? Would you be okay with the shit show going on? Would you be okay with people holding $4,000 and $5,000 or 4,000 and 5,000 people in chats? Probably making $4,000 and $5,000 off her daughter's death, speculating, putting her friends under a microscope. Put yourself in her shoes for just 1 minute, just one fucking minute. That's it. That's all. 1 minute. Let's say you click on, you open YouTube. God forbid. Let's hope she don't. But let's first say she opens YouTube and sees a panel full of people talking about Kylie's car wasn't Kylie. Kylie isn't real. Her car isn't her car. And, you know, it's just that now the windows don't match. And I mean, come the fuck on. Now it's really blowing my mind how many people are believing the bullshit as well. Like just this crazy shit. Now I do have to say, it was brought up to me. Now, see, like I said, I've thought it was an accident. Other people don't, and that's fine. You know, I'm down to listen to other people talk and tell me what they think. But like I said, there's a respectful way to do it. If I was her mom, I would have made sure AWP had my number, and I was on the bank watching every move they made. Yeah, see, and I can't judge her, and I won't judge her. I don't feel like anyone should judge the mother of a missing child, unless, well, of course, unless they had something to do with their child going missing, and the police have then arrested them. And there's, I mean, but if the police haven't arrested them and they haven't, I believe innocent until proven guilty. I believe that. I do. So I'm not going to sit here and like go. Sorry, I'm threw myself out. Anyhow, I'm not going to sit here and keep going back and forth with conspiracy theories. And just because, you know, for clicks and views and shit, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to sit and hold a fucking panel and let people, you know, talk crazy shit just because it brings up, you know, a big ass chat. I'm not doing that. Not to mention, how would you like it if somebody was talking about your child the way you guys are holding panels and letting her be talked about? Like, I'm not going. I feel like it's frustrating because they come out with the, you know, like, is it mom? Did mom have something to do with it? Did dad have something to do with it? Oh my gosh, was it? Well, and you know, there's all different kinds of fucking rumors and lies and all this other bullshit about why there was no pictures up there and just crazy shit. Anyhow, which, like I said, still to this day, I have not seen the picture that the family gave me. I have not seen it shown. I have not seen it in anybody's videos. I have not seen anyone use it as their thumbnail. Nothing. And I still have it. And I still have yet to show it because I've respected the family. See, that's something that you people really need to understand and learn. Just because it's not your family or you think something happened, you know, if you until they come out and say it was an accident or it was foul play, we don't know. And it's okay to speculate. It's okay to talk. It's okay to have conversation and discussion and all that. That's cool. You know what I mean? But to be out here making out up outrageous, outlandish fucking claims, it's too much. It's too much for me. Hold on, man. I just seen you. I'm gonna put the overlay up real quick, okay? Give me 1 second here. The light, I can see your face. You want to turn your camera off or you want to leave it on? Doesn't matter.
No, you don't. I've usually left it on.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was all right that you left it on. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to be sure.
Oh yeah,
What's up? How you doing,
man?
What's
going on, yo?
Damn. Nothing. I'm just kind of like, what the hell? Oh shit. You okay?
I've been watching a bunch of these little lives ever since like last night. I've been just kind of stuck on them.
Yeah,
and there's just little stuff that's came up. And honest, right now, if anybody can get Feder in here,
Why? What's up with him? What's going
because
on, man?
there was some. Oh no, he was okay. So I was in. What's his name?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Tony.
wait. Oh God,
Yeah, his little live.
Lord. Hey, Cut and Shoe. What's up, girl? How you doing, baby? I'm waiting on my sweet tea. Usually she messages me, but go ahead, honey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Well,
you good?
Michael,
I
I don't
was
know. I'll
in
tell you in a minute.
Tony Jones's. I was in Tony Jones's little live last night, watching it. Called in and everything.
Fetters is here, man.
He just
He's up
straight
here.
up attacked.
You rang, bro?
Hey, Brandon.
Is that Feder? Hold on.
Yeah, he's up
Give
here.
me 1 second. I'm talking
Hey,
to the
what's going on,
company.
Feder?
Give me 1 second.
All right, man. All right, fill me in. So you was watching Tony, and what happened now? Tony Dodge,
Tony
right?
was on some
you talking about
bullshit.
Are you calling him Tony Jones?
Yeah, Tony,
I'm done. Go ahead. I didn't catch it the first time. Go ahead.
No, he was on some straight bullshit last night. Just, I mean, the way he was straight up attacking Feder. Like, he straight up just done some unnecessary, uncalled for.
You're
Well,
cutting out
honestly, I
pretty
kind of
bad,
wish
man.
I would have been in front of. Hold on, let me get a better spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're cutting out pretty bad, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. On a cheapo phone. Feder can explain what happened.
Well, yeah, I was just saying, I think he's busy right now. I'm not sure what he's got going on. But...
I'm back, Queen Bee.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that,
sure.
man. Yeah, so fill me in because he said something about Tony was going off about. I don't really pay attention to that dude, so I don't know much about the situation other than what y'all tell me.
So he went. I know. You know, I made a live last night on my other channel, Free from Feder's Grove. Explaining.
That's the one that Cappy dropped, right?
Explaining everything.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Got you. Okay.
And then he did a live, I think earlier today or something, and it was members only. And
he did it yesterday too. He had like one person.
Maybe it was yesterday.
Chat.
I'm getting my days confused already. This is insane. Everything that's going on. So I bought 2 memberships on 2 different accounts and went in there and blasted them in the comments, and I was surprised that they were actually going through. A lot of them went through, and you could see when he read those comments, his whole demeanor changed. Like he got really nervous. I was asking him, hey, how did you really meet that girl, Jessica, the one that's adopting, putting the baby up for adoption? How did you really meet her? And just asking him some really, questions that I really have now that I've been learning things and finding more out about this man. So, so anyways, they ended up blocking me, and I canceled my memberships, of course, and I blocked his channel and unsubbed. And then he went live, last night, and I went up there, and I said, "Look, man, I got questions for you. I got questions, a couple questions. I just want a few answers. Can we have a dialogue?" And I told him,
right, like talk man to man. Can we?
Right? I told him, did you tell C Fowles to kill himself?
Who's C Fowles? I don't even know who that is.
C Fowles is he's kind of like a hippie dude that goes up there. He's got a drinking problem, but we've been really working with him. We got him down to like a 6-pack of beer a day when he was drinking like a pint of fucking liquor a day. You know what I mean? And he's actually sounding a lot better and doing better. And I talk to him every day. I text him, and I'm trying to work with the youngster. And C-Files called me last night. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
That's okay, honey.
No, I was kind of curious how he was doing, if he ever got those text messages too. But no, can y'all hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's the spot I was in. But no,
yeah, it's a lot better because it was really bad. It was really like a real glitchy and shit before. So yeah, it's much better, man. Okay, so I still feel like I'm
yeah, it's
lost,
cricket.
man. I don't know. Okay, so
hey, Bud, go
Fetter's
ahead
went
and
up.
explain to Queen B because I got to take this call real quick.
Okay, man, go ahead. I'll
right,
pop you down there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just come back whenever you get time, man. No big thing.
So Fetters came in there. He received a call from the kid he was talking about, and he came in respectfully saying, "Hey, can you have this dialogue respectfully and everything?" And then he was like, "Yeah, I can do that." Da, 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 da. Well, he started asking the questions, and then, per Tony's style, started deflecting and just blew up. It flat out said, was calling him a convict. Why would anyone believe him? He's a murderer, this, that, and the third. Just shit that was completely unnecessary and had nothing to do with anything.
He called him a murderer and shit?
Yeah, like straight out called him a murderer and everything.
What
and then
the fuck?
What is it, Dusty came in there and they were going at it. It was insane. Like it was just, I don't know.
So besides the bullshit, did anything get established or no?
Oh no, nothing really got established yet. That's why I kind of wanted to ask Fetter if he got those text messages or whatever.
Yeah, see, I was kind of curious, like, did anything get, fixed or did anything come of it? Because, I mean, otherwise it's just more bullshit,
No, it's like everybody that was on Tony's side
has now turned on his ass.
Yeah, ever since Ryan shared that screenshot.
Well, I mean, damn, it's great. Well, I don't think it really had much to do with Ryan showing it. Yeah, it did. I mean, yeah, it was Ryan showed it, but his reaction told everybody everything they needed to know. And on top of that, he didn't have no desire to come out here and talk about it, clear it up, clean it up, whatever. And he knows damn the fuck well people want to know what's going on. We all got fucking kids. We all talk about kids. There ain't no fucking reason why you should even be talking like that. Who wants to have a conversation with somebody like that? I sure as fuck don't. I would be uncomfortable as hell talking to somebody like that, just with that in the back of my mind.
Not just that, his whole thing about the phone call, that's what I'm going to call it right now. It was sarcasm is what he called it.
Okay. Hold on. He was saying the pedophilia comment or whatever. Well, here I go saying the shit after I just said don't say it. Okay, I won't say it again, but yeah, phone call. Yeah.
He said it was a crank call that he just ran with and he was being sarcastic and stuff.
Yeah, fucking right. You know better than that. I know better than that.
Well, a bunch of Ron's people and people that just straight up didn't believe it called him out on it. And he kept saying, well, y'all just don't get what sarcasm is. My generation did. Bro, you're not that far from my generation. And sarcasm or not, that's not something to just joke around about. That's some stuff that gets you hurt. Did mine?
No, you're fine. I was trying to send a video to that girl to see if she'd come up here and play it. So it'll explain the situation. That way y'all ain't got to sit up here and try to explain it because I'm still having a little bit of a hard time even understanding all of it other than the phone call, like what was going on between him. And so anyhow, if I can find somebody to screen share it, I think it'd be a lot easier for people to understand what's, what I'm saying, how it all started and transpired and what happened.
It mainly starts up when there comes in there. A bunch of it was the beginning of that whole live was a bunch of bullcrap. It's like now he's trying to avoid the Kylie Rodney case. Like he tries to avoid discussing it or talking about it in any of his lives. But one of his interviews kind of has me questioning what's her name, Sammy. I was on what's her name? Legacy Legend.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what makes you feel that way? Well, why do you feel? I know, and allegedly with Brittany, she's shocking the fuck out of me right now with the bullshit she's entertaining. I can't.
She shared that video, and I don't know how she got it or anything. It was actually pictures and videos of that night of friendly fights, which I've never heard of a friendly fight in my life. And she said something about whenever somebody's trying to remember something, body language experts say that your eyes cut to the right. Well, I looked it up, and that's what Google had showed up. But then again, that's Google. So, I mean, that just kind of made me think. I was like, well, a lot of the times her eyes are cutting to the left, which apparently body experts.
Okay, so what they said, that you can tell somebody's lying that way. I call bullshit. I mean, yeah, I might say it on there, but people do all kinds of shit. People lie, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, it's Google, but so.
Right. I feel, yeah, when you said it's Google, but I was like, oh, shit.
It just kind of was like, really? That's.
What's up, homegirl?
What's up? Sorry about that.
That's all right, baby.
Got a phone call. Anyway, what you guys doing?
Oh, just sitting there. We were talking. She's Mystic Firefly said, "Oh my God, it was horrid on that channel this morning, alleged." And then she stopped. Well, I like Brittany. I've liked her. I always have. I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just kind of shocked at the shit she's entertaining. That's all.
Like what type of shit?
Like with the conspiracy shit of like the car's not hers. The windows, like
you know what? I talk about that in my video that I'm going to premiere later. Like, all of a sudden, all kind of creators are entertaining ideas that they would have never entertained,
right?
Dude. And it's for one reason and one reason only, to grab the attention of fucking Ryan Upchurch. Like, you could tag him and fucking get his attention in other ways. You don't have to kiss his ass. Like, and you don't have to fucking
and
entertain ridiculous ideas.
Like he said, he doesn't like that shit. Not to mention, he's got a fucking girlfriend, so he's not interested or on YouTube to be fucking dealing with all these fucking fangirls. Like, come on.
Right?
Come the fuck on, for real. And most of them got husbands and shit anyway, so stop it.
Well, and it's like, I'm a creator. I want to get views too. But it's like, I'm also not going to sell my soul and pretend like I fucking believe something. Like, it's just ridiculous, dude. Shit's fucking
that
stupid.
whole car thing, I don't buy it for a second though. Like, just because that there's tint on the windows. I mean, the girl had the car for, what was it, 7 months, 6 months?
I don't know if this is true, but I heard it was in her family, like it belonged to someone else in her family, and then when she was able to drive, that they passed it down or something. I don't know how true that is though.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. So I mean, so she got the windows tinted. And then they tried to say, oh well, there's black right here around this window. Once again, she got the windows tinted. And the pictures y'all are comparing is two different lightings. And it's two different times of the seasons. So, yeah, it's not going to look the same.
Yeah, people are like trying to make something out of nothing a lot, like real lately. You know what I mean?
I mean, you go out and take a picture of a car during the springtime where pollen's all over the place. It's not going to look the same as one during the summer.
Right. Well, and that's the thing too, Brandon, is like, that's part of what upsets me about the conspiracy theories and the reaching getting too much, is that there's real corruption out there. And when we create these scenarios that are like a little too far off, it kind of muddies the waters and takes attention away from like real stuff that's going on, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I say I try to pull back, and I'm like, okay, let me think about this logically. Like, what could this be, you know?
Now, who was it that was asking the guy, how to buckle a seatbelt.
Okay, so tow truck guy. Oh, my cat just got on my keyboard. Did he hang it up? Okay, good. All right, sorry. The roadside assistance guy said that the girl was asking about the how to buckle the seatbelt. The one that AWP interviewed.
But which girl?
Well, see, he didn't give a positive identity on the girl, but supposedly he gave a positive identity on the guy.
So it wasn't Kylie that was asking that, though.
See, I don't think it was, but he never gave AWP a positive identity on the female, but on the male he did. Which they didn't say it was Jagger, but they implied it real heavy, you know.
Now, this may be a conspiracy reach or rabbit hole, whatever. I have an idea on that. If it wasn't Kylie that was asking that, because I don't see why or how it would be.
Right.
So if he's there having to show how to buckle a seatbelt and everything, he's having to grab all over that car, right?
Right. Wait, what? He's having to what?
He's having to touch all in that car.
Right. Okay, yeah.
So that's going to put his fingerprints everywhere.
Right.
Okay, so, and honestly, I don't believe it was an accident, and this is why. If it was an accident, for it to have flipped like that, that had to be one steep hill.
Well, AWP have given two different explanations. Like the one guy said it's not like that common for the car to be upside down, and the other guy said it's very common. And like they explained like how the engine, you know, is heavy, so it goes in nose first and then like settles in like upside down.
Well, either way, it's gonna take some force for that car to flip. That's just physics. It's gonna take some momentum for that thing to hit that hard and flip. And I can't the one photo I've seen, I can't tell if the airbag deployed or not.
I can't remember what they said on that.
Because
I don't think they did, but I'm not 100 on that. Let me go look.
Because if the airbag did deploy, that's going to take some force.
Yeah, I was going to say, because that would indicate impact for sure.
So, I mean, for that, it would take a lot of momentum for that to have been an accidental drop it in neutral and it rolls.
Right.
So, I mean, it just physically, if you're not, I don't want to use the S word.
If you're not.
I don't want to use the S. Unaliving yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like sober.
No. If you don't want to if you're not trying to unalive yourself.
Okay.
Instinctually, if you're going down that hard, that fast, you're catching those brakes.
Right.
So it's not going all the way. And I just don't see how it could have flipped from a roll unless that hill was damn near 90 degrees, roughly.
Yeah.
And now they've got the tow truck guy who's reached in, touching all over the place. So his fingerprints are now on there.
Right.
Okay, there's your scapegoat. They pull the car, dust it or anything, his fingerprints are all over it.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. You just said scapegoat, right? Like as if he could possibly
He would, yep. If it was a murder, then right now there's your scapegoat, whoever did it.
Well, he does claim that it's all documented on surveillance because he had a dash cam and that his company's has the dash cam footage and that his company, like I guess law enforcement in his company have been in contact or something like that. I don't know. I kind of wish that AWP wouldn't have put out that interview though, and I've spoken on this before, is because they're not positive on this guy's credibility. They didn't see that video. They didn't see when they called law enforcement. Law enforcement didn't even know about the tip. They're like, we don't know of any roadside guy. You know what I mean? So it's just like weird. It's weird to me.
And
it's
didn't
just,
he say?
I don't know.
He said he was, what was it, digitally dispatched?
I forget. Is that okay? Yeah, no. They call in and then they dispatch him, right?
Yeah. So, and I've not worked for, but I've worked with tow truck people for a couple of years. I mean, I didn't really go it, and it was a smaller one, but what's his name? Big Al had said something that really kind of registered. When a tow truck is digitally dispatched, there's a phone number to that account that is linked or tied in with those tags.
Oh, okay. I seen that guy Big Al that goes on Mama Up. He was on Mama Upchurch's panel. Wait, no, he was on somebody's panel recently.
He was on Queen Bee's. Was it last night?
Was he? Okay, because I had to get down and went and looking for Tony Dodge's live stream and shit. So I was off for a minute and trying to find things and about all that bullshit that went down the last 2 days.
Because AAA links to an account. You've got the phone number, the license plate, the VIN number. And I don't know what time that the tow truck guy showed up out there, but they said that the Kylie's phone was off or last pinned at about what time was that? 12:30, 12:33, I think.
Yeah, so it was like 12:33 a.m. It was pinged at the shore, and then this guy is claiming that this was 12 hours after that, and that her phone was dead, and that the dude's phone is what they contacted, what their correspondence was from.
Okay, so in other words, because I've missed a lot on this, was Kylie's body found in the car?
Yes, in the back hatch.
Okay, so it's an accidental thing, but she's in the back hatch.
Right.
Her phone was off at 12:33. Sammy last heard from her at 12:36.
Well, her phone's last. This is a question I have, though. I don't mean to cut you off, but so how does phone pinging work? Like, could her phone been still on after the last ping?
If her phone, it can be pinged by satellite as long as it is turned on or it is in a call or anything like that.
Okay.
If it is in use or turned on and has the GPS, the location, like when you do your drop-down menu and you've got your location tab right there.
Right.
As long as that is on, your phone can be pinged by any law enforcement.
Okay. Hold on one second, Brandon. Sorry. Mystic, listen. Mystic Firefly. I am not trying to so much discredit him or them, but listen, he said he has a video, but we haven't seen a video. Okay, and the only reason why I'm thinking of this is because the way AWP introduced him as this big fan that flagged them down at Walmart. Like, I just felt like that was kind of weird. You know what I mean? And I know that, like, I've been in these YouTube communities for like quite a while now, and I've seen people go to some serious lengths to get some online attention. I've seen people fake their deaths, even like crazy ass shit. People will do crazy shit.
Yep. So, what was I saying?
The FBI is not going to give me a copy of it, Mystic. You think that they wouldn't do that? It's an open case.
No,
Why, do you have a copy? Did you request it, Mystic? Sorry, Brandon.
Oh no,
I love you, Brandon. I love you, Brandon.
Oh my God, don't stop that.
You're so patient with him. I think that speaks to your character a lot. You're always so respectful and nice, and really cool to him. And really cool.
I've done 7 years with the military, and I've done almost 2 years working as a correctional officer in the Department of Corrections. Somebody wants to run their mouth and go for it. It's not going to affect me.
Oh, plus, you're a corrections officer? That's crazy. Okay. That's why you have patience like that. Okay. That makes sense. Yep.
And I've got 3 kids. Go ahead.
Okay. That too. That part too. Yeah. Kids can be crazy. Yeah.
But okay, so she was found in the back hatch. And in a CRV, that's a small ass hatch. That's a small area. So, roughly 12 hours after her phone was last pinged, her friends, I'm guessing is what we're going to call them, since apparently it wasn't Kylie that called.
Right.
Are the ones that had the tow truck guy come up there to show them. Well, he had to come up there to jump off the car.
They didn't end up having to do a jump. He found out when he got there, the car was in neutral, and that's why she couldn't start it or something like that. He ended up, but then he told her when he left them, the advice he gave was to let the car run for a while. And I'm like, well, if it wasn't a battery problem, then why would he say that? I don't know.
Well, if it's in neutral, it's possible if because they had to turn the key, drop it to neutral. And once you turn that key, if you don't turn it back or whatever, it could drain the battery. It could, because the only thing that's going to start it up is the alternator at that point.
Hold on 1 second, guys. My niece showed up and I have to watch my nephew real quick. He's sleeping anyways. I just wanted to get him settled though. So I have 2 people in the back that I ain't had a chance to get up here. I just wanted to stop you for a second and bring them up real quick.
Okay.
What's up, Earth? You up here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Cut and shoot. You back here? You coming up? Are you here, girl?
I'm here.
You up here?
Yes,
okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure because I was trying to get him settled and I seen you girls were back here. That's why I said, give me just a minute. I'll be right here.
No problem. Thank you.
That's all right.
No problem, girls. Okay. I'll be right back. You guys go ahead. But I just wanted to give you a sec. I'm going to go make a bottle. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mystic, I wasn't trying to single you out or isolate you. Just I caught your comment when I looked twice, and I'm not trying to be like a jerk or anything. It's just I don't feel like I feel like it's only fair that I can ask questions. I don't feel like AWP is beyond reproach. They have a very valuable and awesome service that they provide for families. I'm not trying to take that away from them. But by putting that interview out, they knew how serious it could be and how these communities go crazy over stuff. Do you know what I mean? Oh, God, don't, Mystic, come on. I'm not trying to go at you and isolate you. I'm trying to tell you where I'm coming from. And I just I don't know. Your messages stand out to me. Sorry, I won't talk to you anymore. Fuck.
But honestly, I feel
Brandon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just messaged you back, Earth. We're not gonna talk about Twitter and all that shit today. Okay, we're not gonna do that here. People they're not interested in it. We're not gonna do that here. Okay, I'm just gonna give you a heads up.
No. Yeah, we were just doing that in private.
Yeah, she doesn't know who it is. Nobody knows who it is. You have a thing about coming in here and talking to people in the back chat about that. Nobody knows what you're talking about. So like
Mystic,
nobody. Yeah,
I'm not worried about you, Mystic. Calm down.
What's going on with Mystic? What's going on right now?
I don't know. They're in their feels in the chat saying, "Don't piss me off, girl."
About what? What the fuck?
Well, because they told me not to discredit AWP, and I was like, I think it's only fair that like they
we've been down that
say
road.
the video, and they're all upset. They said stop isolating me, and I was like, I'm not trying to isolate you, and they're like, you're doing it again, and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, whatever.
Not discrediting.
Yeah, we're not dealing with that bullshit here. I'm not with it, so I'm just not with it. So anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. I feel like I'm lost. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna need a drink this early in the morning right now after the night that I went through, because I just spent 3 hours.
Sorry, honey. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna leave and come back in because I got a delay. So give me one. You go ahead, and I'm gonna just go out and come back in.
I know it's early, but I think I need a drink and some weed because I just spent 3 hours on Psychobabble's live stream.
Oh, really?
Holy fuck, yeah.
So does he realize that that's probably not Xaname's mom?
I don't even know when I don't even know when that live stream was. I think it was done last night. I didn't go on the actual live stream, but holy fuck. I seriously need something to drink and some weed because the way they were talking, holy crap. It was like an all out porn live stream, okay? It was disgusting. They were all talking about that whole tape, that whole, thing that Tony said on his live stream.
Did you hear how he responded to that? This girl Taylor called in and was like, he thought she was calling in to comment on the subject he was talking about, and that Taylor called him out and was like, hey, no, I'm more interested in you saying you're into the P word and necrophilia. And he's like, well, it was just like, whatever, Taylor. And he's like, it was just a prank call and it's sarcasm. I guess you're too young to understand sarcasm. And he just like, I'm like thinking to myself, like, fool, you're not that much older than me. Like, I understand sarcasm. So why, I don't know, like, would anybody think that's funny? But I don't know.
I hear kitties. I hear a kitty in the background.
Yeah, that's the cat that never stops meowing. She has food. She has a clean box. She has water. She has everything. She's getting pet. She still meows. So nothing I can do about
it. Well, it's just
I still want to know who
caught
that tow truck driver.
I think tow truck guy is sus. I've said that from the beginning.
Oh, I think so too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and if it comes out not true, then I don't think he can be, held responsible for making a false police report or whatever, because all he's got to say is he misidentified them. So.
And I'm sorry. I'm still gonna go with my original. Well, I'm still gonna go with my original statement and say, anybody who drives a car, they know their own seatbelt. They're not just gonna randomly ask someone, excuse me, can you help me? I don't know how to buckle my own seatbelt. No, if you're driving that car, you're gonna know you're gonna know your own car. Because here's the thing.
That's what I was saying a while ago.
Go on, baby. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's what I was saying a while ago is that's what I was saying earlier is I don't think it was Kylie who made the call. Her phone was pinged 12:33 was the last time. And then supposedly Sammy receives the call 12:36. 12 hours later, tow truck guy gets a phone call. but it wasn't from the number that was linked to the account with AAA. So he has to reach in, and his fingerprints are now all over that car. Whoever made that call, I honestly feel they were the one, they wound up killing her. They have him reach in there, touching all over. His fingerprints are now in there. They're covered. So now if they fingerprint the car or whatever, he's the one that comes up. And their friends, oh, well, we've always just rode with her. Okay, that explains why your fingerprints are in. And her body being in the back of the car?
Well, see, I want to say that's a bit of a stretch, only because I'm always, on for the positive side. I want to believe that this was an accident. That's what I want to believe until otherwise. But it's always a 50-50 chance, that 50% chance it was an accident, 50% chance it's foul play. I mean, you always want to be a 50-50 chance, but all this to me is just confusing, just the way. Now, chat, don't get mad at me, okay? I'm not trying to diss AWP or anything, okay? Just don't get mad.
Well, go on what you're feeling. It's fine. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say. Who gives a fuck? Shit.
It's just the way they keep
goddamn. I'm listening to this shit over here like, goddamn, just fucking say who cares. If they don't like it, they don't like it. Fuck, everybody says a lot of shit I don't like either. Just say it. Fuck. Who cares?
Well, it's just the way they keep bouncing.
They come for you. That's how you feel.
They just keep bouncing from stream to stream, and you hear all these different sides to all their stories. So who are you going to believe? They're not saying the same story. They're all saying a different story. So it makes it a little confusing to.
Yeah, they don't like they have okay, so like there's Doug, there's Jared, and there's Nick, and then there's the executive producer, right? And all four of them have like not exactly been consistent. And then like what bothered me, what I heard was when the executive producer on Bullhorn Betty, like he did an interview on Betty's, right? And he said we needed to be very careful what we put in the video because we knew we could potentially ruin someone's life. Speaking on the suspect, the alleged suspect, and how they described Jagger. And then we got Jared running over on panel, like the first panel that was done after the video dropped. And he like basically like said it without saying it, quote unquote, that, you know what I mean? Like that it was Jagger. And I thought that was really irresponsible and really mean, like not cool, dude. I know that they're really good. I know that they do this awesome service and all this stuff, but that doesn't mean that they're not investigators. They're not qualified to determine like who's who and who's credible. And for Doug to say like people discrediting the roadside assistance guy are wrong, he's verified 100%, that's bullshit. How is he verified when you guys admit that you had not seen the roads, you'd not seen the surveillance video from the dash cam, and you also admit that law enforcement said they'd never heard of that tip? So how was he verified? On your gut instinct? That's not the way shit works.
Only the cops can verify. Only the cops can verify he's.
All right, hold on one second. Cut and shoot. Go ahead. Are you still up here, baby? Go ahead and say what you wanted to say. That way, because I just seen your private chat.
Yeah, I was driving when y'all mentioned the body language expert. So from a medical side, in order for somebody to properly read somebody's body language, they need to know the people's medical history and medication history, because the whole eye movement, eye contact, and all of that has a whole lot to do when they speak. If they have certain medical conditions, that will disrupt it. If they take certain medications, that will disrupt it. Like personally for myself, I have ADD. So when I'm talking, my mind is all over the place. My eyes also. If the only time I honestly make eye contact with somebody when I'm talking to them is if I'm pissed off. But if I'm just having a general, conversation and talking about whatever, I'm looking around at the squirrels, the trees, the clouds, the ground, all over the place. Especially, if there's a lot of activity going around, you're going to be looking at that, so there's a lot of different aspects. So I have a hard time with people trying to read these people on YouTube and their body language when they know nothing about these people's, their credibility is shot in my eyes from a medical standpoint, because you don't know what those people are, internally dealing with or medically dealing with. Like person with autism, certain spectrums of autism, they are not capable of making eye contact. That doesn't mean they're lying.
I'm the same way. I'm ADHD, so I usually don't make eye contact, but that doesn't mean I'm not listening to you.
Well, that's true, but I will tell you this much: as a person who is like a straightforward, straight shooter, I like people that look me in the eye. I get really I don't know, when people look at the sky and look to the left or look to the right, or you know what I'm saying, look down at the ground. I don't know, not that I get suspect of them, but I'm just like, what the hell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's
it's not so much I think they're lying to me or whatever, but some people don't like eye contact, and I understand that too. You know what I mean? Annabella, thank you. She said, Queen Bee has spoken. Speak your mind. Who cares what people say? Love you, Queen Bee. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you.
Well, it's like with someone like you and my mom, Queen. If you you guys have stern voices. So if someone's stern with me, I'll look them straight in the eye.
Oh, absolutely.
But other than that, I'll just be looking down on my phone like I don't fucking care, but I'll still listen. I can still hear you.
Yeah, I don't look down at my phone, but
yeah, I can still hear. That doesn't mean I have to look at you. It just depends on who you are. That's just how I've always been. I was born ADHD. I've hardly ever made eye contact. I mean, hell, I don't even make eye contact with my brother, and he and I don't get along. And when, if he and I argue,
person to person, I really do.
Well, yeah. And when he and I, if we argue and he tells me, you look me in the eye, I'll just flip up my middle finger and tell him to fuck off. Okay? I don't take that shit when someone like my brother or my family members raise their voice at me. I don't take that shit. But you also got to respect how I am, what my mental capacity is. You have to understand that I just don't make eye contact. Just respect that. But it kind of makes it difficult for my family to understand that, though. And
I mean, if I'm having a serious conversation, and I'm really focused on that conversation, but if I'm just standing around a group of people and everybody's talking and I answer a question, I'm not going to be looking deep in their eyes. I'm going to be just talking in general is what I'm meaning. But these body language experts keep putting out there from these interviews on YouTube, we don't know what's going on all around. We don't know these people's medical history. We don't know what medications they're on that could be causing them to not be moving their eyes side to side, side to side, side to side. And they're always saying they did this through that Johnny Depp trial thing. Well, they're lying because they're looking over to the left when they're talking, or they're looking to the right when they're talking. So they're just wanting this, and they're just trying to do that. And you got to have a baseline of that person's normal personality, so I can tell when I'm talking to somebody if they have ADD, just because I have it, and I know if their eyes are looking all over at the squirrels and the sky and the clouds, okay, they obviously have an attention disorder of some kind. So I don't take offense to it,
Well, body language experts don't. Well, body language expert. Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that body language experts can't even tell what kind of mental disorders a serial killer has. They can't really tell that.
And it's like, there's, Lady Lexi saying in chat, yes, you have to have a baseline on that person, which means you have to have multiple conversations with these people to, but you also have to do a medical background to accurately, say, okay, to make a judgment like that and accuse somebody of lying is crazy.
Well, even with the medical
facts.
Well, yeah, even with the medical background, you'll get that person's medical background, but you also have to sit with that person more than just one time in order to get the feel of that person before you make a determination. You can't just sit there for 10 minutes and like, yep, that person's ill. My job here is done. You know, some people
Queen,
say, oh, yeah, I can do
Fetters is also backstage. And if you're going to be a minute till you want to play this, then I'm going to grab some toast and a smoothie. Yo.
Oh, it's up to you. I mean, it's up to you.
I've got it backstage already.
Well, that's all I wanted to talk, so I'll jump off. Thank you for letting me up there, okay? Thanks a lot.
No problem. I appreciate you. Thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Bye, honey.
Bye.
Yeah, do you have anything else you want to add before I have you get down so we can do this thing with Feathers?
Huh?
Do you have anything else you want to add before I have you get down so we can start this with Feathers and finish with that girl to stream it?
Oh, go ahead, baby. I'll just be watching from the TV.
All right, honey. We'll see you in a little bit then.
All right.
Thank
Love
you
you,
for
Brandon.
coming up.
Love you guys.
We'll talk to you after bed, baby. All right, go ahead and roll it. Oh, he's still sitting back here. Okay, hold on. Go ahead and roll it.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Fetters is
I thought I had him up here. Shit. All right, go ahead, honey. I'm done. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Supposedly Upchurch brought up there.
Why do I need to answer to Upchurch? Why do I need to answer to you? Why do I need to answer to any of you? How much you think I have to answer to you or anybody?
Dude,
it's not my problem that you don't believe me, and I don't feel that I need to convince you to believe me.
Okay, I understand that, but for your
I'm an innocent man. No, you need to listen to me. I'm an innocent man, and you're trying to say I'm guilty of something that I am not guilty of.
I didn't say you're guilty. I just said
you're acting like I'm guilty. I mean, you're insinuating that I am.
Okay, well,
you assume because C-Files was crying and he said that to you, that's got to be the truth. And I'm telling you that C-Files is lying to you.
Okay, well, we'll see. But that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to be on both sides.
I'm not going to see. You're going to see.
Okay, I'm going to be on both sides of the fence. I ain't saying he didn't.
You don't need to be on any side. I don't care what side you're on. I'm telling you the truth. And if you want to believe him, then so be it. Go. Do what you got to go do. You unsubscribe from the channel.
Tony, I just care. Dude,
I'm just telling you, hey, when you find out that he lied, then you can live with that.
I didn't want to do nothing stupid, man. I care about the boy, man. I don't want nothing to happen to him.
I'm telling you that I did not say that to him. So I don't know. You want to believe that I said that to him? That's on you. I wouldn't say that to him. All right, now he's back.
I'm just curious. All the people in the chat that are sitting here calling C-Files a drunk and all this other shit, you weren't saying that when he was up here and you were telling him you love him.
Well, you guys need to understand.
Now all of a sudden he's lying, huh? He's a liar now, huh?
He's a liar.
And Ashley's lying too with what she said.
No,
right?
Everybody's telling you the truth.
Another moderator that was in your chat is lying about what you said to her too, right? Everybody's a liar, but
you're
Tony,
making false accusations.
Everybody's a liar, but Tony.
No, you act like you fucking know everything, and
everybody's a liar, but Tony.
No, you're a convict, and everything you say is the truth.
Okay, here we go.
That's why you're in prison. No, if you want to,
I'm just asking. I'm asking.
Mr. Know-it-all. If you want to question integrity,
Ashley's lying.
I'm not a convict.
Tony, you don't have to sit there and say that to him, man. He got his life straight and got it on the line.
It's okay, Dusty. Let him say it, bro, because he wasn't saying that when I was up here before. He wasn't saying that when I was up here before.
Well, you shut your damn mouth, idiot.
You punk. You ain't gonna do shit. You aren't gonna do nothing.
I will do something.
I'm fucking
stupid ass. Yeah. Convict. Go ahead, run your mouth, you damn convict. Go ahead,
fucking liar.
Go ahead and run your mouth, you convict. Go ahead. You guys are going to come on here and falsely accuse me. I'm an innocent man, and I got to deal with a couple of dipshits that come on here saying, well, C-Files said it. Well, C-Files said it. That's got to be true. And I'm telling you that it's not true.
Tony, all I'm saying is you're a platform and all that, man, but just prove that you're innocent. Y'all, I mean,
I prove shit to you, Dusty. I don't need to prove anything. You prove to me that I'm guilty. You prove to me that I'm guilty, Dusty. You prove that I'm guilty. I don't need to prove shit to you, Dusty.
Okay, I understand that, but look, I had to get on there earlier on somebody else's live.
Listen to me, Dusty. Dusty, listen to me. You prove to me that I'm guilty.
You pause for 1 second.
And you too, Fetters. You guys prove that I'm guilty.
I got better things to do than that, man. I got my own family.
Come on here and say that. Well, C-Fowl said it, so it's got to be true.
It's for multiple fucking people, Tony.
I don't give a shit.
You're saying all this shit, man.
I got Ryan dipshit Upchurch saying shit too. You think that's
true?
And
I had to go in there and I had to get on another fucker's live. I had to get on somebody else's live. Gobble, whatever his name is.
Hey, I can't help it that you guys can't think on your own 2 feet. I can't.
Okay, you won't let nobody fucking talk, Tony.
No, I'm letting you talk. You won't.
No, you're not. You're fucking over.
I'm telling you, you won't listen to me, and I'm telling you, I am innocent. I have nothing to prove to you or Fetters.
Man, whatever. But all I'm trying to say is,
no, Dusty, it's not whatever. Don't come on here and say that. Oh, because so and so said it, and so said. None of these people are telling you the truth. None of them.
Okay, why do you get mad and start slandering people?
When I got people making false accusations, and you're saying that.
Well, okay, then why you gotta like act like a little?
Listen, you shut up and listen to me. When you come onto my show and you tell me that what I'm saying is a lie, and so C-Fowls whatever said that I said this, and he was crying, and you're going to believe him over me, and he's an absolute damn liar. I have a problem with that. I have a problem that you're accusing me of something that I didn't do or say.
I just asked you to show facts. I didn't call you shit, man. I didn't call you a liar.
I don't listen to me. You show me the facts. You show me the facts. I don't need to prove a goddamn thing to you. You prove it to me. You prove it to me that I'm guilty.
Well, we'll see when it comes out.
No, you're going to see when it comes out.
Okay. I had to get on another fucking live and sit there and defend my own goddamn family because of the bullshit.
You're going to see. Well, ask Fetters. Ask C-Fowls. Where's the text? Where's it at? Where's it at that I told him to go take it and end his life? Where's it at?
Okay, well, I'll ask him today. I'll ask him today to give me the fucking text.
Exactly. So when you're accusing me, have some damn proof other than some drunk crying and saying that I said this and I said that.
Well, Tony, then you need to fucking call him yourself and be a man and talk to him.
You need to call him. I'm not going to
fucking talk to him every day.
That doesn't mean I need to call him. I don't need to prove shit to you, Dusty. I don't need to prove anything
to that young man every day.
I don't need to prove anything. You guys need to apologize to me for being a bunch of shitheads.
Fuck
you guys need to apologize to me. Apologize to me, asshole.
Well, we're all the assholes.
Now he starts.
Yeah, both of you guys are assholes. You guys are all a bunch of assholes. Both of you. You both are spineless little bastards. When Ryan Upchurch came on here.
I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, man. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah.
I fucking did it.
Yeah, I thought you'd have got on your knees and serviced him. You guys
ain't taking that $500 super chat though, did he?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure the fuck he didn't.
Exactly. So I was actually up there earlier in the live, and I merely came up there and said, "Can I have a conversation with you, Tony? I got a couple questions I need some answers to, and I just want to know. Can I ask you?" He said, "Yeah. What's on your mind?" I said, "Would you mind showing us the text thread that you had with C-Files? Because he said you told him to kill himself and to do so on Ryan's live." He goes, I don't think I have it anymore. I'm like, I go, okay, well, what about Ashley, which is the girl that was going to adopt the baby, right, on his channel? Apparently, she had a conversation with him when he was right next to his wife, and he, C-Files is bisexual, right? And he tells Ashley, well, this is according to Ashley, right? But why would she lie? She tells Ashley, he said he brought up C-Files and how he's bisexual. And he's like, I'm not really into men, but I wouldn't mind, seeing some women, and she's like, Tony, why would you even say something like that to me? And isn't your wife there? Like, what? You talk like that in front of your wife? And she ended up removing herself from the situation, I guess, after that, and that was it. But that's all I asked him, and he deflected, would not answer. Then he started calling me a felon. He called me a murderer. I didn't go to prison for murder. I wouldn't be here if I went to prison for murder. I went to prison for burglary and grand theft auto, and then while I was incarcerated, I caught 4 more years for assaulting a child molester. So, he called me a murderer. And then when I told him that and responded in that, the way he reacted when I told him I stabbed the child molester and what he said, it was just like it was just weird. And something's up with the dude. I'm over it as of today. I blocked him and unsubscribed. Yesterday I bought a couple subscriptions so I could go in there and blow him up with some fucking comments, and a bunch of them got through, which is pretty cool. And you could see him squirming when he read my comments. You could see him literally start to stutter sometimes. I told him, "So how did you really meet Jessica? Tell us how." That's the girl that's pregnant that is doing her thing and is in some trouble. And he lives in Phoenix. She lives in Phoenix. You know what I mean?
Shit. Okay.
And he went down to her apartment and all kinds of stuff. And they asked, they were getting money for her and all kinds of stuff. So, and that's the one that was adopting the baby, supposedly.
Okay.
So it's just like,
yeah.
How did you really meet Jessica, Tony? And boy, you should have saw him squirm. Boy, that one made him like, ooh.
Yeah,
but, I mean, something's up with the dude. I mean, I don't know anything for sure, but there's no doubt that he told C-Files to kill himself. And we've been working, and C-Files was on his channel, and Tony was like, he's like talking to him like he's like his son, and like weird, like just telling him he loves him. And really getting this dude C-Files to like, he even talked about bringing him down to Arizona.
Oh no.
Yeah. And now all of a sudden he's a drunk liar, right?
Yeah, his response is very telling.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
So I'm done with it, man. And I feel like an idiot forever going on that man's panel. Like I said, I didn't watch any of his past content, and I would never be up there when somebody.
Well, see, and that Ryan made that comment about you having the letter 88 on your thing and something about defending him and shit like that. Wasn't he talking about you when he said that?
Yeah. So listen, when this is before I knew any of this, I didn't see the beginning of the live when he disrespected Ryan's mom. That right there.
That's another thing. He came out today. He said, "So what? I told Ryan Upchurch I was going to gangbang his mom. So what, bitch? That's disrespectful as fuck. What do you mean?
He
so
said
what?
Some foul shit, dude.
See, and I don't even fuck with Ryan like that. Like, we don't see eye to eye on the shit. We had it out, all of us, when he came up here. Like I said, I got to give him mad respect for coming up here for 5 hours dealing with everybody, and you know what I'm saying, going back and forth. But I'll tell you right now, I would never fucking disrespect his mother like that. Facts. I don't give a fuck.
Facts. So I didn't see that part, right? I didn't see the beginning of that. All I saw was part of his live when they found the thread, the message where it talked about gangbanging somebody. And I know that you get spam chats when you have an open IG account. Now, I was wrong, and I admitted it. I did a live on my other channel, Free from Fetters Grove, last night, and I cleared the air. I tagged Ryan in it and everything. And I admitted, I went up there and I was trying to talk some logic. Like, look, if somebody deletes their account, you can't go back into that message and pull up the messages, which I honestly believed. I thought I could have swore I wasn't able to do it on mine. But come to find out, you can. So, but when I got off that live, I went back and watched the beginning and saw when he disrespected Ryan's mom. And I was like, ooh, you motherfucker, man. You motherfucker, man. You know what I mean? Now I know something's up. And then I started thinking about it, and I'm like, like, dude, like, you were on a live about a 16-year-old girl who is, dead, is gone. However it happened, she's gone. And you have a fucking DM showing of gangbang, somebody talking about gangbanging a girl. Like, absolutely, you do need to explain to your subscribers. You don't need to explain to me. I don't know you, motherfucker. I've only known you for like 2 weeks. But your subscribers, you do owe an explanation to them, because they're the ones that are going to be in the YouTube streets having to deal with the bullshit and the repercussions for being a part of your channel.
Because Fetters, even if it was like one of them porn bot accounts that hit up people on IG, because I've gotten those messages before, he accepted it.
Yeah, see, and I didn't understand that either. Somebody that I know that is close to me reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, brother, you're actually wrong," and he explained it to me and even pulled some stuff up on Google. And like I said, I admitted I was wrong. I'm a man. I'll admit when I'm fucking wrong. And then I sat back and watched the rest of that live that night and how disgusting he was and the things he was saying.
Yeah.
And then when the autistic kid went up there, Anthony, my son's name's Anthony. You know, I see this little autistic kid get up there and have the balls to go up there and speak his mind, knowing he's autistic in front of thousands. I think there's like 1,000 people watching at that time. And then they start disrespect. I immediately popped back up in there and said, hey, you ain't going to disrespect this young man. You're going to respect this fucking young man. And I was pissed. When I saw that was it. I was done with Tony. You know what I mean? And then the next morning, I mean, when I come home from work, I see the live from Ryan, and I'm like, oh, my God. And listen, I do have 1488 on my arm. And anybody that knows anything about the California Department of Corrections knows that California Department of Corrections is a different beast than a lot of other states. It's racially segregated. You have
Kathy took up for you. She explained it yesterday. She's like, look, when you're inside, you know, you can't. You're either in or you're out. So you can't.
Yeah, I was like, you know, like,
and that's what it is.
I'm a civilian, but I'm from California. Men in my family and friends of mine, you know, it's just there's no standing up for what's right in the CDC. You fucking fall in line. Bottom line, that's it.
Or you get killed.
Yeah, or you'll be murdered.
You know, and I started out on a level 3 yard, and when I went in, I looked at it like I had life. I had 9 years with 80%. I was 18 years old. I was young. I was fucking angry, confused, and when I went in, I was looking at it like it was a life sentence. And I went in a hot-headed youngster, and I got involved with some rough fucking people, and I ended up getting validated as a prison gang member. And I ended up going to the Pelican Bay SHU. Anybody that knows anything about online, I was in Pelican Bay for 3.5 years, you know, and I mean, what I learned, I finally became a man in there, and the male mind don't even really start to fully develop until like 24, 25.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
And, you know, I started to realize like
when the metal bars close behind your ass, it'll humble a motherfucker real quick.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, so. And I got tattoos. I did things in there to people that I believe had it coming. And, you know, and I earned my ink, and, you know, and I was proud of it at one time, but now no. And I've gotten a lot of it covered up. If anybody goes to my old channel that I don't have access to anymore, you'll see my life story is all on that channel. Everything about me. I cried for my talking about my grandma on a live for about 45 minutes, cried my eyes out like a fucking baby. I had like fucking 200 people watching. I felt, I mean, you know, it's like I put my heart into that channel, and it's like I'm not ashamed of where I came from. I've covered a lot of my ink, and some ladies like, yeah, you know, if it's your past in the comments, you know, you should get it covered up. I said, well, would you mind paying for the cost to get 2 laser surgeries so I can lighten it up enough to cover it up? Because that's the only thing stopping me from doing it right now, is I don't have the money to go do that. It's expensive. So, you know what I mean? But I've already covered other tattoos up because that's not me. That's not me.
And that pisses me off that they made that a focus, though, that Ryan made that a focus. That pissed me off. It's like he tried to get people to see you in a different light or something. And then there's this other like creek squatter who made some video about you, and I was just like, it just pissed me off. Like they put 88 all up in the title and shit, and
I saw it.
I saw what they were doing though right away. They're trying to like be like, they're either one trying to alert people that are fucking about that like you're a bad person to standing up for some fucking chomo, or they're trying to get civilians to like, oh, you know what this means? This means he's fucked up. He's racist.
Right.
You know?
Right. And that's the thing. I've been out for 13 years. I came home 2010. When in 1998, 2010, I came home. I've been out 13 years. I'm married. I live in Florida, moved from California in 2019 because I couldn't stand out there anymore. I had to get away. Moved to Florida. You know, I'm working and taking care of my family. My stepson's out here. My oldest son's still in California. But the bottom line is I've turned my life around. I haven't had any law enforcement contact since I've been home, and my last conviction was in 2000. That's 23 years ago.
Much respect, man, for real.
Yeah,
it's a hard-ass life to get out of. Once you're involved in it, it's hard as fuck to get out of. I was in the game, too, and it was hard as fuck for me to get out of as well.
Don't you guys think, I know me and somebody else in chat, like Fetters, if you made a GoFundMe for that laser treatment and cover up, me and several other people would love to donate to that shit.
Yeah, they're saying it in the chat. So you guys go sub up to his channel, and if he sets one up, you should do a live. And you know what I mean?
I mean, I've been taken by so many people on YouTube, cancer fakers, all kinds of shit. But if something worthy like that,
see, I don't do GoFundMes. I don't set them up. I don't
either anymore.
But you can go to your channel and set it up and do your thing over there if you want to. And you know what I'm saying? I'll definitely drop your channel link. You know what I mean? I'll do that for sure. You know, but I don't want no parts of none of that financial situation.
Oh no, I wasn't suggesting you make it, Queen. I mean, if he did and he put it out there, that's more worthy to me to donate to than some of the other shit I've given money to, quite honestly.
Well, let me give some thought to that, and if we did, I would take you guys along on the journey, and
that would be really cool.
Take you along to the shop when I got it covered up and everything, and just so you guys can see. But I would literally find out how much. And
well, yeah, that would be my best advice to you would be very transparent about it. You know, let everybody. You know what I'm saying? Keep your receipts, and if you want to video it or whatever, just be very transparent about it.
Yeah, absolutely. If I do it, but I'm not even sure I'm going to do it, guys. I'm just being honest.
Sorry, I just wanted to throw it out there. I just think it's wrong
I appreciate
for you to be judged by that.
I appreciate that. But yeah, you know, and I saw that. And you know what I did with the guy that the one that made the video, the one you're talking about that put 88 and you know what I did? He said he was on his way back to Florida, right? He was getting in his truck.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of like him dropping a hint or something too.
Hey, no, well, it don't. And guess what I told him? I said, I live in Port St. Lucie County. Hey, if you're coming through Florida, bro, let's catch up for a cup of coffee and smoke a blunt. Like let's talk about it. Like, and I didn't mean it, and I'm like, that's all respect too. That's all respect, brother. And you know, and then Captain Kurt, you know, I said the same thing to him, bro. Hey, you live not too far from me. Let's do some fishing, bro. You think I'm not real? Let's do some fishing. You know, I'm a straight up dude. So, like, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Ryan said what he said. There's nothing I can do about it. I made a live explaining the truth. If he chooses not to go watch it, if his mom chooses not to go watch it, you know, there's nothing I can do about that, and I can't change it. But when I came home from work, was I upset? Yeah, I shed a tear. I got a little emotional. Aww. You know, and the thing is I was molested when I was a kid. So, like, you know, the fact that he lumped me up when I didn't even know, like, Tony in detail anything. And as soon as people started, you know, his mod came to me, I'm not going to say her name, and these people came to me and were talking to me about this stuff, I was putting it out there, blasting them. Like, if I would have known if he ever said anything about pedophilia or you know, whatever, I shouldn't have said that, sorry. But if he made those comments when I was on a live, joking or not, I would have been out of there.
Thank you for sharing your story too, because I know it's hard for men to share their stories, especially. I appreciate that you had the bravery to do that.
I appreciate that, you know, and yeah, I didn't want to. Honestly, brother, what's your name in the middle? I don't even know your name, bro.
It's Brandon. I was gonna say.
How you doing, Brandon?
I've actually been on the other side of those bars. I was Department of Corrections in Arkansas.
Okay.
For about roughly 2 years, and I can honestly vouch that when you're in there, you wind up doing some, I guess I'd say, questionable things just to survive in there. Like all these people that, and I'll call it now, a bunch of people sit here and say, "Oh, well, our justice system is so great." No, our justice system, especially in the DOC, is completely fucked.
Yeah, no, it is, bro. And shout out to you, man. Like, I have nothing against law enforcement, man. As long as you carry yourself the right way and treat yourself, you know, carry yourself with respect, and you know, that's all that matters to me, man. And there was a lot of correctional officers that carried themselves with respect and were cool.
You know, and then I quit when there was some dirt that was going on, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm up out of here.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I've heard that from a couple correctional officers since I've been home. I've had a couple come on my channel and talk to me.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm a changed man.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen it because I've actually went back through and watched a lot of your videos after that bull crap this morning, last night, whatever you want to call it. How often do you go back down to Cali?
Bro, I haven't been down there since we moved out here in 2019, and I just had my little brother just had his first child, and so I got to get down there to see my little niece, man. She's just a little thing still. She's only a few months old, and so December I'm going down there for like a week. Why? What's up?
You're from the SFB, right?
Yep. Sacramento Valley.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to say there's a tattoo shop or a tattoo artist down there who he done his time with DOC also way back in the day, who actually does cover-ups or removals or blackouts, which blackouts are a bunch of them that I've seen, actually does them at no charge.
I've seen that. I know what you're talking about. There's a few artists that will remove or help cover up gang-related tattoos for free. I have seen that.
They got they got some of that shit in LA. You probably already know about that though, Fetters, like the Homeboy Industries and stuff like that. But I know it's kind of hard to get through. I think because there's so many people in line though.
Waiting
here.
List.
Yeah.
There's like a waiting list at that place, but I don't know about the tattoo artist you're talking about, Brandon. I don't know.
I've just seen. I used to
the information. I'd love to have that.
No, I mean it was just some YouTube videos I used to watch way back. I think he had I think he was actually on A&E for a while.
Huh?
Was it A&E? Maybe.
I don't know, but I know there's more than one.
Yeah, there's a lot of
There's
them.
a lot of shops that offer that now.
Or there's a bunch of independent, like I can't say independent.
I wonder if that's considered charitable work and a write-off for artists. I wonder.
Oh, it is. It is because
yeah.
it's donation. They get that off their taxes.
Yeah, more than likely it is.
So that could be like incentive for more people to do it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like a whole. I want to say it's like a reform. Well, they call it a reform thing on it.
Right.
Like a reformation project. Is that what you mean?
I think it's more like a. I don't want to. Well, yeah. I guess it's more like a Big Brothers type program thing.
Yeah.
But
well, while I'm up here, I wanted to bring up something about the Kylie case. I heard you guys talking. I don't know if you guys are still going to talk about that, but I actually worked for AAA for a while, and I was a tow truck driver and what's called a battery unit tech. So a battery unit tech usually is in a van or a truck, like a flatbed, like a just like a regular truck, like an F-150 or a Nissan or, like a truck. Mm-hmm. And they have batteries. They have pretty much like any size battery for a car that you can think of. And sometimes they have like several of one at the more popular batteries. And they can do battery cells and change outs. They can do tire changes, lockouts, fuel delivery. Mm-hmm. But a lot of times if it's called in as a battery issue, if it sounds like a battery issue, they'll send a battery tech out there first to see if they can get the car rolling. And then if they can't, then they'll call a tow truck in. So this guy never said he was a tow truck driver. So he never said the words tow truck driver. So I believe he's probably a battery unit. I don't know if he worked for AAA or not, but so yeah, I mean, I don't know if you work for the city or the state. Sometimes they have people that work from. Usually they don't have battery units though. They have just tow trucks. So I have a feeling he probably worked for AAA. But anyways, what he was saying, like, what if Kylie was there and whoever the other person was that I heard they positively identified him with the dude or something. That's what one of the AWP guys said. I don't know if it's
they
true or
can't
not.
Positively ID anyone. They don't know what they're doing. They showed the full picture and he was like, yeah, that's him. And eyewitness testimonies are so unreliable, man. they're so unreliable. If you look at the stats on eyewitness testimonies in court and how many times they're wrong, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I thought he meant like with law enforcement or something.
Nah.
Okay. So I was thinking like maybe she was asking about the seatbelt, like a dumb question like that, in a way to like hopefully get his attention. Like, cause like if I was there, I immediately would have been like, "Are you okay?" Like I would have asked her, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Because that would have threw me off.
Was it Kylie that was?
How do you not know how to?
Was it Kylie that was asking that?
Huh?
They don't know. It's not been confirmed or denied, though. I think if it was her, Ellie would have came forward and stated as much. But
True.
like, I kind of agree with what you were about to say, though. Like, if he felt she was acting that weird, why would you not intervene and ask if she's okay, whether it's her or any other woman? Y'all are out in a pretty desolate area. You're saying a female is with the male acting like they feel very uncomfortable. And I may sound like a bitch when I say this, but what kind of fucking person leaves a female that seems incapacitated and scared with a male alone and doesn't call for help? Or
yeah, there have been times when I went to calls where one time I went to a call, there was a lady who was straight hammered and had 3 of her kids in the car. One of them was autistic. I pulled right up behind her car so she couldn't back out and just sat there and got on dispatch on the radio and let them know, "Hey, I got a woman here. She's completely fucking hammered. She just came out of a restaurant. I mean, she was hammered, like fucking barely could walk hammered. It smelled like a fucking brewery. And she was about to get in this big old Silverado with 3 of her kids." I'm like, "Oh, hell no, man. You ain't going nowhere." I locked my windows, rolled up the doors and rolled up the windows and got on dispatch. I'm like, "Hey." And they came down and, they did whatever they had to do. But I was like, "Fuck that. You ain't driving." And I talked to her. I'm like, "Are you drinking?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I go, "I can tell you barely can walk." I go, "Why are you going to drive with your kids?" And she got all belligerent with me. And I'm like, "Come on, man. I'm not letting you go." Yeah, I don't know, man. People just like, and there was other incidences where, I asked people if they were okay and made sure they were good because something didn't seem right. And, I don't know. I would have had to say something about that.
I ask people if I see a female crying in public at a restaurant or a bar or the store, I always ask, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Like always.
Right.
And there's been one time I was scared to even like get out of my car and ask. So I cracked the windows. "You need me to call the cops?" Like, even if I'm scared, I will still try to offer assistance. So I do think that was weird if that's truly what went down.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know. I didn't see that the video you're talking about with the identification. I just saw the part where he was on one channel and he made the statement. And I figured it was just law enforcement. I just figured it would have to be if it was a positive. You know what I mean? Like,
no, they also made a post that they had found Kylie in her car well before law enforcement or the coroner positively ID'd the girl. So I don't know if they just don't know what protocol is or they do not care. But some of the wording they're using is inappropriate to explain events because they're words that do make it sound like it was law enforcement or whatever. But like I just don't think they really know what they were doing and that they were trying to do what they thought was the good thing or maybe the right thing. And it really created a mess. But I don't know that they thought the right thing was to put out that dude's story. I can't speak for them, but like, no, she didn't get positively ID'd by the authorities until, wasn't it at least the next day, Cap?
That girl, like, I just saw this the other day and I didn't see it when it first happened, but their executive, like their editor, producer guy, did an interview on BHB's channel, and he said on there, we had to be really careful because we knew we could potentially be ruining some fool's life. So that told me they knew.
That's what I said last night, Cappy, when we were playing those clips. I paused it
how
there.
Are you? Yes. Okay. I missed that. Yes. They knew, and they still did it. And not only that, but they jumped on panels implying and hinting that it's this kid's that did this. And I'm like, I take that fucking like accusation shit really seriously. Like I don't
J-Town
just throw
13, it
accusations like
is
that
their
around.
first rodeo. They have never done an open, active case like this before, ever. This was their first rodeo, so just dial it on back. They don't know better protocol than the cops. They're just better at finding cars underwater.
I mean, people get really weird about like things like, okay, so I understand more with AWP than with Ryan Upchurch, but because like AWP does provide like a really awesome service, okay? They do. But it's like just because they do this, then they're allowed to put interviews in their videos that implicate people that could potentially be innocent, and the internet could just go wild. Like I believe that everybody that runs their platform has a responsibility to do the right thing
always
and be very careful.
Yeah.
But, you know, we got creators over here saying, I can't control what people say on my panel. No, you can't, but you can dial it back and fucking rein it back in.
Yeah.
And set some boundaries, for fuck's sake.
Pecan said, this is what I've been saying all along. Well, just you guys need to know that until that clip channel put together the all the interviews, I never saw what happened on Bullhorn Betty's panel. I don't watch that crazy bitch's channel. I don't watch any of these
But then they wouldn't get the views and the money now. Come on.
Come on now.
I mean, I hate to agree with Baby Gap, but what he said about they, you know, put together a production, and what we've said about it, I mean, we've said it multiple times. I think Laura even agreed. This is production quality video. It had a trailer. It's very much business. It's how they've been able to do what they do. So to think that they got involved in something that's and I hate to put it this way, but we know I'm right. So they got involved in something that's as big and easy of a moneymaker as this, that they would not profit off of it as much as they can to further their mission. To think that that wouldn't be the case is naive and frankly stupid.
Well, and listen, people keep saying they would never put their credibility on the line. Their credibility's at stake. Really not, though, because listen, they've already said, if the case goes this way, we have 2 other videos. But if it doesn't, then we were wrong. So they've already like alleviated themselves of being responsible right there. They're like, okay, here's what we have and here's what we think, and we're putting it out there, and we don't know if we're right or not. They've already gave the disclaimer that there's really you know what I mean? Like it's their credibility, like, so they already said they might be wrong. So does that mean their credibility is damaged? Like, I think their credibility is damaged by even like putting it in there.
Hear me out here, Cap. Is their credibility damaged when it's none of their fucking business to begin with? They should never be credible in statements like that. They should never be credible in doing anything that is actually the role of law enforcement. So if you looked at them as anything more than just, you know, some gossip or some sensationalism, then yes, their credibility is destroyed. But if you look at them as, hey, they found a car and they're good at that, then no.
And that's basically kind of what they said, and in more words than that. Is that okay? Like, if the case goes this way, then we got more footage. But if it doesn't, it doesn't.
And that proves that they are going to be capitalizing.
And it's got all these people like really going with the roadside assistant guy narrative, and keep talking about these 2 other videos. Like, there must be something really wrong. They got 2 whole other videos of footage. I've seen people say that all over the place.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Morph Retro's entire comment. But the first part, marketing doesn't mean scam. Yes, good marketing tactics and good money making tactics don't make somebody a scammer. It makes them good at what they're doing to move forward. You know what I mean? Marketing, there's millions and millions of dollars dumped into marketing every year for a reason.
I still want to know who actually made the call.
Who made the call for what?
Who actually called AAA?
It's the guy. So it was the guy who made the call. It was from his phone. I'm pretty sure. Well, it was from his phone, but I'm not sure. Are you saying maybe she called from his phone? Because they didn't specify.
I want to know if Kylie was there during the time that the tow truck guy was there.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He didn't confirm on the female, but on the male he confirmed. But he did say that the call came from the male's phone, but they didn't say if the male called or not. Like she could have called on his phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because if Kylie isn't the one that was there while the tow truck driver, battery, whichever one he actually is.
I just think it makes like.
If Kylie wasn't there when he showed up,
right?
I honestly feel like that was a cover up. That was a framing. That that something had already happened to Kylie. She was hidden somewhere. They picked her up, stuck her in there, and let the car go.
Because I just think it's like kind of strange that like, why would so she has been this is supposedly happened 12 hours after her phone last pinged, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so people by this point are looking everywhere for her, and they're out and about in her car. Like, I just don't think it makes sense.
If it was her, the cops would have confirmed it, and the investigation would not be as quiet as it is. You'll never convince me of otherwise.
I agree. I actually agree.
Because I'm sorry, but that changes everything. And they're leaving it that the last known time that she was seen was about 1:30 in the morning. If there was concrete evidence that she was seen or her car was seen, I've actually seen 1:30 in verifiable sources. Yes, ma'am, including from the mother. So we'll go with 12:30 to 1:30. Still not that day, right? Still not the 11 a.m. shit, right? So the whole thing is, if that changed, that would change the timeline of the entire disappearance and the entire case, and that would be need to know information for the public.
Right.
So they would have came out and updated that. So seeing as how they have not done that, that lends me to believe that they followed up on it. It is bullshit.
Well, I always thought it like this too. Like, they said that law enforcement didn't know of the tip, AWP did, and they excused that by saying there were so many tips coming in. But this is a tip that was supposedly including actual footage, surveillance footage, and audio. That would be a hot ass tip, and they would have known about it.
I've got two questions.
People are upset real quick. I'm about to jump down, but one person especially saying that, whatever, like, I'm really so irritated with people saying that we're tearing down Adventures with Purpose. If your listening comprehension skills are that low, this is not the channel for you.
And I'm gonna put it this way, Queen Bee, I'm sorry, but if your feelings are hurt right now, you put on a condom, because fuck your feelings.
I mean, come on, you people. If you really think that somebody, any YouTube channel that is not a direct, you know how some judges and police stations have their own YouTubes that they broadcast from, especially big cities. If it's not that, if it's a YouTuber, be it Adventures with Purpose, Ryan Upchurch, us, I don't give a fuck who it is. If it's a YouTube channel or creator, they are not a valid source of information unless they're reading off of police or court documents, or they have the murderer on panel.
I'll call it now. I'm not a YouTuber. I don't have a single video uploaded. I just use YouTube for music and other crap.
I did too, till the Watts case, and now I wonder how I fell down.
I love you, Brandon.
Don't start that.
Oh my
God! Because I have questions
God.
about him right now. But I've got two questions about the Kylie thing. What was the car in when they found it?
What was what?
What year was the car in when it?
We don't know that. That's
Nobody
never been
knows.
confirmed. Everybody assumes neutral, but we do not know that. That's never been reported or affirmed.
That
See,
that
the
hasn't
thing
been
is
confirmed.
AWP didn't check, and we don't know what the FBI did under the water. They could have put it in neutral when they rolled it over.
Okay. And question 2, how far was the laptop from the car?
Not far.
It was in the same general vicinity.
Like I don't know, like
by all the broken
100
glass
away maybe, or something. Not far.
It wasn't even that far, dude.
Yeah, not even that far.
It looked like it was literally when they rolled the car, the window broke and all that shit fell out right there. So at whatever point that they rolled that car would be where it was. If you mean in proximity and according to where the car was initially found, I don't know, because it's going to be in proximity to where the window was broken, sir. Logically speaking.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, I don't know. I feel like people that are like saying that we bash AWP are the ones that like are some of the people that it seems like they have this thirst for like dirty details, and that like, and they get really pissed off when people say like this could potentially be an accident, and it's really sad. Like, there is like some crazy shit in this case, but to be honest, I've seen crazier. Like,
way crazier. This is really, to me, and I may sound like a bitch when I say this, but I'm just going to say it because it's truly my opinion after this last week. The people who are seeing more want to.
Yes. I feel like
they're right. They want to, and they're doing the shit for clicks and views, and it's fucking disgusting.
Well, and
like,
how about
creators specifically are like really pushing it too, like lip reading and shit like that.
Let's create a little picture real quick, and this will be a tiny bit graphic, but not over the top. So trigger warning.
Okay.
Your child is stuck in a car that's sinking.
Oh God.
They are not of sound mind. They're screaming for you or any help they can get, and they actually end up trapped and die, sucking water into their lungs. What is more fucking horrific than that?
I don't know why they would want it to be any uglier than that. But like,
what is worse than that? Because I'm sorry, thinking some dude or somebody clubbed her over the head or she OD'd and they just shoved her in the back is far more peaceful and something I can handle more than the idea of that baby being trapped in that car and dying like that.
Well, I get pissed that people are like dismissing the mom and like her being upset. They're like, I've heard creators actually say that she wanted us to speak on this to get the word out, but now she wants us to be quiet. Oh, I'm sorry. She fucking respectfully asked for fucking some privacy and some respect, and you guys think it's suspect? That pisses me off to no end.
Girl,
like, really?
It does me.
And she didn't even say stop covering the case. What she said was stop fucking accusing these teenagers and young adults of being murderers, is all she fucking said.
Yes, and to let them handle, let the people who are supposed to handle the investigation.
Right.
Which is what should have happened.
It kills me to see mothers calling her out the most. Like, really? Like, what if, like, come on, dude, don't you have kids? You can't even just take a second and try to empathize with what she's going through right now? And most of these people expect that they're entitled to documents too. Like, oh, if she seals these documents, it's gonna be, we're gonna know she's part of this cover up. It's just like, this is the bullshit agenda that's being promoted, and I fucking hate that shit.
You know, Jesse Curran.
I hate the book. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Let me read this comment real quick. Yeah. Being trapped and burning is worse. Nah, you can pass out from smoke inhalation far before the fire touches you.
I mean, it's all pretty bad, but yeah, drowning's horrible.
Awful. It is all awful, but you do have a chance of passing out from smoke inhalation and not even knowing you burnt.
Yeah,
when you're stuck in that car,
hitting you, that smoke,
you're stuck.
The carbon monoxide is gonna knock you out.
Yeah, but in that car with that water, there's nothing to make you pass out except for drowning.
Yeah, I had to get off camera for a minute. I got choked up on that one, man.
I'm sorry, but it's horrific to me. Real. Why does it need to be worse than that?
It's real. I mean, I could never think of one of my kids, or one of my nieces, or just any child.
Yes,
anybody going through that.
Fetters, have you followed true crime? Like, do you usually follow true crime?
Nah, this is all new to me, and I got to be honest with you. I thought the prison genre had drama. Woo,
No, prison. The prison community is safer and more kickback. I actually like. I'm serious. They don't dox, like they don't fuck with their subscribers over in the prison community. You're safer with a bunch of
drama sometimes, but this shit that I've seen is
you're safer with a bunch of fucking convicts than you are with a bunch of housewives. I'm going to tell you that right now.
I'm going to tell you why. Because we always know somebody that's in a prison somewhere that we did time with.
Right.
We always know people from certain areas, neighborhoods. We can run backgrounds on people that are talking about who they are, where they've been. Because we still know people. It's not like we just don't know anybody anymore. We may not associate with them, but we still have ways of contacting them. You know, I mean, it's not hard. And
well, that's what I'm saying. You guys have like, I've never seen any of you over there target any of your fucking subscribers ever.
Fuck no, man.
Oh, the true crime genre makes the prison community look like Betty Homemakers sometimes.
Fucking for real. These housewives are brutal.
It's why, and after this, I'm gonna step back a little bit. I do like. There's a few channels that I like. This one right here, I like the freedom of speech here. I do believe in freedom of speech, man. That's part of this country, man. People fought and died for freedom of speech. You know what I mean?
For real, yes.
You know, straight up, like this. You know, we have the right to our First Amendment in the Constitution. Period.
Yeah.
And when they start infringing on that, and other people start trying to infringe on that's where it gets real scary. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I do agree there's certain things, you know, don't go into a fucking movie theater and start yelling fire. I mean, you got to be responsible, but you need to be able to speak your mind and you can agree to disagree. I mean, come on now. But yeah, wow.
We don't care what channel people are from. We don't care what your background is. We care if you're respectful and you're cool and you're honest. Just like Fetters is considered, like, I guess, prison community, and Cappy's from a whole other drama community. And
I'm a community hopper, like fucking.
Yeah, me too now. But, you know, we can all come together for a greater good and talk and bring our different experiences in different communities to the table to have better understandings and disagree and agree to disagree. We don't care where you're from. We care about respect and not. I don't know how else to put it other than respect, I guess, you know, like, because it all
I've never
falls under respect.
I can't say I've never seen this because I've seen it in other cases, but only in the true crime community have I seen like this level of entitlement with people and like people that are experiencing tragedy. Like, why can't you give this woman a little bit of space and why you got to think that she owes us anything? Like, you should have been doing videos on a missing girl for the right fucking reasons, motherfucker.
It seems weird to me because, like, I spent a big part of my career protecting and shielding the next of kin from even their own friends bothering them too much during a funeral.
Right.
Like their own friends and family.
People get ugly in tragedy.
And so to think that it's weird that she would want to shield her family and friends from a vicious part of the internet makes me question these people's ability to function as adults in real life.
Right. And it's just like,
how are you alive still at 50 if you don't understand why this woman would want to be left the fuck alone?
It's like pointing fingers willy-nilly, just like these accusations flying around. Is just, it can be very harmful. It's pretty scary and people just don't get it. Like, as soon as it was put out there, like that video was put out by AWP, other creators, you know, they do live streams about it. And, you know, that one creator specifically, she's putting all these kids' pictures up with their full government names. And I could see in the live chat, people typing saying, okay, that Instagram's private. Oh, okay, I got some screenshots coming in your email. Like, why are you doing this? We don't know what these kids have submitted to law enforcement already. We don't know shit about what happened that night. And like, I get the curiosity because I'm curious too, but I can't bring myself to feel like I'm so fucking entitled to fucking this little girl's documents.
Entitlement, dude.
Right.
The entitlement is insane.
It is.
Hey, real quick, my sisters and brother, I gotta take my son to work real quick. But before I go, I want to leave this. Speaking of entitlement, to all those people that think that if she decides to keep those autopsy reports or the toxicology reports private and sealed, and you think she can't, she absolutely fucking can. That's a minor.
Yep.
I pray she does, and that's another GoFundMe I would donate
to. Whatever she wants.
If they put up a fund to be able to seal those cases, I would make a cupcake and lemonade stand to donate to that kid.
She can do, and it does suck that somebody said about freedom of speech on YouTube and stuff. Absolutely, I mean we can't. The First Amendment doesn't cover private businesses like this.
Yeah.
But I don't support channels that are how would you say disrespectful with their content.
Yeah, I don't either. You
don't
guys
go
in the comments need to chill out saying stupid shit to each other. Like seriously, y'all are going too far.
But I'm gonna
all right, good talking to you, Fetters.
Hey,
nice
thank you for bringing me up, Queen B. Thank you so much. I don't know if she can hear me.
No problem, man. Yep, I can hear you. I just came, but yep, thank you for coming up and explaining stuff too. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no problem. And I didn't want to hide. Yeah, I appreciate it. And nothing
all good, man.
To all of you guys. You guys have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
All right, you too. Bye.
Queen is like the little god of her panel. You can't always see or hear her, but she's there listening. She knows.
Right.
She's so funny. But yeah, in the state of California, like even though so they autopsy results are public record for minors, but parents have the opportunity to seal, and so her parents can seal up her stuff because she's a minor. So
Brandon, what were you going to ask, honey?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was going to ask this a while ago. Is there any photo showing how close the driver's side seat was to the steering wheel?
Not that I'm aware. Oh, you know what? That may be visible if you go back to the news coverage when they were helicoptering and they had first pulled the car out and the tarp was on the back of the car. There was a decent view into the front seat. Boom. Ask and you sell. I told you, it's like God. It doesn't look like the seat is towards the wheel, if you ask me, sir.
Okay, the airbags had deployed. The mirrors broke off. So
no,
that took some
the airbags they said they did not deploy. Sir. No, they said the airbags did not deploy. What you're seeing on the other side is that white part right there by the yellow tank. Is that what you're looking at? We already zoomed in on that.
Yeah.
It's the reflection of the other side. That's what it is. Somebody's over there pulling the other tarp up.
Yeah, no, the airbags weren't seen in anything that I looked at, Brandon.
Okay, so the bus, why is that one mirror broke off, but the other one's not?
Well, fuck, it was flipped upside down. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I think when they rolled it over...
Yes.
Yeah, because that mirror was intact when it was underwater. And when they rolled her over is, I think, when they did it. Okay, so when they
pulled it out, it snapped off.
Right.
So, yeah, here's a picture of what it normally would look like. Here's a picture of it upside down.
Okay, yeah, because I was wondering how close that driver's seat was. Because, like I said, I may be going down a rabbit hole or whatever, because if that driver's seat was real close to that steering wheel, like all the way up, that laptop possibly could have been wedged in to hit the accelerator. Like I said, maybe reaching or whatever, but I
think you're reaching, sir, because if the seat was pulled forward, it would still look like that when they pulled it out of the water.
Well, that's why I was saying I didn't know how close it actually was, if it had been pushed back whenever it was pulled.
That one crazy dude, Psycho's in his channel name. He said that the gear shift for this particular make and model car is located in the dash, like I guess by the steering wheel. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a column shifter, not a console shifter.
Exactly. Yes,
but it's kind of up close to the front though. It's not like right in between the seats. But yeah, that's how I found Psychobabble's channel, was the transmission video he did.
Oh, what he was saying about when the car will move and what gears and stuff.
Because he was a mechanic for a long time, and he seemed to be
Hellraiser.
very, very credible in that department.
Yeah.
So what was he saying?
He said something about how if it can be rolled backwards while in park, or don't quote me because I'm probably totally fucking wrong, but he was explaining that it wouldn't have to be in neutral for it to roll backwards like that or something.
Didn't he say something like if the car's not on, then it's not engaged, and if it's not engaged,
or something,
there's
something
like
that,
moving.
Like there, like it's like where the gears are, like there's little notches, and it's soft around the neutral part or something, so it can like slip it. I don't understand.
I'm so glad you pinned that, Queen, because Valoma, I agree. After the way channels initially jumped all over the kids and even the mom, why would she chance giving them more ammo? No way. Privacy, privacy, privacy.
Yes,
Amen.
yes, and yes.
Yes.
So,
amen.
you know what? I feel like making a video about how I hope she privates it all and just really fucking pissing people off.
I would totally join you in that.
You know what? And I'm not going to lie. I follow true crime and I am curious as well. But like I said, I'm not going to bring myself to fucking say some stupid shit. Like I feel like I'm entitled to that because I'm not.
Diane Purdue, I think that is what he said. He said the wheels will free spin as long as it's not in park. That's what I thought.
Okay, there you go. Okay, because I knew I fucked that up. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry, guys.
Can you go back to the other picture of them pulling it out?
Gene, I think that is an inappropriate question. Why don't you be cool?
Man, our lakes are so dried up here. So sad.
That's one thing I don't like about the growth of Queen's channel. There are so many assholes in the chat now. It used to be so cool and so chill, and everybody's like, hey, what's up? And we would laugh and talk some shit. And now there's like so many dipwads in the chat.
Well, and she asked what Brandon was doing up here on the panel, which he was up here he came up here to chat for a minute, but I left him up here because he was talking to Fetters about that situation and stuff. And
we
I haven't
like
dropped
Brandon.
the link again yet, but when I do get ready to drop the link, I was gonna have him get down so I can have other people come up, because it's like if I let 10 people up here, it's too much. It's too chaotic.
Even 6 and 7 gets too much.
Yeah, so I've been just like trying to keep it like a smaller panel, like, you know what I'm saying, to where we can have a conversation. Still, there's enough people up here, but you know what I'm saying, to where we can rotate out a few here and there. You know what I mean?
Exactly, Pecan Pie.
I'm just
exactly,
liking talking to Cappy. I don't get to talk to Cappy like
we
this
love
often.
Brandon. That's why he's up here. So
yeah, because Queen said
Has anybody
so.
seen him since this whole crap with Tony Jones?
Wait, what?
I'm fucking done. He said Tony Jones. I thought you fucked his last name up at first.
Tony Dodge and Ronnie Jones. Tony Jones.
That's what I'm gonna call him.
Let's call him that. I'm gonna do it too.
Dude, Aaron just said, have y'all heard the latest theory that the front tire is gone and someone drove down and put a new one on?
Make it stop, Aaron. Make it stop.
And the person was absolutely pissed. No one believed them. We've had some people come in here saying crazy stuff, and they do get real mad.
They get super mad.
Can you go back to the other picture real quick?
Tony Jones.
Our most merciful queen. That picture?
You're talking about hold on, that's a different one. You talking about like one of these? Okay, so I did this one because you see that red buoy right there? That's where her car's at.
Right.
So you see it right there, that little red dot. You see that's how far she was off of there. So you see what I mean? It looks like she just drove right down that road and boom, like went flying right off that, right into the water. And she was found. Her phone was listen. Her phone pinged 50 feet or whatever. Wait, what was it? 50? Hold on, I got it wrote down. Let me see.
I think it was 50.
Was it? Yeah. And then they found her like 55 feet away. Yeah. Yep. Her phone. Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything. My screen's froze up. The only picture I'm seeing is the one with
Turn off your camera,
two
Brandon.
diagrams.
Turn off your camera and make it where you're only speaking, and that'll get rid of your lag that you're having, sir. Just give it a second to catch up. A lot of the times when people do video as well, they lag really bad.
Yeah.
Like it's been.
Now I got this off Real Justice, REEL Justice. She has a channel, and that interview the Zav girl played or whatever. She actually Real was in here talking about it last night in my chat. Next thing you know, Zav girl went and posted the fucking video, and it was a like never before seen news video, and she said it in here. Bam! So somebody had to have been watching and went and told her, or she was watching and went and made it. Either way, though, Real Justice is the one that had it on her channel, and she's a small, tiny channel. So I guess I wasn't surprised that she didn't get the credit for it, but she said it in my chat last night and was talking about it. So anyhow, I got these from her thing. So here it goes. Okay, so Kylie's phone last pinged 50 feet from where Kylie's vehicle was found, and then it says Kylie's vehicle was found 55 feet offshore.
Man, that was really close. That was a very accurate ping, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still completely frozen. I'm gonna have to hop down. And I'll probably just hang out in the chat.
Pop down, and then we'll, if you wouldn't, pop back up in a little bit or something. That's cool too,
Yeah, you can see it from chat, I'm sure.
All right,
I'll see you all.
Good talking to you, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
Y'all too.
Thanks for being cool, man.
He's always cool.
Yeah, he's very nice.
He's always respectful. Like, even if he disagrees, he's like always really chill. He's not a total dick to everybody.
Y'all know how we were just talking about the people who come into chat flipping out when everybody doesn't agree with them?
Right.
Jesse Curran is so one of those. Their extended timeout obviously ended.
Backed up and unknown car roll off, flips, common sense. Why not see it? Don't look down. 2, oh dear Lord, help us.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're looking at almost a dozen comments in 3 minutes, Jesse. Slow your roll, man.
Oh my God, did you give them like the quadruple timeout?
A long time ago. Because they were doing it earlier. I let them disrupt the chat for a while, and then me,
I'm
funny.
Like, little mod secret here. Like sometimes, like if we don't want to block somebody, we'll just all time you out, and you got like 300 times 10. Fucking, just kidding.
No shit, we do that.
Totally kidding. We never do that.
Me and
shit, I never time anybody out. I'm the worst mod of anybody. I'll sit there and I'll approve all comments, and then I read them like an idiot.
Yeah, sometimes we have to go back and delete those, girl.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, oh, fuck, what did I do? I fucking let them. Oh, Jesus.
Me and Murray layer on those timeouts like fondant on a cake, girl. We just.
I know. You guys are crazy.
Well, like you said, we don't want to block people, but we can only let people be disruptive to the stream for so long. And, like, then it's too much, It's like, come on, man. You're like killing all good conversation in the chat.
Jesse Curran, I agree. There's a lot of people that try to get clout off of tragedies.
If that's what they meant, yeah, I agree with that.
But we don't do that here. I'm pretty sure you're not saying that to us.
Perfectly imperfect. The water line here, would it have been the same the day that she went in, or was it higher? It was higher. The water had already been drained some at this point. And it continues to recede and get drained as time goes by without rain for them guys. Where does this dam feed water to, Cappy? I don't remember. Do you remember?
This is a reservoir. I don't know if I don't think it has I don't think it drains into Tahoe or anything like that. I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't feel like it was Tahoe, but they do use this reservoir as a place to send water somewhere else. I just don't remember where that was. Oh, well, Rio's saying Tahoe. Maybe it was, but I don't know.
Oh, it is? Okay. It's Tahoe.
Remember.
Okay, 2 people said it's Tahoe.
Then it probably is.
Lake Tahoe's water is so clear and beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is. I've been there I think 2 times in my life. It's so nice. And it's one of the deepest lakes in the United States. Some parts of it are 1,000 feet deep.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? And they found some crazy shit down there too, I want to say. I think I've seen a documentary on it. I gotta mute for a second. I'll be back.
No, you're good. Queen, how you doing, baby? What you got going on? You having a good day?
Yep.
Good. You get you some rest.
I'm actually getting ready to load the babe up in the car and go grab my kiddos from school here in a minute.
Should we wrap it up till later, Mama?
It doesn't really matter either way. I got my shit plugged in, so it's fine. I dropped the link, so if anybody else wants to pop up, they're welcome to. I just haven't checked it yet, so let me load him in the car in his seat, and I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. The tow truck driver was forced to dump the car by 4 people. Kylie was in the back trunk. Dude, you're too much. Like, you're too much. Jesse, I like the way you spell your name, but that's like, you're just straight making shit up, yo. That's really cool, Lead with Love. That's really cool. Oh, look at K&S busting out the super sticker. A tow truck, a TOE truck. Is that like a truck that they put on your toe when you break your foot? Some beach? I love that. I love some of the typos. They make me laugh. Oh, man. No, you dreamt it, huh? Oh, man. I think that I'm dying over here. I want to see what the sticker is. Oh, it's like the flying peach, dude. That's cute. Cappy, come back. I'm just up here talking to myself. Yeah, Hellraiser, she does. I think that's why she says that we all keep the channel going, because she does have a busy ass life. And so we bullshit whenever she's too busy.
Hey, there's somebody up here, unseen true crime. Is that right? Are you up here? I got the thing over the top so nobody can see you. There's a picture on the overlay.
I don't know if anybody added or not. Are you up here, Unseen?
Yeah, I was gonna say nobody can. I got the things over the top so nobody can see your camera. Only I can. So it's okay.
Unseen, are you muted? I know I saw.
I am. I'm
hey.
here now. So anyway, can you hear me now?
I sure can. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Feeling fine. It's another day above ground. Can't complain.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, so there was some stuff that I picked up over on Laura's channel, Perplex QT, and she was talking about some of the stuff about, like, she was giving out statistics, and I'm a big statistics person, and I need to go look these videos up. But anyway, she was talking about, she found someone who actually sold, they actually sold some of the equipment that AWP uses, I think, like their sonar equipment. And they were talking about, I think they had something like 100 vehicles that they had found. AWP is the rolling too loud?
No, I barely hear anything in the background, and I've got on earbuds, so you should be good.
Okay. So anyway, the what was it I was going to say? Okay, come on, Kirsten. Think. Oh, look at that! I gave away my name. Anyway, so the what was it? They were talking about. She was talking about the people who actually sold AWP some of their sonar equipment, and they found 100 different, vehicles, not quite in the same amount of time, so AWP is by far more successful, but this lady.
Can I say something to that? Like, it's easy to have found more cars when the only thing you do is look for cars.
Right. Yeah. Oh man, my husband's home.
Oh, don't sound so excited.
I know. You have to sing the song of my people. But anyway, so hold on a second. I gotta move this ladder.
Yeah, you're good. We making bets in the chat, huh? What's up, Ringo? Once again, that was in the Fox News article from yesterday. What was in the news article? I can't. Sorry, that was rude. I didn't mean to yawn.
Oh, but anyway, okay, so I'm back.
Okay.
These folks, they again, it's all they do is look for vehicles. And it's another smaller organization. I would have to look it up real quick. But they found 100 vehicles, and it's not in quite such a short amount of time as AWP, but they have found 100 different vehicles. They said most of the time when they do go looking for a SUV, more often than not, people are in the back cargo area.
Oh, wait, I was confused. I do know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. That was a stupid question. And yes, I know what you're talking about now. I'm sorry. I haven't been awake very long. I have a different schedule than most people. I'm very much a child of the night. So I was lost for a second. But yes, I do. I know what you're talking about now.
So I guess, to me, I guess I feel like there's a good chance, statistically speaking, there's a good chance that is going to be ruled an accident. And then there was some other information that Laura found as well. And again, I would have to look it up to be, triple dog sure.
Yeah, that came out of a news article. That wasn't like her own research or anything. That was just a news article that she graciously read to you guys that she studied.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't Laura's personal research or nothing. We like Laura around here. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Laura. Sometimes I only halfway pay attention. But anyway.
Well, her streams can be long too. It's hard to hang on every word of a several hour stream.
Give me 1 second. I got to talk to the husband. Hold on.
Yeah. I don't know that we need to put stuff like that in the chat, TPD. You can always email Queen if you have something to say, but I'm going to remove that comment just because I don't know if she can see it or if she would want it there. So let's be chill with, doxing people's past information into the chat.
Wait a minute. What?
I don't care if it's true or not. Don't write stuff like that in the chat. So nothing. I'm not going to repeat it. So go ahead. Did you do what you needed to do?
Whose information did they put out there?
I'm not going to repeat it because I already deleted it. It's not about you, so you're good.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not repeating it, and I don't want to repeat it. I'm sorry, honey, if you didn't see it. We're just not going to talk about it because it's ridiculous.
Kiki on the beach. No one's bashing Laura, pointing out that article information is what it is, isn't bashing anybody.
No, that's not
what it is.
Yeah,
Laura's on this panel all the time.
Yeah, you were correcting what I was saying. It's all good, At least I don't think Laura would care. But anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, Laura comes over here and she chats with us and shit. Like, a lot of people don't like her, and that's fine. She doesn't like people, people don't like her. But, like, over here, like I said, we're kind of like a dive bar. You're grown, you're mature. I'm not babysitting anybody. So if you can't get along, then get the fuck about my chat. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I feel. Yeah. We got to be adults at some point, and I know that she doesn't get along with people. Oh, shit, there's people I don't get along with, but I don't fight with them. I'm not wasting my fucking time on here with going back and forth.
Gosh, Queen, what do you think? every single stream that she comes over, we have to heavy police the chat to protect her ass.
I don't even understand. I don't understand what everybody's problem is with her. I mean, I just don't. So anyway.
I don't either, and I don't care. Pointing out that it was an article that many, many people have read isn't, and bashing her. She'll tell you that she sees things online.
I was the one misrepresenting, not her. So
you're good. Just go back to your point. These people can chill.
Anyway, so the article, it pointed out that most of the time people are in the cargo area, and And, for the sake
Dude,
of
I hate
balance.
to interrupt, but you have like a real weird, like, when you're talking now. Did you put in some headphones or plug your phone into a charger or something?
I was wondering if those were my headphones, that you hear it too. Okay. All right.
No, I bought an iPhone. It does it all the time.
Is your battery below 40%?
I don't know.
Because supposedly, allegedly, per another creator, it happens with iPhones if your battery gets below 40%. But it's really hard on people who have in earbuds.
Yeah. Okay.
No, Jesse, you got timed out for acting a fool. Chill out, or I'm going to freaking time you out for longer. Chill. Just deep breath.
Anyway, there's also, for the sake of balance.
The teenager's been found, though. By the way, Jesse, sorry. No, I was talking to Jesse in the comments. Sorry about that.
We're just letting them get to us. It's okay. We're sorry. That was rude. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just ignore the shit. I mean, he's obviously fucking trolling here. I'll go block his and shut on once he'll fuck it. Let me go
Well,
find
they're
his
trying
ass.
to say they had a psychic dream, and that's how they got all the information. Like, come on.
Yeah, thanks. We don't, like I said, I'm not doing all that over here. Take your psychic dreams and go somewhere else and talk about it.
I swear, I don't know how some people don't drown in the shower in the morning.
That's
I really
what I
don't.
said. How are these people adulting and surviving, yo?
I don't know. Is it any better with my phone plugged in?
No, it's still doing it. It's maybe
right.
if you like totally closed out your browser and tried again, but it may not fix it. I would go ahead and just try to make your point.
For the sake of balance, Laura also, or the article also pointed out that the difficulty that there is with solving or with, determining that a drowning is even a murder unless there's a lot of damage to the body. So that was my only point, was, unless there's a whole bunch of damage to the body, it's really difficult because of the water, taking in the water and absorbing it and stuff like that makes it very difficult. A lot of
the
times.
only thing that I really found that I can even entertain without it being like an accident, like, you know what I'm saying? From my opinion, my perspective was somebody had mentioned a senior prank, and it was a senior send-off party. So, but it just is odd to me that her phone, she messaged her mom and then her phone shut off, you know what I'm saying, a few minutes later, and it would have taken that amount of time to get there from the sanctuary. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, you put everything together, and to me adds up to an accident. Not saying there isn't sketchy things going on, but I just don't see it being foul play. And I feel like people are seeing things they know damn well. You know what I'm saying? They're just they're making shit up at this point.
Can I block people that say the mom is guilty? Can I just block them forever, please?
Yeah, that's because that's just ignorant shit anyways.
We don't do that. We don't. That it just runs me hot when people talk shit about her mom.
Yeah, we just need to leave the mom alone to grieve. And if she needs to, if it is criminal and she needs to get to that point, I think we just need to leave her alone. Just leave her alone. Leave the kids alone. Just leave everybody alone.
I feel like they found her quick enough to kind of comment on what you said. I feel like they found her quick enough that not all evidence would be destroyed. And they do have a way, because when the remains are in water, this is just generally speaking, as long as they keep them in a wet environment, they don't deteriorate as fast as when you just take them out of the water. So I'm sure that they knew what they were doing well enough.
We hope.
It was the FBI. No, it was the FBI. FBI, because they pulled her out of the FBI's water. They were involved until it didn't seem like they needed to be anymore. So since that's their water and they're the ones who pulled her out, I would assume that they had part in that. I'm sure she just went to the normal doctor that always does it, but they still stay there. You know what I'm saying? They observe, they do all this. So I'm hoping that there is enough there that they would be able to do their job successfully.
Right. Yeah. So, I'm going to hop down since my phone is messing up anyway.
Sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope everybody is having a great day in chat. Thank you. Bye.
Good day.
Have a good day.
Yes, Linda Marie, that's what I mean. I think it's happening in the water too, but at a different rate. So if they keep them in some kind of hydro environment, or I don't want to say tank because it just sounds so barbaric, but if they have ways of doing things to help preserve things for them to do their job. I'll just put it that way. I have got a ton.
And you know what's really sad is the Dylan Rounds case. It really, really needs attention, but due to Jim and his bullshit and all his fuck shit, nobody wants to touch it. Nobody wants to touch it.
Yeah.
And that's a case that really, 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 really needs attention, because I'll tell you right now, mom is like fighting the fucking police department on getting them to do anything with their son's case.
That one
and
turned
he is
into a
missing. He is
circus bath.
Kylie's been found, and people are like, they're basically beating a damn dead horse, like with this bullshit.
Yeah.
There's other cases out here that really fucking need the attention like this. They really, really, really need the attention. But then again, like I said, you got people like fucking fuck ass, just keeping anybody from wanting to touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would. But also they're out in the middle of nowhere out there in Truckee, and she could have had to travel to even get to a facility where an autopsy could take place.
Right.
A lot of the times in rural areas, they have to travel. So in Texas, if you don't die in like Houston, Austin, San Antonio, DFW, you either don't get an autopsy or they transport you into the big city for that autopsy. Some of the smaller counties do have their own, but even they have their limits and will send them to a bigger city if they need help. I'm sure y'all do that in Cali too, don't you, Caps?
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with it because I'm in LA, but like I'm sure they do that.
Yeah.
It makes sense because like small rural areas, like they have to life flight from small medical facilities.
Well, and they don't have the funding. They don't have the facilities or the funding. This is something I do happen to know about.
Right. So it makes sense to me that she, would probably have to be taken to like Reno or Tahoe or somewhere,
Yeah, I would assume. I would definitely assume. Souls, it's me, Captain Napton, and Queen Bee.
Who?
I don't know what medical examiner's office is closest to there. And it would even at that point, even if we like looked it up, we would be assuming that that's the one that they chose to use,
Right.
Queen, whenever you get a chance, I don't know if she can. We'll probably have to wait until she's still, unless she's already parked. Brandon is asking about the photo that shows the slope better of the incline there.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what they're asking for.
Queen's en route right now, right?
Yeah, I don't think she can do that until she's parked. I know she doesn't have to go far, though. So it wouldn't be too long if she hears this. And it looks like Haka Party of 6 would also like to see that. Oh, okay.
That one? Is that the one you're talking about?
That definitely shows the slant more.
If not, I got this one here too.
No, I think the other one shows it better, Mama.
That one here? Okay.
Yeah. Ooh, I wish it was a gloomy day here too, Ghost. It's so sunny here. Ugh. Please read my comment to Queen Bee. Remember the one that pulled up Candace's sister that wasn't her sister? Some beach are you talking about whenever they were saying that Rose Bly wasn't really missing, that she was this other lady. Ooh, that came out country as hell. Is that what?
Oh, fuck. The crazy critter fucking snapped that lady is off her fucking rocker jack. That's the one who tried to say that Candy Hair was coming up there with the Jessica. The one that made up the story, made up the wreck, and lied about this. Man, motherfucker just be lying to lie. What the fuck?
Yes. That's the crazy critter farm lady,
Lord.
right?
Oh.
Was that the crazy critter farm lady?
Hell yeah. Matter of fact, the night Ryan was up here on panel, she tried to get up here. I said, nope. Bye. Nope. You want to block me from your shit and expect to get up here? No.
Oh, she did? Really? She thought she was going to get to come up here and talk?
Yes.
After she really blocked us.
I was going to let her ass up here. No.
And bitch, listen. She blocked us for defending ourselves in her comment section after she ran her mouth about us.
Right. You can run that cocksucker, but you can't fucking, then you want to try to come up on it. That's how two-faced and fucking weird these people are.
Mm-hmm.
You guys,
they're fucking weird.
You guys need to remember that it has been stated over and over and over and over again by people who actually do it as part of their profession that cars go bottom side up because the buoyancy of the tires and tank. Nobody's saying she had some crazy wreck out, flip over the top of the water accident. You guys have maybe seen too many movies. And I'm not being ugly when I say that. I really think people have played too many video games and seen too many movies.
Yeah, I mean, it like I said, like when there's not details available, it's like the human mind wanders, and what people's reaction is to that, it just depends, you know. Some people make shit up. Some people just get super curious. And
Jenna Sweet Tea down here, we call it nuttier than a squirrel turd.
Wait, now she said now she's out Kylie's body on what?
Oh, you got to type some complete sentences. We can't decipher that. I need complete sentences. That I don't get that. Do you understand what she means, Cap?
No.
Okay, I'm glad it's not just me, because y'all know I get stupid.
Now she's out. Kylie body on. No.
Oh my God, Pecan is so right. In the absence of updates, Krama takes its first breaths of a case.
Basically, yes.
Yes. It's the beast under the bed waiting for its turn.
Basically.
A few nuts short of a pecan pie. We're like all waited with bated breath for her to post this again. I'm saying that at just a roll, the car would have eased in and done like a bobber, then rolled, being the roll rate for that car is 4.5 out of 5 by Kelly Blue Book. Huh, at least you're bringing some stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally bringing some stats. We can appreciate that argument, can't we, Caps?
Definitely.
I
appreciate that.
I don't feel like it rolled before the water either, Brandon. So if that's what you mean, we're in agreement there.
Well, if the airbags were not deployed, then like I don't feel like there was any impact prior. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not a big impact.
Right.
And yes, Born Ready, you are right. That is rolling on dry ground. But I'm sure that some of those roll statistics are also through deep puddles. I mean, wouldn't they be? Isn't that what causes SUV type vehicles to roll is big puddles and stuff sometimes because they lose their traction and just flip?
I think so.
TPD back on another account. Oh God. I'm telling you, we can't even keep up with the crazies anymore.
I know, right? It's crazy.
It's too much. Unless a recall on airbags, which I'll check out real fast and be back. Okay, cool, Brandon. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
TPD was the one that was doxing all that personal info, aren't they?
I didn't see them dox any personal info. I saw them make a statement about AWP.
I deleted it pretty quickly. It was about a specific person. So, no.
Okay. I got you.
And it was like, it was a light dox. It was criminal history or whatever, which is still not cool. Queen didn't want it.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just don't allow that here, TPD. So, at all. We don't do doxing or, minors or minors info, or we just don't do that.
I really never found that video. What are they talking about? Anyways.
Yeah,
It's from his autobiography. What? Who has an autobiography?
Girl, I'm not repeating all that.
Damn it. Put it in the private chat. Now I'm fucking curious.
Oh, okay.
Or put it in the DM on Messenger or something. Okay.
I think this was the name. I think.
Okay.
And if it's a different one, I'll know when I see it and I'll tell you.
Okay, hold on.
Can anybody explain what for you? I want to understand why everybody was talking about clothes and if Kylie was dressed, because they're sick. No, it wasn't those three, I don't think. What's the other dude's name, Cap? Because they're sickos, man. Because they're sickos. Because they think they need to know everybody. So is everyone still having hot weather? It's not hot here. It's not like as chilly as most of you guys are getting. What's your weather like?
I was gonna say I just pulled over. I'm sitting here in the parking lot. Paloma, are you up here, chick?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hey, Paloma.
Hey, Paloma.
I just thought I would join because of
How
all the
are you?
crazy going on. I'm good. I'm good. It's a little crazy going on. I've been watching since a couple minutes after you started, and it's always interesting to read the chat. Always interesting to watch the shit show.
They never disappoint, do they, Paloma?
Not even flipping close. Not even close. Some of this stuff, I just cannot for the life of me understand the hows and the whys for such conspiracy, but I feel like it gets worse with every case. Like every single case, the conspiracies and the accusations and the blame just gets worse and worse and worse. Like there's never a time that people just sit and think, is what I'm saying really feasible?
No,
is it?
And it doesn't help that this the true crime community, it's like the Las Vegas of communities. It never sleeps. Like I've been in other YouTube communities that late at night, there might be one person that is a late night streamer, but here it's like any time of the night I can go and look and somebody's streaming, dude. Not even kidding.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's nights that I can't sleep. I've just got a lot of stuff going on. I just, had anniversary dates and stuff, and I'm still kind of, just sometimes I can't sleep. And yeah, it's crazy the channels that are on and how long they're on. And I don't know, I feel like the wild speculation, the accusations get more bold and more ugly as time goes. you know, like people just can't accept that, you know, people are entitled to their privacy, especially when it's their child.
Right.
You know, her mom's entitled to the privacy. And I typed in the chat earlier, you know, if I kind of look at it like if every time I walked outside my door, I have a neighbor that shoots me with, you know, sprays me with a water hose. You know, I mean, obviously I'm not going to walk across and smack him in the face or some crazy stuff like that. But like, I'm going to look out the door before I walk outside to make sure the crazy old bat's not out there with water hose in their hand. And it's kind of the same thing, you know, if the little bit of information and photos and names that have already been released have caused such a stir with people, where people have gone from watching an interview to body language experts and, you know, forensic psychologists and whatever. I sure as hell am not going to give them any other information. I'm going to keep everything as private as possible. And then people that get upset about that, it's kind of like, what do you want the information for? Why do you think that you're entitled to it, or that you are special and that you should have it, whenever everybody knows, or the people that matter know? You're just going to rip these people even further to shreds.
I personally think that it's like, you know how when there's roadkill and vultures come and they rip it up and you can practically hit them with a bat and they won't fly away?
Yes.
That's what they remind me of. Queen, unpin that weird comment.
That's very true.
It's like a vulture.
It's an analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Oh my God, TPD, how many accounts do you have? Stop. One word about that crazy crap you were talking before, and I don't know. Should they just be blocked again automatically, Queen, when they come in with new accounts? What do we do there? Because this is like the third account. This person's insane.
It's like me going in Will's fucking stream.
Captain Napton 1, Captain Napton 2.
What happened now? Wait, what happened?
The person who came in spouting all that crazy stuff. Well, maybe I just did you a long time out because I was feeling nice. I don't know, but can we not talk?
I don't know. DPD's usually fucking cool in here. What happened? I mean, I don't know who they are, but they're usually pretty damn decent. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Let's just let them chill and just don't be talking about any more of that
normally they're
stuff.
cool in here. I don't know what happened. What happened?
I can't say it out loud. They were posting that crazy stuff about AWP and then like, well, it was in an autobiography. Well, we still don't want to talk about.
Oh yeah. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want that in here. So like I said, if you can't refrain from talking about it, then yeah, you got to go, baby. But otherwise, just be cool. Shit, I thought, you know what I mean.
Nobody's treating you poorly by not wanting you to spread information that we don't talk about on this channel, honey.
Not only that, I don't know if it's real or if it's fake or whatever. I don't want to talk about it, so I, check into it my damn self.
I did ask you to stop, and you kept posting about it. So maybe pay closer attention to what people are saying rather than what you want to type. I don't know, but it's really simple. Queen doesn't do that here, so we don't let people do it.
I number my accounts when I go into Will's because I want them to know it's me.
We have to, as I say, we have to do the same shit because sometimes, he wants to be a little asshole. So.
Oh my God!
No, you've been asked to stop, but that's fine. Here, just move on to something else. Anyhow, go ahead, finish. Move on to something different.
That's hilarious. I think my Cappy Capone number 7 got blocked though. I gotta make a number 8 soon. Bitch. Not even playing.
Brandon said he's back with the recall info, and somebody was asking. I think it was Moore, was asking about the water depth and temperature and stuff. You can actually look up the temps in that reservoir super easy, like super easy. I found it super easy when I went to look. So I bet you can find that information factually from the geologist if you just Google it.
The water temperature and depth of
I know that the surface temp was right at 80 degrees. And it would have needed to be 40 or below to actually preserve her in that way. So there would not be a 30-degree temperature difference in a 10-foot drop. I don't think anyways, y'all.
No, I probably not. Probably not
I've
more than
swam
10.
in a lot of lakes. Yeah, I've swam in a lot of lakes.
I would say like a 10-degree difference at the most, right?
That's what I would think, but I don't want to say definitively, right?
So. I feel like you're brave for guessing.
Yeah.
You're very brave for even guessing. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Queen Brandon wanted to know if he could come up and talk about recall or possible recall information for the airbags. The first.
I think she's doing something.
How to figure out how the temp decreases per inch or foot. Yeah, no, Morph. In order to preserve her properly, or even close to what we would need, it would need to be 40 degrees or below the entire time. And in the summer, I just don't see that being the case. The water wasn't really deep enough, 14 feet deep isn't deep enough for that kind of drop.
Do you remember the live stream of a few days ago where people in the chat were actually arguing with you and telling you that you were wrong about what you're talking about right now?
Oh, you mean when Laura told me I didn't know what I was talking about and yelled at me, and I graciously
I didn't want to mention names.
I graciously refused to join panel to cuss her out. Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't being asked to cuss her out, but that's what I would have done. So I didn't join panel. Queen was like, "Come on up here and tell her," and I said, "No, ma'am."
I was clapping.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Why are they arguing with that girl? That girl knows what she's talking about.
Then she went and looked it up and repeated exactly what I fucking said.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, I made really good grades in school. Like really good grades in school. Yeah, Doug mentioned it, and the reservoir is reported to have been 79 to 80 degrees on surface level that day.
Oh, I like Deets on the Streets channel.
Yeah, I like the time that they put into that.
I like the intro too. It's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm subscribed to Deets on the Streets too.
Yes, that was surface temp pecan. It definitely was. It's not the airbags, it's something else, but it would affect the rolling. Unless it's an underwater study, Brandon, I don't know that it would be really relatable to the case. But that's just my opinion.
I got a question for you guys. The last couple of days I've been kind of sitting around and reading the chats, listening to what certain content creators have been saying, giving their theories and their speculation and things like that. I got a question though. If let's say law enforcement, who isn't obligated to tell the public anything other than the investigation is over, and let's say that her family does the smart thing and says, "You ain't getting no more of our personal business." Let's say that everything is ruled an accident and they've done their investigation, all of the investigators, and they've taken the time, gone through thoroughly, blah blah, and they say this was a terrible, tragic accident. What do you think is going to happen with YouTubers, with the community?
It will go towards the conspiracy theory that this is a cover-up and negligence.
Yep.
And the family doesn't care. The family's horrible for not caring. If I were the mom, I would care. I'm so sick of fucking hearing that.
Wait, no, what about my favorite? My favorite is the mom knows and she's trying to protect Sam.
Oh, fucking shut up.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Shut the fuck up. Sounds so goddamn dumb.
Yeah.
So sick to death of people saying it.
I really feel like it depends on how fast the next case that is the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl that's missing comes along.
Yeah, because it's always that.
Yeah, it just depends on how fast the next salacious case comes along. Or they'll do like what they did to like Shanann Watts. It all turned into like tearing apart the victim and, oh, well, she was a bitch, no wonder he killed her type stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So they'll find a new way to twist it. And I really feel like some of them who have already been self-proclaimed addicted to the case, I feel like they're not going to be happy no matter what the answer is.
Yeah, absolutely. They know everything. They are correct. They cannot be wrong. I've noticed with some of these conspiracy theorists, and I mean, I'll tell you my personal experience with the accusations and being involved in one of the high profile cases because I have a family member that lives close to someone who's been targeted in that case. I mean, I can explain all that, but I've learned what it's like to be on the receiving end of these conspiracy theorists and their wild speculations and how far they go or how far they're willing to go to be correct. And my personal theory, my personal belief is that these conspiracy theorists, these people that just are so over the top, you know, that they can't be wrong. And the more that we tell them that they're wrong or that they're really far off base, the more that you prove to them that you're, you know, that they're not correct or you're not who they say that you are, the harder they come at you. Does it make sense? Like they're so desperate to be right that it does not freaking matter. You can put the facts directly right in front of them. And then they go harder.
Yeah.
Like I had a whole group of them docs my entire life.
They double down.
For sure.
For sure. So TPD says, I think a big question is, do creators who blow up during cases hold on to their subscribers? Some of them do. Some of them do. They don't get the same amount of views. That dwindles off. And some subscribers do leave. But they do tend to keep the subs, even if the views and the super chats and everything else dwindle, at least from what I've seen.
Mm-hmm. I think that too. I mean, we all know that there's a couple of channels out there that have done nothing good for any of these cases, no matter how much they self-proclaim that they've been, you know, the godsend. There's some channels that even believe that the negative things that they've done have impacted these cases in a positive way. And they'll even sit on their platform and actually take credit as if they solved the case or they found the bad guy kind of thing.
It's really weird, isn't it?
It's disgusting. Yes, it's absolutely disgusting. There's a lot of it that I've kind of been studying it, if you will. I've kind of, you know, I've taken notes. I know this sounds crazy.
No, it doesn't. Because it's interesting.
It is. It's like a social experiment.
It is a total weird phenomenon.
Yes. And I feel like people are more apt to be themselves or to show their true self because they're hiding behind a blank screen or a false name.
Yeah.
And so there's people that will, in real life, they call it, which kind of pisses me off because it's real life. You know, when I was attacked by an entire group of these crazy people, it was my real life that they affected. But I feel like these people, it's almost like they can take the veil off and present their true selves because there's no accountability.
Yep.
You know, like people in real life, you know, like let's say, you know, serial killers, they start with, hurting animals and then small children or elderly people that are vulnerable. And then they commit several crimes, several murders before they're usually caught. And I hate saying like comparing anything to serial killers, but like on YouTube, because of the anonymity, it's almost like, you know, they start testing the waters and then bam, you know, they're like, it's a complete shit show. I mean, they just go from testing the waters and making some negative comments that maybe are drawing a little bit of attention to completely attacking people that have zero relevancy in a case. An opinion that differs is like an invitation to dox, you know, someone's entire family kind of thing. I just see it getting worse.
Baba Ganoush said, is there like other cases that need attention? There's always other cases that need attention. Queen tends to linger on the same case just long enough and then she jumps off. She's always done that. It also depends on what we're wanting to talk about and what we're seeing, because we don't just talk about the cases. We talk about the people covering them and all kinds of different aspects. So it is a little bit different around here. I know I didn't even touch this one, but there's always other cases that need attention. And somebody else had brought up the, let me see who it was. JN brought up the Native Americans that keep coming up missing. It is a big deal, a big deal. And I know
MMIW,
yeah, some creators that have tried to tackle it say that it's just too much. I personally haven't, because I'm more into kind of like social justice type shit, but I think that, I mean, there's always another case.
There's so many cases that don't even get any attention at all. Yeah.
Like,
you'd be surprised if you do a Google search in the state that you live in and type in missing persons like 2021 and then the state that you live in. You'd be surprised how many are fresh new people. They're missing posters are fresh. And
Cappy, I'm
nobody
dead
even
right
knows.
now. Which is it? We're either bashing AWP or we're heavy-handed with defending them.
I know. We're the worst people ever. I know.
TPD, rest assured that if somebody came in trying to do that to you, we would heavy-handed your defense too. We don't allow that for anybody. Just so you know, like that is literally like something if they try to do it to me or Queen or Tiffany or anybody, we wouldn't allow it. So it wasn't just picking on you or specifically defending them. It's just kind of like a general overall rule to keep the fuck shit off the channel. I think it's the easiest way to put it. Don't you think, Captain?
I mean, that's one thing I like about this channel is that Queen will start covering the case and she'll put out the information that's verified.
Yeah.
And then there's always people who turn it into these ridiculous theories, and they go to, victim bashing and blaming people and body language experts and all of those things. And then I like that she brings the focus on those people because there's always new people coming into the community. And I really like that you can find a channel like this that calls it out, She even gives them a platform on her space. She even allows them to use her space to show who they are. And then I know to, stay the hell away from those people.
I do
because
know
it's long-term damage.
It seems like each case, so you've been around, so you probably have noticed it too. It does seem like each case, as the hive grows, which is good and bad, we do seem to reach a few more people each time and pull them out of the bullshit. We reached a lot of Ryan's people.
Absolutely.
So I guess it's worth it.
Cats everywhere.
I guess it's worth the bullshit headache as a mod and stuff if you look at it that way, because we do reach people a few at a time.
Absolutely, you do. Well, I'll give you an example. I came to the true crime community, over the Delphi case, and Gray Hughes was the only person I knew with as far as like true crime, anything. I had no idea that there were genres or communities or whatnot. But in watching the Delphi case kind of unfold, and I was drawn to that one because it's in the area that I was working at the time.
Yeah.
I took trains from my home terminal to Peru, Indiana. So there's flyers everywhere, and it hit me really hard, and like I told the story before of how it woke me up and kind of made me feel a little selfish. But from that case, it was just one after another. When you start watching one, there's always suggested, content.
Yes.
Another case.
And how they do it is if you're watching something, you guys, and it's boring, but there's nothing else, don't just let it play, because your watch time percentage is what tells the algorithm what to suggest to you next.
Yes. That's how it happens.
So if it's freaking you out or you're not liking it, stop watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, your algorithm will get overran. I never got real big into Delphi, but I have a friend who has followed it very closely because she lives out there. And so anytime I see something on Delphi, I send it to her because she's so thirsty for information on that case.
Yeah.
It's so sad. They were so young. Just
Very
little
young.
babies, just little babies.
It looks like they're moving closer to finding the answers.
I keep hearing rumors.
Yep.
I keep hearing rumors. I hope so too.
They're long past overdue.
Yeah, just little babies. TPD, I tend to disagree because that happened before Gabby Petito ever went missing by years with the Watts case. And the Making a Murderer community was just as wild too. Gabby Petito was mild in comparison to those, if you ask me. Like Watts and Brandon Dassey and them, they make Gabby Petito's case look like child's play as far as how people are acting.
Yeah. That's kind of how I found you, that girl, was on the next case that showed up in my news feed that was all over my local news was the Watts case. And there was I'm not gonna say names. I will never, ever, ever give any attention to the bad people ever.
Yeah.
But I found you through there. There was a person that was being very unkind and just shitty with you. And I saw how you handled it. And rather than going on the defense or the attack, you kind of said your piece and then stepped away. And I was like, wait, where did she go? Because you were kind of the voice of reason with those people that were constantly back and forth.
Oh, they were crazy. Yeah.
And I've never watched those channels again. Never.
I still
never
pray
will.
for some of those people. I really do, especially one that was a couple of them, actually, 2 of them that were so horrible to me. I still just pray that their heart changes. It's got to be miserable to be like that. And to be like, I think some of the things I've noticed with creators that freaks me out with these cases is like the blatant disregard of the family and respect for grieving and things like that. I don't understand that or that ability. It seems like you would have to be a pretty rough, calloused person to be able to do that. And that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because life is so precious, like such a waste, you know? And some of the people, especially from that group, there was one lady in particular that was pretty talented. And it was really hard to see people use God-given talent in destructive ways. And so, yeah, I did definitely walk away. I'm pretty good at that. I'm a bridge burner. Like if it gets too bad, I just be trying to burn the bridge and move on.
Yeah, I'm the same way too. I really am.
I've been criticized for it. Like my dead brother said, you're such a fire starter. You burn bridges. And I was like, well, how am I supposed to keep from crossing back over bridges that lead back to the past where I'm not supposed to be? Got to burn it down and move on.
Yeah. I mean, people show you who they are. You should see them. You know, you should definitely pay attention.
Man, am I ever learning that, Valoma. I think if you've been around that long, you've watched me learn it. And Cappy and Queen, Cappy and Queen were big influences in that for me, and opening my eyes and not expecting the best out of everybody, because some people, they don't have the best to offer. That was a hard lesson to learn, man.
Yeah, I watched it unfold in real life right in front of me. And the way that they handled it versus the way that you handled it was like night and day.
Yeah.
And as a viewer who never had typed in a chat ever, I only knew how to subscribe. I didn't have any memberships, nothing of the sort.
Yeah.
But it said a lot. Like it said so much to me. It it basically showed me that anybody was up for target if you simply disagree with them. If you simply disagree, then you're up for target.
And I had that happen to me again recently, and I spoke on it briefly. And I think one of the things I said is, they love you until you disagree. That was one of the things I said, that it's all good and everybody loves you until you disagree with them. And you can do it in a respectful manner, and you can present facts and everything and be like, look, this is why, and you're still just treated like shit. And that speaks more about them than it does us. And that's been a hard lesson to learn.
You said something earlier that really resonated with me. You said it a couple times now. You said, talking about how victims are treated, or victims' family members are treated. And this right here tells me everything about creators and the people in the chat. And when somebody has the audacity to type in, or to vocalize and say how this tragedy has affected them so much, that they're praying all the time, that they can't stop following, like Kylie Rodney case, that they feel connected to it. But then in the very next breath, they have the audacity to type in the chat, if I were that mother, I would or would not, blah, blah, blah. And then they stand in such harsh judgment of what they think they would be capable of doing or not capable of doing. To me, it's kind of like, how can you relate so much to that tragedy? Like, how can you relate so much to Kylie Rodney's death that it bothers you and you can't sleep at night and you have to follow it because you're just so devastated because you have a child that's the same age or something. And then you turn around and you think that you know what you would be able to do or not do if that were your child.
What did Gandhi say? It was something about the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable.
Yes.
So when we're watching these things and you're participating in them, take a look at the victim and their family and how they're being treated. And that will definitely tell you everything that you need to know.
Yeah. You know how people have this fight or flight that hits them all the time?
Oh,
you know
God,
how,
yes.
like,
Mine's strong. Yes.
Yeah. If you hit something hot, you know, like you jerk your hand back, you know, not touch it again. Well, there's this very unique thing that happens emotionally whenever you know, you first find out that your child is gone. The doctors come in and they tell you, you know, and you have this, it's like your own fight or flight. And the first thing that happens is like you have this like heartbreaking. I'll never forget, you know, my family talking about, like, I'll never forget that blood curdling scream that come out of your mouth, talking about they were down the hall, you know, but they could hear me. And
oh man, my dad let out one of those, and I just got the chills when you said that because it's not something that goes away.
Yeah, and you'll never do it again, and you'll never hear it again. And when you do hear it, you'll know exactly
what it is. Yep.
Yeah. It's somebody has just lost the biggest part of them. Like I always said, my son grew from all of the best parts of me that collided in one space inside, and that's where his first heartbeat started. So to know that he's no longer on the earth, you know, I mean, it does. There's no words really. I've looked for the words to explain exactly how that feels, and I can't find those words. But this other thing happens the minute that you leave. You're no longer with them. And so now you have to leave the hospital or the facility or whatnot. And this amount of strength comes to you because, so especially when it's like a child, you know, like somebody's teenage child, a child that's old enough to have school friends that you know, they've made memories with you, you've seen their personalities develop. This thing happens where when you get around other people, you don't take on their sad and you don't hide your sad, but people pleasing is kind of what I call it. Like when Cody's friends, like when my son's name was Cody, when his race friends come around me, I am so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because they loved him so much and he loved them so much. And so when it came to like planning the funeral, like, you know, choosing which race gear that I wanted him buried in and all of those really, really hard decisions. This other thing happens, you know that you have to be strong. You know that it's like you already know you're walking into what's going to be the hardest flipping day of your entire life. And so it's like you're so happy on the inside, you find joy because so many people cared about your child, that they're there. They're hugging you, they're showering you with love. You can see the pain in their eyes, even though, you know, it's like you're completely devastated. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's so hard.
No, I do know exactly what you mean. And I also found for a lot of the families that I served, that it was actually the days right after the funeral when everything was quiet and their loved one was buried or cremated, whatever the case was, that everything hit them and it was very lonely and empty. And that's when it got the hardest for them. So I always would, when I closed a graveside, sometimes I would be forced to speak and I hated that. But I would always encourage everybody to make sure that in the weeks and months to come that they gave the family just the same amount of compassion and attention, because once everything's said and done, you're left with silence.
Absolutely. And that silence is like nothing you've ever
It's
no,
the
it's
loudest
the hardest
silence on the
silence.
face of the planet, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's what you're not hearing. Yeah. I
Yeah.
sold my house like a year later.
Yeah.
I sold my house and moved into one of my rentals. And I had a lot of judgment for that, but it was the right decision for me. And now there's a family living in that house, and
Oh,
they have 2
good.
children that are
And they're
growing up,
making
and they're
good
making
memories.
memories.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's so much easier to stomach than, the feeling of dread of
Well, they
going
probably
back in
also
that house.
expected you to go back to normal and do all these things, not realizing that your normal was forever destroyed.
Absolutely. 100%.
People don't understand that. You cannot find comfort and solace in the normal things that you once did because those things are forever changed and gone.
Absolutely. 100%.
And people just, they don't get it. And unless you really have a huge loss, you can't understand. So I'm thankful for the people that don't get it, but I wish they were more giving of understanding for the people that have been through it.
Yeah, absolutely. This other thing happens too. I want to share with people that are like sitting on their throne of judgment. Maybe, I don't know, my whole intention is to just maybe give context to help people better understand. But I talk all the time on a daily basis with parents that have recently lost a child. And I want to say this as the best way that I can. But do you know how your whole life there's a plethora of emotions, hundreds of different emotions. And if somebody were to ask you, what's the happiest that you've ever been, on a scale of 1 to 10, your happiness would be a 10. And the saddest that you've ever been would be a 10 because that's the maximum amount of that emotion that you've ever had to deal with. You follow me?
Yeah.
Like you're 1 to 10. Okay. After the services, and that's the difference, is like after the funeral, after you've had the calling hours visitation, after you've had the celebration of life, after the funeral, when there are no more gatherings of people and you go home, that's when the grieving really starts. And that's
you can't run from it. There's nothing to keep busy with. There's no obituary to write or outfit to pick or food traded.
There's nothing to focus on. No decisions.
Your job is literally done. Yep.
Yes. And that's also the very last, now other than maybe choosing a headstone or mothering the earth where they're buried, your job is done. There's nothing you can do to remain connected to your child other than memories, talking about them. But people don't want to hear you talk about your child that's dead.
It wigs them out.
Them.
Makes them uncomfortable. Yeah, they don't know how to react. They treat widows and childless mothers like they have the fucking plague.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really do. I've noticed that, and I've been through that personally. Yeah, I've been through that personally. My family, I'm sure you know because you've been around long enough. When my parents lost my brother due to unaliving himself, oh my God, it was so hard to watch. And I literally lost friends during that too because they couldn't look at me. I think some people can't look at us.
So big.
Yeah, I think some people can't look at us after that kind of loss because it reminds them and they can't handle the pain that we're stuck with. You can't just not look because it's yours. And it's very alienating to the grieving.
For sure. And that's where I'm going. I'm glad you said that. Everybody walks away from you, like socially acceptable platitudes. You'll hear them all day. If you need something, get a hold of me. Call me if you need anything. Nobody truly means that though, because you become a walking, talking, breathing billboard for every parent's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Being around me makes the people who knew me and Cody as, the mother and son out doing the world up kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden very sad. And so they stay away from you. And what happens is the first time you get mad, you don't have your normal outlet. So you don't have your best friend that you can call and be like, can you believe this shit? And kind of vent to them. I would go to the karate dojo and people in there would just like leave the room, I'd go to my grandma's house and then anybody that was there would leave. And so you learn that this is really something that you have to do on your own. And so the first time that you get really mad, you get really happy, or you get really frustrated, or your light bulb needs changed and you don't have a ladder that you can reach it, or any little thing that happens, you don't have your normal outlets, those healthy outlets of conversation, friends, help, that kind of thing. And so you have this like, do it on your own. So your emotions go beyond that 10. Now you're establishing new emotions, introducing those. And that's when it gets dangerous. That's when the grief comes in. That's when, you have to find the healthy outlets so
Did
that
you ever feel like people almost acted like it was catching? Like if they were too close or too involved in your grief, that they would have it happen to them. That's what it seems like anyways. They don't say it or anything, but that's what it seems like.
100%.
And I hope you guys in the chat are really listening, because everybody knows somebody who's lost someone. And I can guarantee you most of them feel and experience the same alienation that Veloma and I are talking about right now.
Oh, 100%. Everybody I know, every person that I talk to, that emails me, that reaches out, every single person, they're always in the stage of anger because they feel like they've been abandoned. So it goes back to, none of us get a choice. Nobody called Kylie Rodney's mom that day. She didn't get a phone call from heaven, or nobody called her and said, hey, we're going to take one of your children today. Do you have any input you would like to give as to which one? It didn't happen.
Are you ready? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody.
If only.
There was no like, can you fit this in on Tuesday? We're going to make this the worst day of your entire life. No one called me and said, hey, we think he's a pretty great kid. We're going to go ahead and yank him from your life. Like, no one ever said that. So nobody gets a choice whenever somebody dies. Nobody, no matter how the death is, nobody gets a choice. And with that, nobody gets a choice on how they're going to be treated after the fact. So the way victims are treated, or victims' family members are treated, especially on social media, which is forever, it's never gone away. I always feel like, even though my son was a professional athlete and there was a media company that handled outside media and that kind of thing, I feel blessed that I had that, because had I been involved in the true crime genre, community, whatever you want to call it, I could only imagine the things that would have been said about me, because I didn't cry when people expected me to cry. People would walk up to his casket and tell me funny stories. There's a woman that flew from San Antonio, Texas with her son, because my son had a single mom in the pits, and her little boy had a single mom in the pits. Cody hung out with this kid, changed his tire, gave him gear that was his sponsored gear all the time. And I never knew this stuff because I couldn't go to that race that weekend. But they flew from San Antonio to tell me that if it weren't for that, her son would have given up, because it's such an expensive sport. And so then they tell me the funny story about her son crashing, and he was more worried about the bike and she was more worried about him. And it's kind of a normal thing that happens.
Yeah.
I remember laughing, and I read some of these comments and I'm just like, what would they have said about me? Because I laughed with this little boy and his mom, even though it's a story about what Cody had taught him. I would have been criticized and critiqued from hell to hell and back, because somebody who had no idea anything about me or him had the audacity to type into a chat, if that were my son, there's no way I could stand there and laugh. Yes, you could.
Oh, tons of people do it. I've watched it with family after family after family, and be rude not to. Unseen True Crime asked a question of you, Veloma. They asked, has anyone ever described going to grief groups as giving away a loved one? And I have heard that before.
Yes.
Did you feel that way?
Absolutely. Group therapy did not work for me. It took me a long time to find a therapist for just one-on-one. And it was mostly whenever I had so much anger and resentment. And it was never anger. Listen, it was never anger and resentment at the fact that my son had died. Yes, I was angry that he had died. Don't get me wrong. I was very pissed off. Questioned God, burned Bibles, went through the whole rigmarole that most parents do. But yes, I went to grief therapy, and I felt like I was giving part of him away, like I was saying goodbye to him, like I was unveiling the parts of him that were only mine and that I wasn't willing to share with the world. And I've heard other people say that exact same thing, that it didn't work for them. Sometimes it doesn't work for everybody, you know?
Some people do really good with group grief share, and other ones do better with private grief share. But I think grief sharing is very important in instituting proper healing.
Absolutely.
Even if you have to do it into a diary, it's good to get that stuff out for sure.
For sure. Well, you'll find that you won't find resources. You'll find resources for gestational death, for childhood cancers and other diseases. You'll find a ton of resources for like stillbirth, for sudden infant death syndrome. You'll find a lot. But
yeah,
as far as it goes with, you know, giving birth and raising a child, I think the age was like 10 and above, where it's deemed that you've seen their personalities develop, you've seen them accomplish and achieve, you know, goals and things like that. From that point on, the only way that you're going to find support is by finding another person who's gone through it and kind of sharing experiences and things like that, because there's really nothing out there. There's tons of sites. There's a ton of grief websites, but nothing that is directed or
which is asinine for a lot of reasons. Like, honestly, there is, to me, and I don't want anybody to judge my words, just hear what I'm saying. There's a difference, because whenever you have a stillbirth or an infant, like you said, once they get to a certain age, they've developed the personalities, they've done this. And what I think a lot of mothers that I've served and or you know, have experienced is that there's all these failed expectations. Like, you expect to see your child drive, you expect to see him go to prom, you expect him to graduate, you expect them to get married and have their own family or not, you know, and all those dreams die with your child.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Do you
you live with the what if all the time.
Yeah. Do you still experience that? For the people in the chat that don't know, can you say how long your son's been gone and whether or not you still experience that?
Sure. He passed away August of 2016. So I just had the 6-year markers, and I do still experience that. I'm so blessed and I feel so lucky, and I'll never forget a moment with him, you know, watching him, you know, from the time he was 4, like, I'm going to be a dirt bike rider all the time. And then there's the day that he actually had the points and went to Loretta Lynn's and he raced and he got his pro card. And I will cherish that forever. Every race that I got to finish line him, I will cherish those forever. But I do have a lot of missed memories, you know, so to speak. Him getting married, having babies. You know, there's a ton of those. Growing old with him, you know, who would he have married, that kind of thing. And so for me, I take the memorials that people have put online or that people have sent to me. There's some people, his closest friends, that have memorial tattoos and that kind of thing. And I take pictures of them because I am hell bent on finishing his baby book. His baby book will be finished. It's just not going to be finished.
Oh, damn, man. You just ripped my heart out and fucking stomped on it. Oh.
Well, I don't mean to do that. It's like there's always going to be like unfinished things because they die. There's always going to be unfinished things that you're going to not know what to do with. Always. Whether it's a closet that only has a couple of clothes or, you know, hanging in them or something like that. Shoe boxes of photos that you want to fill up. There's always going to be something that isn't completely finished. And so for me, his baby book was the big one. I mean, I kept his belly button cord. People thought it was crazy weird.
Gross. But yeah,
I sure did. I zip tied that sucker. I put it in a baggie and I used the vacuum and got the air out of it. I sure did.
Oh,
all the time. His first haircut, his first tooth, all of it. I kept it all.
Did you save any of the flowers or anything from the funeral to add? Or
I did.
Like that? Cool.
Yeah, I saved all of them. I went online and learned how to dry them. And then I took a jewelry making class and learned how to use epoxy resin. And, you know, some of the flowers I turned into jewelry with with the epoxy resin necklaces
Cool,
and things
man.
like that. I made, he had ordered a spring and socket or chain and sprocket for his bike, his practice bike.
Yeah.
And that came in the mail like a month after he passed away with a letter that just said we didn't really know what to do with it. So I bought a kit and learned how to separate the chain links. And then I made
cool
keychains out of it. Mm-hmm.
That's
and then I
really
hand
cool.
stamped the latitude and longitude of where he's buried at. And then I sent those to his race team that were pallbearers, because that was like the last place that they were all together, that their bikes were all together.
Oh, that's so sweet. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's what's important.
Can I say something really weird, Veloma, and you won't like get offended? And if you do, feel free to cuss me out.
I absolutely
in a way, his baby book will be more complete than anyone's ever.
In a way, yeah. Because
in a way,
it's full of love.
Well, and it's literally his entire life.
Yes.
You know?
Absolutely.
I don't mean that weird, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be the most complete baby book ever. That'll be very treasured by you, I'm sure.
I tell you what, I look at it more now than what I did on every year. You know, as his birthday rolled around, I would always, you know, pull out the baby book and kind of be like, come here, kid, look at this. Look how big my belly was, you know, look at your baby cord. Look at your first smile, your first tooth. And we would laugh about it. And so now what I notice now is that things that used to make me really sad, you know, when it wasn't complete and I knew that it would never be complete the way it was intended to be complete. But now when I get it out and I start in the beginning, it's almost like I'm reliving my grief process, but in a very short period of time, because I start off just so sad at the what ifs and how much I miss him and how much, you know, I'm never going to itch, you know, be able to scratch that itch. And there's never going to be a day that I don't long to see him. I miss so much about him.
Yeah.
But then as the book ends, it's a reminder of how many people he touched their lives. He taught them something. He impacted them. And that's his legacy. Those are his marks on the world.
It's
people
beautiful.
who will never forget him. So I end it always feeling that, you know, that pain of having lost him. But I also end it feeling so blessed and so happy that not only did I get to mother him and he called me mom and I was chosen to be his mother, but that he was such an amazing person that so many people are always going to remember him. And so I focused on that. I focused on his legacy, his, you know, his joy in life, his passion.
What do they call that, Paloma? They call that the beauty in the ashes, right?
I haven't heard that, but I love it.
Yeah, it's taking the beauty from the ashes. An old woman at the funeral home was the first one to say that to me.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's taking beauty from the ashes.
In the ashes. I'm gonna write that down.
Mm.
I journal a lot. A lot. Journaling to me has been very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. And I think anybody that's grieving, I started a channel a while back with the intention of, there were so many of us that are hidden in the chats. I mean, there was that day I told you about, whenever I just had enough of the way people were talking about one specific case. And I thought, this is just asinine, man. I'm not welcome here. I can't partake in this. I can't be a part of this community because of the way that they were ripping people to shreds. And it just felt so ugly and wrong and not right. And there were so many. It was like all at once when I spoke out, people started typing their children's names and how old they were whenever they passed. I think we stopped counting at like 40 or something. And my eyes were opened and I cried for every one of them, because there's so many of us and we don't chat. We don't talk because we know. I mean, nobody has to say to us, like, you're not one of us. We know that we're not one of you. We know that we're different. We know that there's something about us that people are going to run from. So it's like we hide it.
I have the same experience. Like, it's similar with being a survivor of suicide. I have that same experience. People treat us like we have the plague and shit.
I can imagine it's worse sometimes. Like, You know, like you
it
had a
depends
choice.
on the person, but yeah, I think that's where I got where sometimes it feels like people act like it's catching, like if you know, it's
yeah, it's absolutely. And people don't hide things that are good; they hide things that are bad. As a rule, human beings, we don't hide the good things; we hide the bad things.
yeah.
It's like all the bad things that we do, we don't want the world to know. We hide them, we keep them to ourselves. And so when it comes to not being able to talk about the person that you can't imagine living without, because I still can't imagine the rest of my life not having him walk through the door at any point. I still can't imagine having to live like that. But I know it's coming.
Yeah. And we both know that to some degree, this is what Kylie Rodney's family is experiencing.
Yes. Absolutely.
And they're at the new stage too, right? Like that new just ripped off the Band-Aid stage shit. You know, it's awful.
100%.
Yeah.
Like for me, the acceptance and okay, now I have to think about this grieving crap that I don't want to do, that I'm going to fight tooth and nail because that means it's real, doesn't even happen until after all of the ceremonies are done, all of the gatherings, all of the people that care about your person, when they go back to their spinning worlds and yours is not, and you're stuck in this world of silence.
I got
You didn't do anything wrong.
Valoma, I got mad when
absolutely.
during my greatest losses, when everybody else, especially people very close to me and even some family members, were able to just like the world just kept going, and it made me so fucking mad.
Yeah.
Like how dare all these things continue around me while I'm stuck here dying, or at least it felt like it, right? You know,
absolutely.
It made me so angry. Oh my God, I'm glad I'm not alone with that one. It does. It or like somebody rubbing it in your face, like it almost feels taunting sometimes.
Yeah. Now add to that that you finally have to be face to face with somebody that you've cared about, right? Like somebody in your family or your best friend you run into in the grocery store or whatever. And they give you that look from across the aisle, you know, like, how are you really doing? And you start to say something like, well, each day comes and goes, but it all sucks. It all fucking sucks. And then you hear from the people that you care about the most. You hear them say, have you thought about grief counseling yet? Maybe you should go talk to somebody.
You know, the ones that start with, it's been X amount of months. Don't you think you should blah, 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 fill in the blank? Those are like, why don't you just twist the knife, ho? You know, like, like really? You just
your face a little closer.
Right. Why don't you come over here where I can reach you and say that type shit?
Yeah. Like I had to sit on my hands a couple of times to just kind of be like, I'm fucking so tired of hearing that shit from you people who don't realize how easy you've got it. You can sit on your judgment and look at me because you've never walked a minute in my shoes. And I hope that you don't ever walk a minute in my shoes. But if you do, I pray that the world does not show you such harsh judgment as they have me.
Yes,
because it makes it worse.
One of the people in chat also lost a son. My son had just turned 18. He had such a future. I just shut down after he died. I think that's normal for people to do. Some people busy themselves to the point that they collapse, and some people just completely shut down. It's such an individual experience.
I feel like the support system that you have is a huge impact. If you have none, then it's a longer period of time and suffering. And if you have a good support system, which can be just one person, but they're in your corner, you know, they don't leave you hanging kind of thing. And it's a lot to put on somebody, but
it can feel like the difference between life and death.
Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. And there's times that it crosses your mind, you know, like what's this life worth living now if I have to feel like this for the rest of my life? You know, everyone is going to have that thought cross their mind. But think about this. For me, this is how it went. And this is why I get so angry at the true crime community and how toxic it's become. Because on my side of the situation, I went to the grief counseling and it didn't work for me. I felt like I was giving part of him away, felt like I was being judged. But more than anything else, I had a doctor that handed me prescriptions And I'm thinking grief and depression are not the same thing and can't be treated the same way. And this is not wrong. This is not okay. This is wrong.
They
But
tried
even
to
the
drug
doctors
me,
don't.
and I told my doctor that. I was like, sir, and I won't go into the detail, but I went into detail with him real quickly. And I said, I had to do this and this after this happened. Don't you think I should be sad and having nightmares right now? And how is a pill going to take that away? And for some people, they need it, and that's fine. But for me, it felt like a slap in the face.
Absolutely.
Like some pill they could prescribe me would take it away. Yeah, we're supposed to grieve. It's not
something you're
supposed to be this
to go through.
Neat wrapped up thing in a box that you stick on a shelf, you know?
Right. And a pill isn't going to help you. It's only going to make you numb to the emotion. And at some point, you're going to have to go off that pill, whether you build up tolerance.
Well, some people do end up with an imbalance because of just the absolute trauma or even PTSD. And you know, like I said, there's no shame in that, but it shouldn't be a one size all, oh, you're sad, here's some pills. You know what I mean? That it shouldn't be treated that way. I've definitely had mothers who needed to be medicated and were at the funerals. And for, you know, oh my God, just, I won't even go there. But
yeah, and that I agree with.
Yeah.
Yes. There's sometimes that you have to have that because it's too traumatic. It's too, it's too traumatic. You can't even think about it. You can't look at it, but you have to be there. You have to be there because it's your life. And so I agree. There's times when, like, I call those emergency medicine to get you emergent through this specific emergency. But like when you go to the doctor, so you got your friends that are all telling you that you need to go to the doctor, which is in turn telling you that something is wrong with you. Then you go to the doctor and the doctor is writing you prescriptions, which confirms something is wrong with you.
Yeah.
And then you take the medication for a period of time or you don't, but people avoid you. They don't want to be around you, which also tells you something is wrong with you. You're broken. You're irreparable. You've caused your life to result in such a painful way. You have to carry this burden. And that's like mental health is now in play in the reality that it's hard to come out of that. I call it the deep dark monster area. And it's super hard to pull yourself out of that. So for someone like Kylie's family, who's also going to go through these emotions because it happens to everybody, like the lights are going to stop, the live streams are going to end, people are going to move on to something different, right?
Yeah.
But there's going to come a day that they want to collect every piece and particle of what's out there about her, because it's like the gathering of the lost.
What's left. Yeah, it's what's left.
Yes. And so then they're gonna go on all the social media platforms. They're gonna go on the news. They're gonna Google and they're gonna go to YouTube and they're gonna type her name in, and all of these live streams are gonna pop up, right? And it's gonna be at the same time that friends and family have abandoned them because their grief is too big. Maybe counseling works or doesn't work. Maybe they've got a doctor putting medication at them, but in any case, they're gonna have that feeling of I'm broken, I'm irreparable, something is wrong with me. And then they're going to read all of this shit and see all of these people that are saying the most horrendous, disgusting things about Kylie's family and her friends. And at the end of the day, if it comes out to be that nobody was involved in her death, that it was an accident, whether people believe that or not, her family is going to read every word. So imagine feeling like you're so broken, irreparable, you deserve nothing good in life. You are just beating yourself to no end because every day is misery and pain and you can't find comfort. There's no healthy outlets. You stay in that above 10 zone in the emotions, negative emotions, and then you read all of this stuff about you and about your daughter and about, about the people that loved and cared about her the most. That could be so traumatic on a mom or a dad or a sibling or a best friend or any of those people. And I think people need to know, they need to own what they're saying and what they're doing to this family.
Well, can I add that it's not okay to tell them just don't look, because whenever that's all you have left and you're missing somebody so deeply and you're in this grief hole, I don't know what else to call it, you need the information. You need to soak in and imbibe everything you can to try to make sense of the senseless. So to tell them, oh, just don't look, is the most asinine shit. Not that anybody said it, but I know I do hear that a lot. And somebody in the chat said, oh, where's it at? Hold on. Frisco chick. I actually did a lot of Buddhist ceremonies, and the monks helped me a lot with my grief. The mindfulness and acceptance and all those things are really good building blocks, but there are certain things that happen that rewire our brain. And it's just like what we were talking about the other day, Vilma, that normal is gone. So it's just not as simple as, oh, practice Buddhism. Although I do think that some of the ritualistic things they do are very healing. You know, they really are. Yeah. Mindfulness is one of the ways I make it through every day, especially being chronically ill, but it's just not that simple, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody also asked, Buttercup asked, what is the best thing to do for somebody who's grieving? And I typed in the chat just to be there. And
absolutely.
You know, what do you
having
think
a really
is
bad
something
day?
you wished?
If they're having if they're new in their grief journey, if it's, you know, when I say they're new in their grief journey, that could be 2 years, that could be 5 years. It just depends on who they lost and how close and the relationship and whatnot. If you know that they're still struggling to, let me say this first. All of this crap talk about like finding your new normal. Nobody finds a new normal. You work out your new normal. Nobody works it out for you, and nobody finds it for you. You have to create it. You have to create new habits.
Yes, thank you. Finding it. You can't find something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You're
It ain't
so
like
right.
it's
You have to create it.
Yeah, it ain't under the rock somewhere. You got to find a right rock. No.
Yes.
We had to do we had to do holidays. We had to create new traditions, go to new places, eat new food, all of those things in order to not have, you know, the grief overtake the joy of the holiday. But yet we also include memories of him so that it's like we're not pushing his memory away. But the most important thing to do to support somebody would be know that you can't make it better. Like there's nothing that you're going to say or do that's going to make it better for them, and B, you're not going to remind them of the person that they've lost or why they're sad. They're never going to forget it. And so
thank you. Yes. That was a good statement. Yes.
People say stuff like, well, I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to remind you. Like, I mean, every day you wake up and you go to bed knowing that that person is gone forever. The most important thing would be don't avoid mentioning the person's name, the person who passed away. Don't avoid mentioning their name. Say their name. Remember the funny times, the happy times, the times that that person made people proud. Telling new stories every year. My son's race team will, all of them come to my house and they stay overnight for a couple of nights, and we just watch movies and things like that. And then they will tell me like stories that I haven't heard yet, or they'll show me videos that I haven't watched. And that is the greatest gift in the entire world, is to hear people talk positively about them, remembering the good and the great times, you know, that they shared with him. The worst thing that any grieving person can ever go through would be having people avoid them, never mention the deceased person's name, no matter who it is, and just kind of act like because it makes you uncomfortable, then you should never go around that. I want to change the whole narrative about grief. I want grief to become as much of a regular part of conversation as people talk about death and the weather, because it's going to happen to everybody. Everyone's going to lose somebody at some point. They're going to, you know, for the people that are constantly blaming Kylie's mom and all these other ridiculous things, like, I hope you know that death and grief are not reserved for certain people. It's going to happen to you.
Oh yeah, that's one thing we all share in our organic nature for sure. When you said say their name, that's actually more important than people realize. And I couldn't think of the words. So I looked something up real quick. It says, there is a fear that I have when their name is not said. I worry that they are forgotten. There is a great joy that I have when their name is said, to know that they have been remembered. It's always a bit strange to hear people say, we didn't want to bring up their name. We thought we might remind you or upset you. It's like they think because the tears aren't flowing that we have forgotten that our loved one has died. That when the name is mentioned, it all comes flooding back. We can educate people about the reality of what it is like for us, the heartache when the person appears to have been forgotten. The tears are what flows inside us all the time, just not always on the outside. Teach others to speak their names. It will help us heal. And that is a very common sentiment for people, for sure.
Absolutely. I love that. I absolutely love that. And it's super important. I mean, imagine walking in to a room. For me, it was Christmas. You know, Cody passed in August. And so that Christmas, I went to my grandmother's for our family every year, you know, gathering. And I walked in the room and I went to the kitchen and made my plate. And I sat down at the table where my cousins, you know, and a couple of my aunts are at. And one by one, they all got up. And it was like, all of a sudden, I ate dinner alone. And everybody, you know, left the room. And nobody was laughing anymore. There was no, you know, normal activity. And so I left feeling like I bring the sad. I'm the person who walks in with a big sad storm cloud over my head, and I make everybody miserable, which goes back to I'm broken, something is wrong with me, I'm irreparable. So then the next Christmas, or actually I think it was Mother's Day, I wanted to go be around my family like normal, like every holiday, but I didn't do that because I didn't want the same thing to happen. And so all of those things, you know, like all of those people getting up and leaving the table is another example of how they did it because they were uncomfortable. But yet, had one of them sat down and said, remember that time Cody come in the kitchen and he made that huge plate of food and he sat down and we all took bets on how long it would take him to eat it. And he scarfed it down like he hadn't eaten for, and then everybody's laughing, you know, and kind of carrying. So the second year for Christmas, that's what I did. I walked in the room, I put on the fake over happy, you know,
yes,
sat down. I was just like, I wore this face because it was important to me to set the tone and to let people know that I wanted to hear about their children. Tell me how your kids are doing. How did the sports go? How did the academic thing go?
Yeah,
like,
you have to set the tone. Setting the tone, the grieving person setting the tone and leading by example, even though it seems like one more thing on the shoulders, I feel is very important for everybody else around.
Yeah.
You know,
100%. Because imagine never, ever, ever mentioning your child's name again. Imagine every day you go to work, you go to school, you do all the things, but you can never talk about your child. Because if you do, people leave. They're just like, I ain't here for that.
Yeah.
And it's another one of those things that goes back to human nature. Like, if I can't talk about him, then you're telling me that it's bad for me to talk about him. You're telling me that he's bad. And so I carry that. Like, I carry it. Nobody else carries it. I'm
like
doing
it's
things
some kind of scarlet letter or something.
Yes. Yes. And I'm just not about making everybody else comfortable anymore. I'm about, let's be real about this shit. Everybody's going to lose somebody that they love and can't imagine living without. It's going to freaking happen. It's how it works. It's how it's designed. We don't live forever. We don't want to live forever.
No. Unseen True Crime says, I used to have an account under My Three Healers, which I actually remember that account. You're still welcome to come down for an event at Honda Hills. Flat track and jumps are open again. It looks great again.
See,
so that
was
an open invitation to you.
Thank you. I had no idea that that's who you are, but thank you so much. And I'm still planning. I have another back surgery coming up, and then I have an aneurysm that I have repaired. I had a really bad accident at work a few months ago. Yeah. got dragged by a freight train and lived to tell about it.
Oh, shit. I'm glad you're still with us. Captain Napton said it's scary to approach someone that has had a tragic loss, specifically someone that has lost a child. You have no idea what to say. I think that a lot of the grieving people feel the same way. It's scary for them too, because everything is different and we don't know what y'all are going to say or what we should say. And I think the only way for us to truly live past those moments and love each other how we were meant to is to sit in that uncomfortable moment and find, even if it's silence that's shared, find a moment we can share and just be there.
Yes. Can I say this? If you're in public and you see somebody with a fresh loss, meaning just happened, definitely don't walk up to them in the milk section, dairy section, and kind of be like, how are you really doing? Like, it's probably not. I get that part, I mean, I totally get that, because I'm probably going to sit down and like pee my pants crying forever. But I'm also so thankful that you acknowledged my loss.
Yeah.
But if you walked up to me and said, I want to call you later, I really would like to talk to you and just check in with you. What's a good time for me to call you? They're going to answer you. I promise you, their eyes are going to get big and they're going to kind of be like, you mean you give a shit?
And if they say, I don't know, any time that's good for you, pick a fucking time and call them.
Yeah, call them.
Don't just say, what can I do for you? And they say nothing, be like, okay, and leave it at that, because I promise you there's something you can do. Even if it is just call them, or, you notice the yard ain't cut, send somebody by to do it. There's a million things you can do. A million
the yard
things.
Thing. Great idea. Yes. Don't send me another meatloaf or another frozen
I love
fish.
meatloaf, but the widows, I noticed, had the hardest time with that. Everything that their husbands did for them is now undone, and they don't know how to ask for help because they've never had to. So don't wait for somebody to spell out to you what you need. Look around, see the need, and fulfill
100%.
it. You don't need permission. Yeah, you don't need permission. You can just do it, and most of the time it'll be appreciated. And if you do get cussed out, try not to take it personally. The person needs to cuss and yell sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can, as the person who isn't going through crippling grief, totally take it, absorb it, and be like, I see that you're upset. How can we, whatever you want to say, even if it's just, I hear you. People need to be heard. They need to be seen. They need to be loved.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the best things that one of my son's friends, one of his closest friends, and this is, we're talking to kids. I mean, Cody was 21, almost 22. One of his best friends that lived locally in the area, because his race team was from all over and they traveled and raced and whatever. But his closest childhood friends, one of them and his mom came over to my house and they just sat with me. They just sat.
Yep.
Like they walked in the door and Michael said, I can't believe how much I miss him. And just the tears flowed. Honey, it was that snot and all. It was everywhere. And that was probably, when I think back on the gifts that mattered the most, that is one of them that's at the top, because I didn't have to say anything. Nobody tried to make it better. Nobody tried to make me feel normal or not normal. No one. It was silence. They held my hand. They cried with me. And then the next time I seen them, they had like a memory book from we how all the moms do, like the chat or the classroom assistant or classroom helper.
Yes.
They take photos. So they brought a bunch of pictures over and that kind of thing. That was one of the best gifts, was just sitting with me. And it sounds crazy because you're not talking, you're not saying anything, but it's like, that you're not alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And sometimes just not being alone is enough.
Yes, because your whole life you're alone. I mean, everybody leaves, they all walk away. They all walk away. Listen, I lost my mind there for a little bit, I was kind of like, everybody, I mean, my house was full of people, full of noise. I had the fun house, it was just me and him. And so when it was silent, I literally thought I was.
What is that noise?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. It almost sounds like somebody sweeping a floor or something.
Yeah, it does. It's very odd. It's like a real scratchy noise.
Like a
I did it once.
I heard it.
Once.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what the hell that was.
It was me.
I keep having to mute in and out because Elton's having a tizzy over here. So
I swept it. I swept it off to the side. Because
oh, wow. So you were sweeping something.
Yep,
Okay,
it was me.
Okay.
And
I was
then
like, I hear
put it
something
up.
being swept.
Yeah, I wanted to sweep it off the deck and move it. But so you guys were talking about Tony Daz earlier, right?
Yes. Yes. Speaking
Well,
of
I asked him
Elton, I'm going to walk him real quick and listen to you and Queen. I will probably be back, though. Vloma, seriously, thank you for being so open.
Absolutely. I really want to change the narrative. That's my whole goal. So I appreciate that very much.
Well, and this is the only way to happen, or for that to happen. And you being willing to come out naked in your grief for everyone is very brave of you. So if I don't get to tell you again, thank you. And I'll be listening while I walk my dog.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Bye.
How are you, chick? Okay, we have Brandon back here again, too. What's up, man? You're on here. You want to unmute? You're still muted.
I did that, too.
Yeah, I was going to say Brandon's sitting back there, but he's on mute. So he's up here on the panel, but he's muted.
I did.
You want to Brandon, you have to hit the unmute button. We can't hear you.
Okay. All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, sorry. I kind of set my camera off and my mic down and just kind of set the phone down for a minute.
That's okay. What you coming up to add to the conversation? What's up, man?
So I went back and done the little look up on the recalls like I was talking about earlier. The 2013 Honda CR-V, the powertrain actually had a recall on it. That if it was below freezing or below, that it would then, without having to push the brake in, the gear would shift down. And that would have been the only way that it could have wound up swapping over into neutral.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I don't really know much about. I feel like I can't really add to the conversation with that because I don't really know much about cars.
Yeah, and then I looked at the interior, and the gear shift on the 13 has the button to swap the gear. You got to hold the brake, push the button, and then pull it to reverse, neutral, and all that.
So what does all that mean?
And the only what? Oh, this is going back to the car rolling an accidental roll thing.
Well, see, when AWP came out, they said that basically they couldn't tell after they had already said the neutral thing. They couldn't tell if it was a neutral or not. They have no idea if it was a neutral or if it was in drive or what. They have no idea, and they said they don't know how it got that way either. So, like, they can't speak on what, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I knew.
Or am I missing what you're trying to say? Am I confused?
No, because it was some people I've heard sit there and say, "Oh well, it just accidentally swapped down into neutral out of park." There's no way that it could have done that. There's no physical way or mechanical way it could have done that. The guy, what was his name, that said that the transmission a certain transmission would do that? What was his name? Psycho Babble or?
Oh yeah, Psycho Babble Rap. Yeah, I was gonna say you're kind of losing me with the conversation here, bud. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about cars. I didn't follow his story. I didn't follow his live with it. You know what I mean?
No, a while ago we were talking
you're
about
assuming it was in park at some point.
Car just rolling down the. Well, we were talking about how it was it could have accidentally rolled down the hill a while ago.
Oh, okay. Yes, I missed that whole conversation.
Well, I mean, I figured. Yeah, because I mean, it had to have been in park at some point in time before it wound up into the water for the.
Well, how so? So basically,
well, I mean,
she was driving down this road. She just stopped, put it in park, and then what? And then just shoved it, and then it just was like just rolled off. I mean, in park, or what are you trying to say here, honey? I don't know what you mean. Because
so
look at the road.
Listen, what?
Look at this road here. Let me show you. Let me put this picture back up. So anyhow, there's a where it's at. It's an infamous picture, been played, but everybody's seen it. It's the one where it's like where they're looking down on it. You can see that road that she comes down. So when she's coming down that road, where would she have put it in park at? What do you mean? Like you're saying she pulled up and parked where that van's at right there?
That's the only thing I could think of. Like she parked, like it was parked there at some point in time. Because I mean, if she was coming down okay, no, it's all my phone's moving a little slow.
Well, that's okay. I'm looking for a different picture. I wanted to put that one up to see if that was the one I was looking for, but it ain't. So I'm gonna have to go find it real quick. But there's a better picture, and I'm gonna go get it. Let me go get it real quick.
I mean, either the car was put in park and then it rolled into there, or the car was just drove straight into the water.
So does this go with a specific theory or something?
Earlier, I said what my whole theory was that involved the tow truck driver, but mine's more depending if it was Kylie that was there when he showed up, because if not, then I honestly feel like the tow truck driver was possibly set up. For whenever they called the tow truck driver about, and then asking him, well, how do you put the seatbelt in and the car being in neutral so that it wouldn't start? Okay, so that means he would have had to reach in there. His fingerprints are now all over the interior of that car. If it wasn't Kylie that was there, because they said that there wasn't a positive ID on the female, but there was the description given of the male that was there. If Kylie wasn't the female that was there, I honestly feel like something had happened. Kylie was stashed somewhere. Then they wound up sticking her in the trunk, and then getting the car into the water.
Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Let me get this straight. So your theory is that you think somebody murdered Kylie, right? This is what you're saying. You think somebody murdered her, stashed her somewhere, took her vehicle, and put it in the water, and she's still stashed somewhere. Is that what you're saying, or what do you mean?
No. I'm saying that. Okay, so
you lost me, bud. You lost me, Brandon.
Okay,
tell me again.
Mine's depending if it was Kylie that was there when the tow truck driver showed up. That's the only thing I haven't completely sealed myself on this idea. But if it was not Kylie that was there, I honestly feel like she was murdered. They hid the body somewhere. Since the phone was pinged in that area, that they wound up having the tow truck come out there, had him reaching in there, showing him how to buckle a seatbelt and reaching over there, swapping the gear shift. And I'm guessing just out of the times that I've worked with a tow truck driver, they're not going to get all the way in. They're going to put their hand on the steering wheel, reach over, shift the car into park or whatever, and then just step back. I feel like they had the tow truck driver out there to give them a scapegoat for the fingerprints being all over the place. And at that time, they get the car jumped off, tow truck driver leaves. The body could have been stashed in the woods anywhere. I mean, that from what I've seen, that's a wide area. They put the body in there. They shift it down to whatever they need it to, and the car goes into the water.
So what are you going to think if law enforcement comes out and says that it was all an accident? What are you going to think or do? Just out of my own personal curiosity.
If they come out and say that it's an accident, I've got questions on one, why was Kylie out there to begin with? Because that was away from the party, wasn't it?
I think they said not right up against where the party was, but I mean, in the general area, from what I understand.
But it was away. It was away from, kind of isolated away from everybody, is what I've been told or I've heard. So my question would be, one, why was she out there? So what drove her, or what took her away from that party to go to that isolated area? I mean, honestly, I remember being 16 and everything, and the reasons I'd get away from a party, but I'm not going to get on that. But I wonder why she
was a nefarious reason.
Do what?
Does it have to be like a nefarious reason, or does it have to be?
No,
go ahead.
It's just one of those questions like, okay, so you were out here with all your friends and stuff, and then you by yourself go to this isolated area?
Okay, so what if it comes, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. What if it comes out that she had to pee? So she went that far away to pee, where she didn't have to worry about anybody catching her. Or what if she felt like she was going to vomit? Or what if her and a couple of friends went over there for whatever reason? I mean, it doesn't have to be a nefarious reason that she was over there. I mean, I'm 46 years old. I don't know what kids do at parties today. I know what I would have walked away from a party for. You know, I'd probably making out with my boyfriend, or, you know, maybe drinking a beer. I mean, I just don't understand why it has to be some type of conspiracy or nefarious reason.
Well, I'm not looking at it as
she was there.
I'm not looking at it as conspiracy. It's just one of those questions like so say she had to pee. Okay. I'm sure there was somewhere where go behind somebody's car, or at a campground. I'm pretty sure there was porta potties or a bathroom there or something.
Maybe there was, but I mean, I know myself, even at my age, if I'm around a bunch of people, you know, bonfire, whatever, and I have to go to the bathroom, and there's people that are drinking alcohol, and maybe I don't know them. Everybody's got a cell phone with camera. I would be somebody that would go to the other side of a wooded area and crouch down and pee. I don't, I don't want nobody taking videos or pictures of that stuff. I don't want nobody getting pictures or videos of my butt. I'm just throwing something out there. I'm just asking.
So why wouldn't you go?
Why it has to be nefarious?
Why would you not go to the camp?
Out of character.
Yeah, I get that. Why wouldn't she go?
Well, I just want to.
Why wouldn't she go to the campground bathrooms?
Was there one there?
I think what Brandon is saying, tell me if I'm wrong, Brandon, but I think what he's saying is if the tow truck driver actually saw her there or whatever, and he believes, or maybe not even saw her, but saw someone he thinks is the killers, they called the tow truck driver to leave his fingerprints, DNA all in the car. And then they took her later on, after that, and dumped her car with her in the car in the water. Right? Is that what you're saying? It's all in the fact that it was really Kylie, and they were really killers, is what he's going by. You know what I mean? So it's going to be nefarious because he's already. That's what he's trying to say. Basically, they called the tow truck driver to leave his DNA and fingerprints in the car as like a, hey, look, and maybe the tow truck driver is right. And I'm just saying what he's saying. That he's right. He did see him there, and he wanted to get out in front of the story and be like, hey, or maybe he is the killer and wanted to get out. Hey, my stuff is in the car because of this.
Yeah, and if it's, I'm not blaming any of the kids. I'm not saying it's any of the kids or anything. I'm not blaming none of her friends. But if it is some of them kids, all they turn around and say is they wind up dusting for the fingerprints and stuff. Oh, well, y'all's fingerprints are in here too. Oh, she gave us a ride to the gas station at this point in time. Or, hey, she gave us a ride to somewhere, or we've been in this vehicle before. Because, I mean, kids are giving kids rides all the time.
Okay. So can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Are you okay with that? Okay. So when using the word killer, assuming that there's somebody responsible for taking her life, that would mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, and I won't believe that until law enforcement comes out and says this is what happened, because I just believe in, I believe in the judicial system. I believe in investigations and having to have evidence. But let's go with what you're talking about. So if there's a killer or killers, and if there's a murder, I don't even like saying those words, but if something like that did take place, then we're talking, think of the number of people that would have to remain quiet. Think of the number. That's a hell of a secret for a ton of people to have to keep. And when we're talking about like reward money, like adults are probably kind of going to act differently about reward money. When it comes to teenagers and reward money, I mean, that's a whole lot of people that have to know the truth about what happened or what went on, that have to be trusted to keep their mouth shut. That, you know what I mean? To me, that's what makes all of this conspiracy stuff just seem very far-fetched, is the number of people, kids, bunch of teenagers, responsible for the murder, the tow truck driver, and you think that all of those people are smarter or going to outsmart law enforcement and the FBI from finding the truth.
So do I think that everybody's going to keep their mouth shut and not tell law enforcement anything like they're doing now? Like nobody's coming forward or saying, oh yeah, I seen her drive off this way. Or, I mean, there was 200-300 people there and nobody's seen her drive away. Nobody's seen the headlights 100-something feet or 100-something yards away.
That's very possible. It's very possible that.
But I mean, let's think about it. Let's think about it, because I don't like to be going over crazy ass wild theories here. You know what I mean? But let's think about why these kids don't want to say anything. They're not coming out and saying anything because look at what's going on right now and how bad people are being picked apart.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Not only that, the internet's forever, and they don't want their name associated to murder. Sammy's a murderer. Sammy murdered her friend Kylie. Was it an accident or was it murder? And then you got all these fucking channels going over these crazy ass fucking things, blaming her mom, saying all this crazy shit.
Oh, I'm not saying that it's Sammy. I'm not saying anybody in particular. I'm just giving a general.
No. I'm just saying that that's why these kids don't want to come out. That's why you don't hear anybody saying anything.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
I think it's obvious.
She had asked,
go ahead. I'm sorry. There's a delay. I'm sorry about that.
I'll say she was asking, did I think that anybody would come out by now? I mean, nobody's came out or said anything. Nobody's came out or really showed any pictures or anything to law enforcement, from what I've heard. I think there was a report that somebody had shared on one of their lives that they have no video, they have no photographic evidence of anything involving the party from that night.
No, they came out and said they have a lot of pictures and video. Yeah, I agree with you.
Nobody's going to show social media. No one's going to show up on someone's live stream or email a bunch of photos to YouTube because they know what's going to happen. I mean, if people have already doxed the crap out of some of these teenagers and their entire families, then number one, I would speak to nobody on social media or show any photos, just because YouTube doesn't have photos that they can share around and, speculate on, doesn't mean law enforcement doesn't have photos. Number one, same thing goes for teenagers talking. I agree that they're not going to come out and talk on any panels or talk to anybody. That would be absolutely insane, crazy, because they're going to be thrown into the mix next. But we don't know, because we're not entitled to know, and it's not our business to know, and it doesn't factor in our lives in any way whatsoever if teenagers have been talking to law enforcement.
Yeah, I think that backs up my theory a little more, why no kids and no one came forward with any information, because no one really saw anything. It was a total accident and no one saw her do it. They may know she was messed up, may know that she might have been going to her car, but no one saw her. So, no one really knows what happened because no one was there. And that's kind of backs up my theory more, I feel. But
yeah, initially teenagers weren't talking because of the alcohol and alleged drug substances that were at the party. So initially, the whole presentation of why kids weren't talking was because they wouldn't get in trouble for any drug use or alcohol or contributing to minors when it came to those substances. So I get that completely. And as far as like her leaving and nobody knows, let me tell you, I went to parties when I was in college, my college years, when I was in high school even, and there were times that I would say to my friends, hey, I'm going to head home. And I would get down the road, we're out in the boonies. I would get down a couple of roads down and feel like, man, I'm pretty drunk. And I'd be afraid to walk in the house like that because my mama's going to snatch me up by the hair of the head, do the breath check, and then beat the absolute crap out of me. Not literally, but figurative, speaking. I'm going to be in some trouble. And so I would pull off to the side and sleep for a couple of hours and then drive home. Well, so my friends think I'm on my way home, but I'm really down the road sleeping for a couple of hours.
And see, on Sticky's comment about unless you're going with the parked on the beach to sleep it off and somehow got knocked out of park, that kind of works. The thing is, in the 2013 Honda CRVs, they had one recall, and that was the powertrain that in below or at freezing temperatures was the only time that the gear shift would be able to be knocked out of park without touching the brake. And then even at that time, the 2013 CRVs have the button right there on the gear shift that has to be pushed in before it can pull down.
Yeah, the problem with all these theories is with she had to be sleeping in the back, there had to be someone else, because no one believes that she could have just got out of the front seat into the back seat and not made it all the way in the back hatch, which is reasonable to me. I mean, I believe that's what happened. She got out of the front seat to get out of the car, got pushed back. You know, you get out of the front seat, you're in the back seat already. So to go that little bit more of a distance to the very back isn't a huge stretch, especially when the thing is nose diving and it possibly even flipping or turtling over. That's the last bit of air in there. Your body is buoyant. It's going to go there at first. People are thinking, oh no, she can't make it back there, but they're thinking that she went all the way down and sunk and she was in the front seat and floated back there. Of course, that's not what happened. But her trying to get out.
Hold on a second. Let me correct this. Tony said Grandpa feels she was sleeping in back. He also hired a private diver to recover things from the bottom of the reservoir. Grandpa did not say that she was sleeping in the back, and he did not say that he was suspicious at all. That came from Verna, a lady who lives in Truckee. She's not a family member. She is not a family friend. She is someone who lives in Truckee, who took videos and stuff for us. But from the family member that I'm speaking with, that was not said. And I asked it twice, and she said no, that Grandpa and Dad are not suspicious. They do not believe this is suspicious, and they never said that. So I'm not sure why or how that was relayed or why that's said, but I'm going to correct it right now. And Debbie, you keep saying Sammy and Jagger are guilty. Why don't you come up on panel and let me know what's up? Because I'm not going to believe that when he was 400 miles away. And that's why I say I think the tow truck driver had a misidentity or he was lying straight up.
I still don't see how he couldn't give a description of the female when he can give a description of one person, but not the other.
So how does anyone know for certain about the gear shift, what gear shift it was in or not in? Has law enforcement come out and said that it was in a specific gear or not?
Well, the only strange thing would be if the car was in park.
Well,
no matter how you look at it, accident or nefarious, the car isn't going to be in park. So in any other gear, it could pop into neutral without a problem. So I mean, people don't understand that about automatics. You know, it's just it happens when once it's already out. Once you already push the brake in and you take it out of park, the only way it will not pop out in any gear, not in the neutral from like reverse or drive, is if it's already out of park. If it's in park, then you have a problem. You have to press the gas or press the brake and the button. But once it's out of park, then it's all go. And if it's in drive, you could pop it in a neutral barely by tapping the gear shift, almost any automatic. I don't want to say all because people have a problem with that. I'm going to say 99.9% of automatics, you can pop directly from neutral to drive and from drive to neutral once it's already out of park. If it's in park, then that's the problem. But it's not going to go into reverse. It's not going to go down to a lower gear. But from drive to neutral and from neutral to drive, once it's already in either neutral or drive, then it'll pop back and forth to the get drive and neutral without a problem. I'm going to say 99% of automatics are like that. So she could have been trying to get out, hit it with her foot because it was in drive when she went in, and it popped it into neutral. It doesn't go all the way up into reverse no matter how hard you kick it, but it'll go out of drive. I mean, a little kid could push it from drive to neutral. That's how easy it is. And then back down from neutral to drive is the same way. So she could have kicked it from drive to neutral, and that would explain the tires free rolling out when they pulled it out. I mean, and so many people are so stuck on that. But if you get an automatic and you put your car into drive, you could pop it right into neutral. I'm going to say 99% of automatics, you could do that. And if you don't believe
I used to do that to a buddy of mine all the time.
I do it to my girlfriend.
I believe that.
Driving down the interstate, I pop it in neutral while she's not paying attention. And the engine revs up, and you just pop it back into drive and continue on. You know, I mean, no one's ever.
That. My uncle owns a car lot. I totally understand that. I've talked to him about it. I'm just asking, why is what gear the car in? Why it's being talked about so much. I mean, I understand that Adventures with Purpose said they didn't touch the gear, but they also weren't there when the law enforcement divers, when the police divers went under the water. They could have put it in whatever gear. I mean, I'm just being devil's advocate here.
No, they would have made note of that though, what gear it was in before they, say it was in reverse or say it was in park. Just craziness, but they would have to put it in the neutral, you know, at that point, or they would definitely take note of what it was in if they did have to put the car in neutral for it to free roll out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that they're going to release that information to the public? Do you think they're going to tell people
Oh,
that
hell
or no?
no. No, hell
Okay.
no, they're not gonna do that. That's the whole problem with this whole YouTube thing.
I
Everyone's
doubt they
basing it
do.
on their feelings and not the facts of the case, and they feel like they owe us to tell us, but they don't, man. And they know
Right.
95% more information than we do about it. We're just sitting here speculating on everything, you know.
And they're
So
probably not going to tell anybody
Yeah.
anything. I hope that they don't. I hope that they don't. I hope that they keep it completely to the vest and the family doesn't tell anybody, because I
unless
feel
there's
like
a lesson to be learned from this, then I could see them saying something, you know. But if there's no lesson to be learned, then why are they going to tell us all this stuff? You know, it's just really not going to do anything.
right. Yeah. I just wondered where the whole, I mean, I've seen channels, I don't watch them. Clip channels catch it, and I watch the clip channels because I'm not about to give my YouTube time, or I'm just not going to acknowledge those channels that are doing that crazy stuff. But it just, to me, it seems a little crazy to add that into all of these wild theories when nobody knows for certain. I mean, law enforcement could have thought, let's put it in neutral or reverse or whatever, because we're going to pull it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
for
hope that
sure.
makes sense.
For sure. I mean,
I think
just
it's
like
kind of
when
weird to
everyone was,
throw that into the equation, not knowing from the start. So there's like 5 different conspiracy theories running around, and all of them have a deep involvement with what gear the car was in. But at the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that Kylie is gone and that her family is trying to ask for privacy. And we've got some crazy people that are saying things like, how dare they? Well, if you don't want people to know what happened, don't ask for people to look for your daughter. You know what I mean?
yeah, and it's fair to say that they would have put it in neutral if it was in drive or another gear to help back it out, because they reach in the car and we're turning the wheel to help back it up. You know, I mean, it's not, they're not going to sit there, oh, we're just going to not touch nothing and just drag it out. You know what I mean? They're going to be a little bit like cautious about everything, especially with her being in there.
I totally agree with you 100%.
Yeah, this whole drive thing, it's ridiculous to me too. I don't know why everyone's so, what gear it was in. Oh, it was free rolled, and even AWP. Oh, it had to be in neutral because it was free rolling back. It doesn't matter. Like, it has nothing to do with anything that's going on. Unless the car was in park, then come call me and it has something to do with something. But that's ridiculous, because either way, accident or not, it's not going to be in park in the bottom of the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I know for me, I have all the respect in the world for Adventures with Purpose. I watched them way back before they ever started looking for vehicles, when they were pulling wallets and things like that, and then finding the owners. And I thought they were doing remarkable, awesome things. As from the grief community, I was a little upset with some of the videoing that they did. I felt like going, showing, I mean, I understand that they have, that they make documentaries type movies. And like, again, I have all the world and respect for Jared and his entire crew. But on the grief side of it, when your child dies, their last moments, Kylie's last moments were in that vehicle, regardless of what took place or what did not take place. Those were her last moments. And I kind of felt like none of that should have been released to the public. They could have made a video without putting that part in, because that goes along with, that's the last part of her life. And so I can understand the mom's anger with that being released, because, it's kind of like you're giving the world parts of her life, now her death, that, the family hasn't even really been able to process yet. So I kind of think a lot of this started by, it's not that much of a big deal whenever they work cold cases. Don't get me wrong. It's still kind of, the family should have a say so. And, it's still their deceased person, their deceased loved one, and it's their life. But I feel like a lot of this stuff happened with the information that they released. And I say that with all the respect in the world for what they do. But if it's an ongoing investigation, then everything that's questionable should be kept to law enforcement only and the family. and that's it. It should never been released to everybody else. My personal opinion.
Yeah, I can't deal with AWP. I'm done with that. I've already said my piece 100 times about them, and everyone wants to treat them like, because I feel like everyone on YouTube feels like AWP founder, but YouTube founder. It's what they're all thinking, and
oh yeah, they all want credit for it. A lot of people want
know.
credit for it.
Oh,
and their numbers grew. You know that before they even showed up, by just announcing that they were on the way, that people were, they gained subscribers and members.
Well, they didn't have to do it for sure. That they didn't have to do what they did with the video and the suggestions and the assumptions and the crap. They didn't have to do that. Everyone knew. They didn't even have to come on Twitter and say, "Oh yeah, we found her. We found Kylie's car and Kylie that soon." They didn't have to do all that. Everyone knew that it was them. They had all the credit. They had all everything, and they chose to. I mean, I equated. They saw a golden ticket, man, and they went for it.
It's kind of what it feels like. And if I lost any amount of respect for Adventures with Purpose, it would be this. I was not a member of theirs. I did not have a membership at all whatsoever. When I saw that they had posted that the video, that part 1 of their documentary on finding Kylie Roddy, when I had saw that part 1 was out, but it was to members only, I bought a membership, not knowing that there was a lot of that video that, grieving parents would have an issue with. And I paid $6.99. I can screen share and show you the receipt for what I paid. So I didn't know that their normal membership was $3.99. And so then the day or hours before they released it, it went up to $6.99. And then right after that 2 days was up, and then it went back to regular $3.99 price. So to me, it was like they raised the price $6.99 right before, and then they lowered it back down right after the video became public. It wasn't members only. And if there's any amount of respect that I lost, it would be in that. It would be that it's like marketing another person's child's death.
Yeah, that's what they did.
And to me, that said a lot.
Dude, I watched like 2 minutes of their video, the interview with the tow truck driver. 2 minutes in, and I was like, "This is they're out. They're just cashing a check, man. At this point, and I never watched
a lot of money off that video.
And, yeah, man, I'm just not a fan, man. I'm just not a fan.
You remember when Sam, there was a guy named Sam that traveled with Sam, the Adventure Man, was part of AWP crew. I don't know if you remember those episodes, but I think it was about a year ago that they separated again. Then Sam went back to his own channel, but they had met up at some point and they were doing recoveries together. And I wish that Adventures with Purpose, I wish that Sam he put the video on private, so you can't see it now. But there for several months, it was a public video where he talked about that there was enough money that Adventures with Purpose had already been granted through grants, donations, and other people not paying for services but donating for their service. But Sam had made his own video, and part of the reason that he separated, in that video he talks about how he lost respect for the way Jared was handling cases. Now this is Sam's theory, or this is Sam's feeling, but he put it in a video, and he was talking about how much money they had already been given, that they could have had, a dozen other dive crews all over the place. So I think that, there's a lot of focus on money, and I'm okay. I think every channel should make money. I really do. Queen Bee has a channel, and she allows people on her platform to voice their opinions. And so Queen Bee has every right to be monetized and to receive super chats and things like that. I think every content creator should. Absolutely. I think that they all should, unless they're, bags of what. But I took issue with Tony Jones. Oh, I got a story about that guy, 3 weeks old. He was a pervert and a half.
Oh, I've sat back and watched his stuff for a hot minute. And earlier,
my coworkers set me up with that dude. They're like, go on this YouTube channel and talk to him about the strike, the railroad strike. Talk to him about the presidential election board, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of changes with Class 1 railroads. So there were several of us that were using YouTube to bring awareness to the dangers of the railroad because of this precision railroading thing. And so his was on my list. So I jumped on his panel, and one of the guys that was on the panel made this huge, perverted, disgusting comment, and Tony laughed and laughed and laughed like it was the funniest thing. And I jumped off the panel. I was just like, are you kidding me? I'm not going to be talked to like that.
Were you on there last night?
No, sir. You won't find me on that channel. No, sir.
Oh, no, I'll sit back and just watch his bull crap.
I was here, and then I went to another channel for like an hour, and then I came back here. But I'm usually on Queen Bee's channel in the chat almost every night. But she's live anyway.
I usually I'll go onto his and just kind of troll it.
I was disappointed. I've never been back to that channel. I never knew anything about that channel before that. And yeah, it was, I mean, basically he had like an open panel for, he kept saying like freight haulers. And I thought, well, I'm a freight hauler too, I mean, my train has tons of freight on it going across the road. And I just wanted to send him a petition to see if he would post it for people to go to and read. And if they agreed with it, sign the petition. And it's, for public safety with crap that the government's not reporting with railroads. And so some dude on the panel was like, I should share it. Maybe let me send it to you.
But he'll let you on your panel, on his panel, unless you're a Upchurch fan. If you're an Upchurch fan, you're going to get told that you're in a
3 weeks ago.
That you're in a crack house or a mental institution or something.
This was like 3 weeks ago, and some dude saw my picture because I didn't have my camera on. It was really late, and the guy was like, "I bet you got a nice caboose." And freaking that Tony Dodge guy, he just laughed and laughed and laughed, and then he excused it by saying, "Oh, he's just single. We're looking for a woman for him." And I'm thinking, I made a smart aleck comment back, and I was just like, I said something about maybe we should have an auction, like you have nothing of substance, so it'd be pretty easy to find somebody to make you happy if that's all that you're concerned with is what somebody looks like. They didn't even get it, and I just bounced off.
Well, I mean, like I said, I was watching this stuff last night, and I've told Queen. There was a whole thing about it earlier with Queen Bee and Fetters, but before Fetters came on there, they were talking about the railroad thing. I mean, it's kind of seeming like he's trying to avoid the whole Callie Rodney thing in any way he can after he's been busted out about his phone call and his Instagram message.
He's a pervert.
But he's a piece of trash. Point blank, period. That's putting it nicely.
Completely.
But no, there was this one kid who came on. He was about 22, 23 years old, I think. And apparently, in his eyes, in a relationship, in a house, in a home, and you go back and watch it, they stated that it is the man's job to train his woman to the household that he wants, that he is trying to build.
Jesus,
or no, that it is the man's job to teach them. Teach them. That was the quotation.
Lord be, I can't with this stuff you talking about right now. I can't do it. Old Georgia comes out, I can't do it. I'd punch him right in the daggone nose. I'd dot both his eyes if he said that. He's crazy. That's just indicative, I guess.
I honestly can't stand Tony Jones.
I don't know who Tony Jones is. Everybody's talking about Tony.
It's Tony Dodge, or Anthony Dodge is his actual name. Yeah, I found his Facebook. No, his whole thing was wrong.
Don't be doxing people or saying people's full names or none of that up here, okay? I mean, I just don't, unless he goes by that Tony Dodge or whatever. But I mean, if it's something other than that, or his wife or something, don't put that, or their kids, none of that. You know what I mean? Like I don't roll
Yeah,
out.
okay.
I don't want that out. I don't want that up here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
My bad.
everyone adds Jones to everyone's name now. No, everyone adds Jones to everyone's name because he was like Ryan Jones, and so everyone's adding Jones because of the Ronnie Jones thing. So everyone's called Jones.
Yeah. I when he said Tony Jones earlier, I fucking cracked up. What was you saying, Paloma?
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, because you know Ronnie Jones, so he called him Tony Jones. It went over my head at first, and then I fucking cracked up.
Yeah,
I was like, oh shit, it's smoking too much. It was funny though after I got it.
Now I get it. I get it now. I was gonna say when I was talking about that day that I went on his channel, like I said, I've never been on his channel, but the sole intention was because we were trying to public awareness about the railroad stuff. But I looked it up. I just found it. Can I screen share and show you this? It just validates what a perv he is and how he treats panel guests, especially women. It's like 50 seconds.
I actually reported his channel last night. And his live.
What did she say? She said, hold up. We got one. We got a live one here. She said AWP yearly operation cost $1.2 million. They have wish list on Amazon to help with their costs with your tow trucks. What are you doing to find lost family members? Well, good question. I'll answer that one for you. There's tons of channels that are sharing their photos, sharing their missing persons flyers, that are talking about the location where they were last reported missing. They're having family members, they're giving family members a voice to say, these are the things that they like, these are the things that they didn't like. Like if somebody likes roller skating or skateboarding and you live around an area, maybe you pay a little more attention or something. So what am I doing specifically? I watch those channels. I print some of those flyers when it's close to where I live at, and I pass them out. What I'm not doing, what's not considered helpful, would be putting out false information or, getting in the middle of an ongoing investigation, which all of this conspiracy stuff has done nothing at all whatsoever to help Kylie's family, who are the people that are left to walk the earth in pain without her. It's the best answer I got. I don't get in the middle of stuff. I have a channel, but it's not focused on stuff like that. It's about grief. And if you didn't notice, when I first started talking about grief, Queen Bee, I apologize, your numbers dropped because people don't like that whole topic. So I was happy to change it. But anyway. I just wanted to answer her question. And I'm not attacking Adventures with Purpose. I actually have a lot of respect for Jared and what they're doing. I'm only saying that it was a shitty thing to monetize that video by charging members $6.99 when their normal price is $3.99, and I can send you the receipt to show you.
Hey, Queen Bee, has Morbid been in here lately?
He loves you, Brandon. He loves you.
Oh my God.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I was away from the phone. I was across the room. What'd you say? Morbid something.
He wanted to know if Morbid could come out and play.
Has Morbid
been
in here lately?
I ain't talking. Is he in the chat?
No. I just like to point out he hasn't been in since I've made that comment about him and Tony's style.
What did you say?
What comment did you make? I must have missed it. What comment you make?
That his interview style is just like Tony's. The voices sound almost identical, and then this
oh my gosh,
Instagram stuff comes out, and I or heard anything about him or from him, and I haven't seen not one video posted since then.
Morbid Jones, man. Morbid Jones.
Wait, did you just say Morbid and
Jonesgate?
Tony?
That's it.
Yeah.
Morbid Jones.
Did you just say that their voices sound the same? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because when he was in here,
oh my god,
he done his whole "I love you"
said, "Oh my god,"
kind of creepy. I was honestly starting to look outside my window.
Holy shit! To be perfectly clear, you think that Morbid Reality, that has a YouTube channel, and Tony Dodge, it's missing some marbles, have the same voice?
I honestly think it's the same person because he flat out said he's got multiple channels. No. He said he has multiple YouTube channels.
No, they're not the same person, man. They're not.
Holy crap.
But you can never see his face on the Morbid channel.
Morbid, if you're in here, you better bring your ass up. Brandon's got some questions for you.
No, I asked you these questions.
You're pulling an Upchurch on us now.
I'm just saying that the voice sounds way too much alike. And he said that he's been in this. No, he flat out said that he's been doing the.
He just made a video yesterday.
The crime scene investigation, but his whole channel is a bunch of how-to videos.
Wait, to what?
How to clean a screen on some games or whatever.
Oh my god.
And a bunch of stuff like that. But he never will give any of his other channels.
Brandon.
I love you, Brandon.
Brandon, does anyone else agree with you that they're the same person? Who else has said that?
No, I've only brought it up that one time that he was in here. He said he wasn't going to be able to be in here long. And whenever I sit there trying to ask him,
Tony Dodge went live 20 minutes later, right?
Actually, was it 20?
No,
live. Tony did go live that night.
Oh my god! At the front door. Stop it. You lost me. Are you sleeping at night? Are you taking your vitamins? And are you walking out of the house for at least a little bit every day, getting some sunshine?
Getting some now. My legs are a little white.
Brandon, can you see the private chat? I just typed in a name there. I'd like to know if you've ever been to that person's channel before. You're a regular visitor.
Let's see if it'll actually let me, because I'm using a Cricket phone right now, and
that girl said, "Is Brandon smoking the devil's lettuce or what?"
No, I wish the way.
There's this thing called like sleep psychosis or something like that. If you don't get enough sleep, you kind of your mind plays tricks on you.
Go back and listen. Compare the voices.
No, I'm not doing that. I know that they're not the same person. I know that they're different people. They live in completely different areas. I promise you, they're not the same person. Oh my gosh, that's kind of funny. The only person I saw that could do a good mocking or mimicking of Tony Dodge was that video that Queen showed last night of Ryan Upchurch with the glasses on, and the screen went black and white, and he said, "I got a super chat."
Oh my god!
Got a super chat.
Funny, ain't it? He's like, "We got a super chat." I fucking cracked up with his glasses on and shit.
I had to go. I had to stand up because if I was going to pee in my panties, I couldn't take it.
I want to get that as a ringtone.
What do you think about his mom getting involved in it and clapping back? What do you think about that?
Hats off to her.
I saw what you posted yesterday, but earlier I heard that you were talking about another. Did she go on someone's panel or something? And
yeah, she went on like a babble rap, and she was trying to tell him, like, look, because so that guy, he's been a fan of Upchurch for a really long time, and like He was like he's been a very loyal fan for a very long time. I mean, his son passed away, and before he passed away of an OD, he used to play those songs for his son, like over the phone when his son went to prison and stuff. And like, he's like, when I played that song, my son's face lit up, and he was happy as hell, and I'd never seen him happy like that. So he associated his son with Ryan's music, and I think that's why he's been so angry and so upset that Ryan said Kylie wasn't real, and that all the things that he's done and said, Psychobabble snapped the fuck out. Like, he's been going off for some days now.
I'm gonna have to check his channel.
She goes over there. His mom, Upchurch's mom, goes over to his chat last night, and she's talking to him, and she's like, "I'm really sorry that that's going on. I heard about your son, and I just want to tell you I'm sorry." And he starts going off on her and shit, and she's like, you want me to control my 30-year-old son, but you couldn't control your 30-year-old son, your son either. It's hard, as a parent, you want them to do whatever. I'm not word for word. I don't know what else. She just, you know what I'm saying? But she was like, well, how can you expect me to control my son when he's a grown man? I can't control everything he does.
I want to tell you this. My son also was a huge Upchurch fan. Therefore, Upchurch was always playing in our house. Now, when he come out with this true story, I'll send you the videos and the photos if anybody doubts this. When, I don't remember what year it was, but when Ryan Upchurch come out with the song YZ, which is, he's got in the music, there's a dirt bike.
The original or the remix?
The original.
2000.
Oh, good Lord. You are look on him?
2020, 2021.
No,
I've
that's
been
the remix. My son
I've
passed
been an
away
Upchurch fan since 2013.
It was I think the year 2015 or 2016 that we first heard that, because my son had that playing in all of his videos. Meaning, when he became a pro and his photographer, videographer were doing videos, when Cody would be introduced into the race, they would play that song. They would play YZ, and then it'd go into another song. And so when Cody heard Ryan's story, we met him and his mom both down in Tennessee. We were down there for Muddy Creek Motocross, and Ryan had a concert. And so we went to the concert, and I met Ryan's mom. And at that time, Ryan would stand in a line after the concert and meet every single fan that went into the meet and greet area. Every one. And I remember some of the people getting so mad because they were ready to roll. And he was like, I'm going to meet every one of the people that are here. Cody learned about his story, and what he appreciated most was how he went on his own. Ryan basically never signed with a label, didn't follow a protocol, and he made a name for himself, and he's been successful on his own, pissed a lot of people off, and he carried it on his shoulders, and he kept going. And Cody was very inspired by that, because Cody was like the youngest professional motocross racer in the country for 7 months. And so he was traveling with guys that were older, and he related to Ryan's story, because you've always got people, race teams that want to sign you. They always want you to race for them. And so Cody waited out until he had the best deal, the best factory sponsorship, before he agreed to race for a sponsored factory. And at some point, I'm not sure when it happened, Cody had a tattoo on his arm said "Made in America." And I know that that's Upchurch inspired. Back when Upchurch and I can picture his face. Upchurch and hold on a minute. There's another guy that he did a lot of music with. Adam Calhoun, thank you.
Adam Calhoun?
Yes, Adam Calhoun, thank you for that. So Cody also, they had several songs, but Cody had like a Made in America tattoo on his arm that I'm getting ready to have replicated on my arm. Obviously a smaller version, but so I have followed Ryan on YouTube because he put out hilarious videos, like really funny, the guy in Kentucky that drives him crazy.
Larry.
Yeah. So I followed him for a long time because to me, it was a way to relate to Cody because, you know, he would tell me stories and we would watch the YouTube and laugh and whatnot. But the way Ryan has gone down this other rabbit hole, I can't help but think that the grieving mom in me comes out. And if I am Kylie's mom, the anger that I have for what her mother is going to have to face is so much bigger than the amount of respect and love in a certain way that I had for Ryan and his mom. His mom, Miss Patty, I think has always been such a sweet soul. Like she's just such a sweet person. When he bought Ghost Ranch for her, I thought, what a good kid. That's something my son would have done for me. She can't control what her son does. You know, Patty Lynn can't say, Ryan, you can't do that, or you can't say that. Like, he reminds me of Cody in that you're not going to tell him no, he's going to do it. If you tell him he can't do it, he's going to do it. You tell him it's something he's not capable of doing, he's going to show you that he can do it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know what she said, but I can imagine that she's going to protect him. She's not going to be okay with people talking shit about him or threatening him. The mama bear is going to come out. And at the same point, she may not agree with what he's saying or doing. She may not agree with, you know, blaming so many people. She may not agree with it, but she's probably not going to. I wouldn't tell anybody. I would have probably duct taped him into a room, my son, and said, I'm going to make sure you eat and sleep, and we're going to wake up and talk about this shit before you go on the internet and make a fool out of yourself. Show your whole ass to the whole world. I would probably do something like that. But I'm going to, you know, protect him with my whole life, too. I love Ryan Upchurch. It's sad. It hurts my heart to see some of the, you know, to see some of the things that's coming out of his mouth. And in a way, if somebody told him he was right, okay, people are telling him he's wrong and they're trying to show him facts, right? But what would happen if somebody come out right now and said, Ryan, you're right. You got it all figured out. You're right. Everything you said is correct. The whole world agrees with you. What changes? Nothing. Nothing changes. Kylie is still gone. The parents are still gonna have to like show up and start grieving. And nothing changes for Ryan other than he tells people that he was right. He figured it out. I don't think that he's right. I'm just saying, what changes? What's the intention behind what he's doing?
Are you referring to the one where he said that Kylie wasn't real?
Dude, I'm referring to all of it, to all of the things that he's come out and said about this case.
Okay, because the one about the Kylie not being real, he's actually admitted that he was wrong on.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
like
I watched that video.
Yeah, I would say he flat out said that he was wrong and apologized for it and everything. I mean, when he realizes, because I mean, I'll flat out call it. I'm an Upchurch fan and everything, but I'll call it when him, Zanime, and Tony Jones I'm gonna stop doing that. Was on the same panel. He was calling Zanime out on it, on some stuff that she was saying about him. Tony backed him, and Ryan was backing Tony for a little while until he started watching more of his stuff, and he's done swapped up and straight out trying to straight up will wind up destroying Tony. But I'll admit that when he's wrong, he'll admit it when he realizes it.
Mm-hmm.
But when he's starting to feel like, okay, no, I honestly believe that this is how it is, then yeah, he's going to stick with it.
Well, that goes to what I was saying. He's never going to back off of the Ronnie Jones thing. It's going to be there because Ronnie Jones came back and trolled him with the mirror under his Instagram. And when he did that, Ryan's going to he will never admit that because he got trolled and everyone knows he got trolled and he won't admit he got trolled because he looks stupid then. And that's the only reason why he's not backing off that crap right now. He backs off on everything else but that. He will not, I'll tell you to this day, he'll never back off of Ronnie Jones for that very reason. For that very reason right there. And Betsy B, that was a great analogy about the Twilight Zone little kid. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Don't get me wrong. But I guess here's my question. Like some of the YouTubers that are like laying on his every word and spinning all of these crazy narratives or theories or speculation, but mostly the ones that are over, what's the word I want to use? Like they're over emotional about accusations, right? They're really all over the place with blaming specific people, body language experts, like psychoanalysts, blah blah, whatever. I get what they get out of it. You know, they like want they want to be the person that has the information first. They want the gory details that nobody else has because it gets them numbers, it gets them super chats, it gets them people believe in them, member, whatever. They get something out of it. They grow their channel. There's some type of financial gain there. I understand that. But somebody like Ryan Upchurch doesn't need. I mean, I know he makes money on YouTube. I don't care that he makes money on YouTube. What I'm saying is, if I'm somebody, whether I'm famous or not, and I think that I have figured out a crime that's being investigated, I'm going to send it to the police. I'm going to contact the police, be like, this is my theory, or maybe this is a tip or whatever. I'm not going to go on social media. So what I want to know is like, what's the intention behind Ryan's action? What's motivating him to continue going so hard? Is it being right or some type of social justice? Like, that's what I want to know. People don't do things for no reason. There's always a reason behind it. And I want to know what the intention is.
It's Great drawing question. Public attention to the case.
But in a good way or a bad way?
To the case.
Look, Remy said, I think almost everyone has been trolled at least once. I feel like from the beginning, Ryan's been trolling the true crime community, and it was funny at first with all the bullshit, but then when he was like, Kylie isn't real, I was like, no, that's too much. You're going too fucking far with that. Like, I really, really, really thought he was trolling everybody.
So did I, because of his deep hatred for Mr. Smedium. I thought that's why, because Mr. Smedium grabbed hold of it and started on panels, and his panel started like he was some kind of expert, Mr. Smedium did. So because Ryan hasn't liked him, I really thought that he was trolling Mr. Smedium. And it was funny at that time. But whenever I agree, when he crossed into the case and started with Ikadmo, and then started, I don't know the other girl, but I do know Ikadmo. I've watched him for the better part of 5 years. And I don't believe anything about Ikadmo being involved with anything specific or whatever. But I agree that there are some people that are a little, what do you want to call it? They're a little suspicious, or their actions are a little suspicious. I mean, putting yourself right in the middle of a case by calling in to Ikadmo, who has a huge platform, and talking in circles about knowing people. I understand. I get that is very suspicious. Don't get me wrong. But like, some people don't do stuff if there's no reward for it or whatever. You know what I mean? There's always a motivation for doing it. And I just don't know what Ryan's motivation is. I can't really think it's popularity. He has a ton of it. Everyone in his world knows him and they respect him. They know he's rich. Who cares? You got money. Wipe your ass with it. Nobody cares about how much money you got.
Okay. I've got one question. You take Ryan completely out of the entire equation. Mm-hmm. How much public notice do you think will actually be on the case?
A shit ton. She's blonde. She's white and she has blonde hair and blue eyes. Ryan didn't make it. Ryan made it a circus. And I say that with all the respect that I can muster for him right now. Ryan turned it into a circus. Before that, there were several channels that were covering it. And she's white and she has blonde hair and blue eyes. And, you know, she's a beautiful young lady who's already making national news. It absolutely was. There were several channels that were already talking about it because she was missing. Ryan came in a week or so after the fact.
I was going to say, because I'm not trying to argue it, but I haven't had it show up one time down here. The only time I've seen anything about it was through YouTube.
Did you watch true crime channels before Ryan got involved in this? Or were you watching other stuff?
Oh, yeah, like music stuff? No. Like, on here, it was just Ryan. I've watched a bunch of the Predator Chaser videos. bunch of
Those aren't
wrestling
true
stuff,
crime.
just random.
Okay,
A bunch
so
of
that's probably
random
why you
stuff.
didn't know about it. I think you'll find that the true crime genre on YouTube, what I used to love about it the most was like the Delphi case I was talking about earlier. I got more information by watching a specific YouTuber that was covering that case than I ever did by watching local mainstream media, because they can only cover or talk about what law enforcement tells them, or what what they're allowed to cover, basically. But I found out that if you go to YouTube and you find somebody's covering it, they don't have the same protocols or laws that they have to follow. Like, YouTubers can go anywhere and talk to anybody and then put it on their platform. So that's why I started watching true crime. But there were several channels that were covering Kylie's case for missing posters. It didn't turn into a much
But
show
then you turn
until
around,
Ryan showed up.
Which Ryan shows up in it, and everybody starts, well, not everybody, but a lot of people start tagging Ryan in it, or bringing his name up in it, or anything, drawing his fans over to it, to all these other channels and stuff, which is drawing more attention to the channels, which is drawing more attention to the Kylie Rodney thing just in general. It's bringing the people that hate Ryan. It's bringing the people that love Ryan. It's just bringing more attention to it and everything.
Well,
because you're either going to have the people
I'll agree that it
want to
brought
prove Ryan
attention.
right. You'll either have the people that want to prove Ryan right, or you got the people that want to just be like, oh, like Tony's thing. Ever since Ryan called him out on it, is wanting to completely prove him wrong.
Is that how? Okay, so that's how you see what happened. Okay, I get that. I can see that. What I saw happen was there were some channels that were covering it. It was very fresh. People were passing the information and sharing it. And then I saw Upchurch grabbed hold of it. And at first I was like, that's awesome, because, he's got 3 million subscribers. He's got a huge fan base. So that's cool. But then I saw Conspiracy Avenue became his home. And then I saw a great divide. And so when I say great divide, I mean there's content creators that saw how many people were watching Ryan and supporting Ryan. So of course they wanted Ryan on their panels because it brings Ryan's audience to their panels. But then there's a whole nother side of YouTube true crime that aren't focused on building their channels off of, somebody's celebrity fan base. Don't get me wrong, everybody wants to build their channel, but what I mean is, once Ryan went down Conspiracy Avenue, there's a lot of channels that were not tagging him, did not invite him to their panels, and didn't hashtag him, because they just wanted to cover the fact that she was missing. Then they wanted to cover the fact that she was found. And so it started a great divide. When you were talking about wanting to prove Ryan wrong, like, the whole focus shouldn't be who's right and who's wrong. The whole focus should be that there was a 16-year-old little girl that was missing, and then she was found. And so law enforcement is doing their investigation, and it's still pending. And so they'll release what they want to release. It shouldn't be about who's right and who's wrong. And that's the whole problem with true crime today, is whenever you've got those channels that want to be right, if it starts to lean that they're not correct, it's like they'll go down Conspiracy Avenue so that they can be correct. And anybody who says that they're not correct becomes part of the problem. They become either involved or they get trashed to death. And it should never be about that. But I think maybe if you were in the true crime community before that, you would see that there was a ton of channels that had her flyer, her information. They presented a lot of her mother's very first interview, and the chats were not blowing up with blaming people and psychoanalyzing every statement or every word. There was no body language experts. It was fact-based. When you bring in all of this other stuff, it causes division, and then people want to be right, and the other people just want everybody to shut up. Like at this point, everybody should shut up because she's been found. So until they release the information and say, you know, this is what our investigation showed us. And I hope that they don't even release all of the information. I hope that they just say, you know, if it was an accident, I hope that they just say it was an accident. I don't know who Just Mike is, but get out of here. What are you talking about? Were you there? This is what I'm talking about. People who do stuff like that. Like Just Mike, were you there at the party that took place where all of the kids were there? Were you there? Did you see who was drinking and how many drinks they had? Do you know who these people are? If not, then what are you doing?
Actually, speaking of the drinking and stuff, I've seen this picture on a couple of them. The picture of the makeshift bar.
I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
Was that at the party?
Who knows? You know what? Who knows? And I don't think you'll ever know the truth because there's so many people saying that it was, and then there's other people that are saying I don't know. I would probably listen to the people that say I don't know unless they were there. And
Well,
again, it goes back to after these kids have been trashed and accused and had their entire families drugged through a large platforms, drug across their screen for thousands of viewers. I mean, I wouldn't want to talk to I wouldn't tell anybody anything.
I don't think any of those pictures have been confirmed to be of the party. From what I understood, every picture that I've seen of that little cardboard setup and the tables have been from previous parties. So they're just assuming that they were there at this party. But I don't think anyone came out and said this has been 100% that was at the party. They were all from previous parties.
Just Mike, were you there?
Actually, yeah, because I mean, it was actually Orion's. One of
Let's talk about it. Because people like you, I don't like. I don't like people like you at all. I think people like you are the bigger part of the problem, feeding the platforms of these idiots. You weren't there. Why would you say something like that?
I can't see the chat.
Yeah, I just want to.
Amy's an adult. She gave alcohol to a minor. That's illegal in California. Death occurred. Manslaughter possible. Like you're there. Just Mike, were you there? Were you the bartender that night? How do you know?
Well, even
you never did.
The first time I actually seen that picture was on one of Ryan's lives, and he was sitting there saying, "He's like, well, this picture doesn't fit in to this scene, or this one doesn't fit into this." So I mean,
how many times those photos have probably been passed around, and they probably are photoshopped. I'm sure. They were edited with the white marks over the people's eyes and stuff, so they've all been touched up at some point. So to say that they're actual, factual, 100% real photos, it's hard to say, man. And to say they're from that party, or they're
honestly
they're from the party. I just haven't heard that. I don't know where that's even coming from or why people would say that. From what I saw, it was from previous parties, and they were speculating that they were there again at this party.
Oh, that's what he was saying.
The people that want it to be true, that want to use that as a way to convict somebody of a crime, whether it happened or not. It's not about the truth or what really happened. It's about being correct.
No, that's what he was saying. He's like this. He was saying that this picture's.
Go ahead,
Brandon. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna say he was saying that picture's not from that party because they broke that picture down to damn near every can, box, everything in there. One of the pictures was from an old Coors Light can from back when they had the gold on it. So I mean, he's even said that picture is not from this party.
Yeah, I don't think it's from the party. But I just wanted to say about the whole Ryan thing. When he came on scene and called it ICMIL, I thought he was calling him out. And Ronnie did, Ronnie was saying a lot of stuff like he was there, but he was saying that his cousins were there. So that makes a lot of sense. And I thought he was going to call these people out, for like clicks and views and stuff like that. But then it's like I don't know where he went wrong on this whole thing. To me, he just started like misreading and misinterpreting all the information he was receiving. Like he was just like, someone made a joke like the first or the second night after he went off. They're like, someone needs to show this dude how to Google. You know, like he just misinterpreted so much stuff, and it was just like it's laughable some of the stuff he said, and it just doesn't make any sense why he would go.
Oh,
He started off good, but then he just went off the rocker, as how I put it. You know, I don't, and like this lady saying, I forgot your name, Balone or whatever. She said it, you know, like he had good intentions at first, but like somewhere down the line, something fell apart and his intentions changed. If that's what he was doing at first, you know, the misread all
that
that information
Miro,
and not let anyone, just people that are telling him he's right, he's listening to that, not listen to someone and say, hey dude, you might not be right about this. He doesn't want to hear that, you know, and that's the problem at this point. And like I said, he'll never
that
back off Ronnie, just for that simple fact that Ronnie trolled him, and he feels. I mean, I know he does. He feels like, hey, he got me, and he fell for it, and he can't announce that to the world, even though the whole world sees it, and everyone else can admit they got trolled before. But for some reason, he's just never going to admit that. It's something in his psyche about it.
okay, that Miro one, is that the one that wound up sending him the videos and stuff?
No, Miro was a white guy, and once he came out and said, "Oh, I think that's Ronnie Jones," Ronnie deleted the actual Ronnie, the black guy Ronnie Jones, deleted his Instagram. But before he did, he changed the username to Miro so that it would show up as Miro when Ryan went and looked at it again. And then Ryan's like, "Oh, I told you, they're not the same person," and it made some big conspiracy about it. And it was because Ronnie trolled him. And Ronnie came on Queen Bee's show the other night, and he even said that. That was one of the questions I asked him was, you know, don't you, this is why everyone's mad at you, and this is why everyone, and Ryan's not going to let it go, is because you trolled him. And he admitted that he did that on purpose because he felt he couldn't get back at Ryan any other way, because Ryan had such a big platform and was dogging him out so much, and you know, basically doxing him, that he's like, that was the only way. But he made it worse by doing that. I mean, obviously he made it worse by doing that, but that was the whole reason. He changed his username to Miro after Ryan had come out talking to the white guy Miro and say, this dude's sus too, blah blah. And so he trolled him, and that's where we're at now. It's all a big troll game.
So basically, it was Ryan was looking through it and doing a whole thinking that Ronnie was the white guy, or saying that Ronnie was the white guy, and then Ronnie swaps it up completely and basically makes a joke out of the whole thing.
Yeah, basically that's what he did. He trolled him. He's like, okay, this is what you're going to do. You're going to think that I'm going to delete my Instagram because everyone was, you know, piling on Ronnie. He changed his username before he did it to Miro. And then he's like, oh, and then he ran with that. Ryan has misinterpreted so much information that he received. And I believe recently he's been saying before he says anything, oh, this is my opinion. But then he says something, then he's like, bam, 100% fact after, which kind of negates saying, you know, the pre-message that it's only your opinion. But he's just like, that's the thing. He will not like look at the information correctly. I don't know how else to misinterpret it. I don't know how, I'm just being nice about it. I mean, I'm not saying the dude's stupid and can't put 2 and 2 together, but he can't put 2 and 2 together. You know what I'm saying?
You know, the worst part about it is what he's talking about, like the P3DO rings and, you know, crimes against children and trafficking. Those things are real and they really do happen. That shit is happening all over the country. And if he were to focus on something like that, I believe he would bring a lot of awareness to, you know, the whole trafficking situation. But not every, don't get me, it's huge. It's happening a lot. There's so many more people that are missing. I wonder, but how do I say this?
And you know what's really odd is it's only a big thing on YouTube.
Yes, absolutely.
Like nowhere where I live, nobody knows about it. Nobody's even heard about it. Nobody. It's not on TV. You know what I'm saying? Not in the news.
Yep.
Nobody knows anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been saying that forever. I'm like, I'm driving my girlfriend crazy about this case. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? I say something at work, and people are like, what are you talking about, dude? And I didn't hear
they
about
have
it.
no idea. I ain't never even heard of it. Like,
yeah, if you're on YouTube, it's the biggest story on here. But if you're not on YouTube, no one really knows about it. So to say it's this worldwide, everyone, nah, dude, it's just YouTube drama, basically. And these people, you made a good point earlier that these people either want to have this outlandish theory and it come true, and they be like, I told you, oh, I remember when I said Sammy in the interview, it was her, she made that little wink and or whatever, they want to be true. And then you have all these creators that see that 90, 93%, 95% of the people want to think that it's foul play because it's a story. It's, that's better than saying, oh, this girl got drunk and drove into the lake. It's just they want to be part of this family, this thing. Oh yeah, we're all together doing this and that and that. And the creator's like, yeah, man, I agree with you, man. We got to look into this because they're getting super chats, they're getting money being sent to them, and it's like that's what it's all about, man. And I feel like everyone from, I mean, and don't get me started. I even say the cops. Everyone's getting money off this, in some way, shape, or form. It's just about the money. It's not. And after she was found, I agree with you too. After she was found, this all should be just zip it up till we find out what the cops say. If they come out and say, like AWP, oh, they come out, we're going to release more video. Well, then do it, dude, after they come out with their findings, if that's how you really feel. But I have a feeling they won't do that no matter what comes out on the thing. It's all fluff. It's all for show. It's all a big game for these people. And it's sad because it's a 16-year-old girl who passed away. And it was great getting a lot of attention out there when she was missing. But now that she's found, it's even, I mean, I don't even want to say that it was somewhat acceptable at the beginning when she wasn't found. But now that she's found, it's just, shut up already, just let it rest. We're going to find out one way or another if it was an accident or not. And to say that better than the police and all this stuff. And one more thing I'll say that you said earlier, if he had all this information, you take it to the police and let them follow up. You know what I mean? And if you have all this information, then that's what you do. You don't come on YouTube and say, oh, just start pointing fingers and bam, he's like, yeah, okay, Iqbal knows how to do, and then bam, 3 seconds later, case solved. If this was the case, he would already have solved every missing person in the United States by now. The way he goes at it, I mean, he solves this stuff in like 5 seconds. So obviously, you can't solve it in 5 seconds by putting a bunch of random crap together. I mean, anyone could see that. So anyone that believes anything that he says when he blurts something out, oh yeah, this. I mean, no one can put together that quick a whole scenario what really could have happened. So it just makes it unbelievable at the very least of what he's saying.
I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't agree more.
I've got a little thing on Ronnie that's kind of sticking to me. So did Ronnie or did Ronnie not try talking to the police, asking questions?
Ronnie came on here and he said that him and his cousins all went and had an interview with the police and told them their story and what they knew about the case, because supposedly his cousins were at that party there. I don't know if it was exactly that one or they were at the party at the campgrounds. That's why Ronnie knew so much information. This is just what Ronnie said. He said they all went to the cops. He even said on Queen Bee's Live that if he wanted to, he would go live. He would come on here live, go to the police department, walk up to the police department there and be like, hey, I'm Ronnie. I'm just doing this to the people know that I'm not trying to duck away from cops or whatever, that he went and actually talked to the cops. He said he was willing to do that. I believe Ronnie. I mean, I believe that he was embellishing a story. He talked a lot on that Iqbal interview. He talked a lot about his past. He was reliving his teenage years. That's how I felt. That's how I took it when he was embellishing a lot of the story. He would say his cousin said this, and he was like, "Oh, I remember back in the day. Yeah, you go there, you have a little bit of drugs, you get a girl, a young girl to do something." He was just embellishing. He was reliving his teenage years, and not to say that that was right or things that he did in the past were right or wrong, but that's what he was doing. He was embellishing the story because he liked Iqbal. He wanted to give him a little bit of something. He said that he followed Iqbal. He he respected Ickmill before he went on there that day. So he was just like giving Ickmill a little nudge. Say, hey, here you go, buddy. My cousins were there. I'm going to give you a little story. And then he embellished on top of that. I mean, it blows my mind when I watch all these people talk and all this stuff go on. I see all this stuff and I'm like, how can no one else like logically look at this and see that? It just blows my mind. And I don't know. It's weird.
So he didn't ask the police any questions?
No, he went. He said he went there and talked to the police and told him his story that he heard from his cousins about that night. And his cousins actually went and talked to the cops that night, or not that night, but about that night. That's what he said. I don't know if that to be true or not, but Ronnie came on here and live. He said that on this channel.
He did say that. I mean, you can talk to the cops when it talks about investigation. You can go tell the police in any country. I'm sorry, in this country, but you don't always have the right to ask them questions. You know what I mean? You can tell them what you want, and they write it down and they go do their thing with it. But sometimes you can't ask the police anything.
No, it was somebody on here that had said that he had asked questions, but that's beside the thing right now. My whole thing, I question Ronnie's integrity on it. Just because of his Miro thing, like the whole thing, it was more important to troll Ryan than to actually take a missing girl serious.
Dude, have you ever been doxxed on YouTube? Brandon, have you ever been doxxed? Have you ever had your entire life put out to the public? I'm 100% being serious right now.
And accuse them.
You ever had somebody? Okay, I have kind of recently by an entire community, one channel that has connections with other channels, that because they were not correct about a situation in a high profile crime, and because I didn't agree with them or follow along with their narrative, because I told them that they were not correct, my name, Veloma unstuck. So because the Veloma part, they looked it up. Veloma is a word that's been chosen to represent a parent who has lost a child. It'll be in the dictionary next year. You can Google it now. Veloma, Sanskrit word, it's against the natural order. Also means it's an identity for a parent who has lost a child. Okay, they look this up because I go against the grain or tell them that they're not correct. All of a sudden, I'm part of some social experiment about missing children. Then that went from that to that I'm involved in a P ring, and then connections to Russia, connections to feet fables, connections to blah blah whatever. They looked up my background. They found out who my name is. They looked up my entire background. They say they didn't do this, but there's a group of them. There's always people behind the scenes. So behind the scenes, people were emailing people. People were doing absolutely insane things. I mean, I'm surprised that I didn't have cops come knocking at my door, but they did have the wrong address. I had rental properties. So when they did a background check, there were names of people that were former tenants. When somebody is hell-bent on being correct about a case, they 100% are in their mind correct, and anybody who goes against them is either part of this situation or this crime, or they're just crazy. And if they can find out who you are, they don't just figure out your name. They do background checks on paid sites. They contact ex-husbands, ex-wives, schools. They don't stop at anything. And every little thing, every little sign, every little syllable, every little word is somehow all of a sudden now connected to P things, is connected to crimes against children, is connected to trafficking. And then you're accused of that. And then it goes on websites, and then they make video after video after video after video after video about you. Your entire family. My son that passed away was all over YouTube and the internet, and it still is. There's still tons of crap out there because these people are hell-bent on being right. I don't know if you've ever been doxxed or not, but the first thing I did was delete social media profiles, because they take every image that they can find. They go to people that you're connected with, people who liked my Facebook comments or whatever, photos. They went to their social media profiles. They started digging into those people. They put it out there. An apology doesn't make it go away. But it is, if I would have had a child at home, I have no doubt CPS would have been knocking on my door, because that's how, I'm not saying Ryan, I'm saying in general, these conspiracy clowns are hell-bent on being correct. They're hell-bent on it. Mm-hmm. They are absolute bloodthirsty with destroying you. I can send you emails that show you how absolutely insane. Listen, if they found me on a channel, on a panel, or in the chat or moderating, guess who got an email telling me that or telling the content creator or anybody on the panel with me that I was from Russia, involved in Russian spy activities, involved in all these different ridiculous, obscene, vile crimes against children, that I kidnap children and sell them to people. I mean, the shit that these people came up with was insane. And everybody that they sent the letter to already knew that they were full of shit, that they were wrong, that they were, I was part of the grief community, part of true crime community, and it never crossed. There was never a time that I spoke about my deceased child on a true crime platform. They brought all of it out and went so far as to say that I faked having a deceased child. I was lying about it, that I used it in order to pull on people's heartstrings to get into their community and into their chats. These people stop at nothing. Literally, they stop at nothing. They map your house, and there's people that are all over the place behind the scenes, and Ryan has them too, because when Queen Bee's channel was talking about, okay, Ryan's getting a little over the board crazy with this stuff, they all showed up in the chat. They go in swarms. In swarms, they show up in people's chats. Look, he's on the computer now. Like, let me type in her name and find out who these people are and send it to Ryan. You tell Ryan Upchurch I'll bust his little ass who comes down here around me.
Yeah, you tell him.
I bust his little butt. I'll send that little boy right on back up the road. I mean, to me, he's a kid. He's always
and that's awful that people do that. That's awful, and I'm sorry that they did that to you. That's terrible, and it's really shitty because it's like you said, they stop at nothing. So
they stop at nothing. So when people are like, well, why did Ronnie delete this? Listen, I think Ronnie's crazy or shady too. I think he's absolutely something is not right, because he never should have called in. I think I agree with you when he was talking the way that he was talking. Yeah, there were times that it was like, no, he was at the party, not his cousins, his made up cousin. I get you. I was with Ryan at that part. I agreed with Ryan at that part. But it's not our job to determine if Ronnie's telling the truth or not. It's law enforcement's job. You follow me? But whenever he freaking turned on Ickadmel, I know for a fact, 100%, Ickadmel's always had a purple light. You can take my name and mismatch the letters and come up with all kind of shit. Purple's my favorite color because I got green eyes, honey. Purple make my eyes pop. I like me wearing some purple. That don't mean I'm guilty of some stuff. So Ryan's got people behind the scenes too. So Ronnie did the smart thing, whether he's a little weird or not, deleting his social media. You would too if a bunch of crazy loonies on the internet started doxing your entire family. You would delete your shit too. I promise you would.
Well, here's my thing. He deleted his social media, but he leaves YouTube, goes on to YouTube. And one thing that I question, that I'm actually, I need to get hold of a buddy of mine on that I want to check on him and Zaname, is their military service.
Why? Why do you need to check on that? I'm being serious. This is what keeps it going.
No, this is a whole different thing. Because if he was military service, then that's fine. I won't bring it up or anything else. But if he wasn't, that's when I'm gonna have a whole different issue with him.
But here's the thing, though. Law enforcement are the people that have the responsibility. I get where the curiosity is coming from. Shit, I'm curious if Chipper Jones is married or not. You know what I'm saying? What I mean, though,
it's not just a curiosity thing.
It is, because you're not going to solve. You're not a detective charged with finding the truth for this case. You're not. You're not charged with it.
This isn't even just the case. I want to find out if they're actually military service or not.
I'll tell you what. Put your legal name in the chat and your date of birth, so people can go find out all the shit about you that they want to. See how scary it is?
My legal name.
It's not your business. Well, that's cool, but with all due respect, I love your shirt and I love you, okay? I'm just saying, it ain't your business to know if someone was in the damn military or not. It ain't your business. And I'm being respectful.
Unless
okay?
it becomes
I love you. I love your shirt, but it ain't your business.
Unless
you just said.
Right. I stand by that.
You just said what you gonna do with it. You said you need to. There's no need to find out shit. You're curious, but you're talking about you want to find out, and you know that if you find out, you ain't gonna keep it to yourself. You gonna run it. You gonna call up the folks and you gonna run it. And it ain't your business or their business. You know whose business it is? His. Call the cops and be like, you better check out Ronnie. But don't do that doxing shit.
No, it's not just it's me finding out if he's pulling stolen valor when I've served 7 years and I've got the paperwork to prove it and sitting off in my bedroom right now.
And if he did that, he's a big shit. He's a shit fuck. If he did that,
and he's making money off of it,
he deserves no respect. And if that's true, I agree with that. But
that's my whole thing.
Don't be digging into people's shit because you want to put it out there to the whole world.
No, his other crap, I could care less about. I don't want to know nothing about his cousin Bubba or his uncle Tony Jones or any of them.
Stolen valor is a problem. I agree. I'm a military brat. My dad.
My whole thing is if he's false claiming that, what else is he lying about? And if
what makes you think that he is lying about his military service? What makes
the way
you
he
think
carries
about
himself?
Are you kidding me? Are you a body language expert now, Brandon? I thought we were past all this.
I'm a 7-year military veteran who, I'm sorry, you said you're a military brat, correct?
Yep, both parents.
Which branch?
Both parents. Army, and then my dad was Marines and then Army.
Okay,
for many years, like stars, many years.
So you know that there are certain characteristics of the way a soldier carries theirself.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you right there, Brandon, and be real with you. Okay, my dad and my mom both out of the military. Okay, my dad still points with his thumb on top of his hand. He uses 4 fingers and a thumb to point. My dad would get up in PT every day. Dad had the voice. Okay, we lived on bases, several of them. We even lived out of country. Let me tell you about my mama. She turned into the laziest, unkempt person ever was. She said, if you want to see me, come when you want. You want to see my house, schedule it in the future. People don't always get out of the military and completely keep their patterns or what the military taught them. My mother, 2 parents, they're divorced, been for years, and they were total opposites. Dad, nothing out of place, everything conditioned, everything where it's supposed to be, everything matched, blah, blah, blah. Mama, hell no. That woman didn't even get up and cook unless somebody else wasn't there to do it. So I don't think that you can judge him based on what you think a former military's, because not everybody is like that. Do you know right now yourself that you know a lot of people who got out of the military and turned into fat slob? You know that, Brandon. Don't you fool yourself into thinking that everybody is conditioned and shit straight.
As just...
No, you're trying to be a body language expert and get all up in somebody's business.
There's not one characteristic that from the military that she still holds?
Hell no. Not one. Not even one. She don't get up early. She stays up all night. She don't get up early. She don't clean her house. Somebody else has to go in and do it. She would lay around, be sick all day, every day if somebody would let her. No, not one, not a freaking one. Not one. The only thing that tells anybody who don't know her that she was in the military for several years is that I ain't talking about Xana May. Deadpool 33. I'm talking about my mama right now. I ain't talking about no Xana May. The only reason people would walk in her house and know that she was in the military is because there's VA stuff on her prescriptions. Period. That's it. Total opposite. I love my mama, but she a messy ass, man. She don't clean shit. She sure is.
Hey, Brandon, I gotta ask you something.
She won't wash her hair unless I do it for her.
All right, Brandon, how do you feel about... Okay, how do you feel... Because you come up here and, you know, and I really appreciate how open you are and receptive also. So you come up here and a lot of times we show you and we kind of prove to you in a way, like these claims are kind of outlandish, right? How does it make you feel being Ryan Upchurch's fan that he could be wrong?
I'm a Ryan Upchurch fan, and I say he's dead wrong on this one. He lost his marbles. I like Ryan's music. He's crazy. He fell.
I say at this current moment,
wagon.
At this current moment, there's still no proof of anybody being right, and there's not going to be until and unless other details are released.
What if they're never released? What if you never find out the truth? Because if it's my case, we ain't finding out shit.
That's the whole thing. Like, no, if the family decides that they don't want nothing released, then everything is just speculation all around.
And so how does it impact your life? How does it change your life? What do you take away from it?
Oh, let me get up. Oh, my leg.
And I'm not being disrespectful to Ryan Upchurch. I would say the same thing to him. Promise you I would.
Okay, so
I'd hug him and tell him to go get some sleep. Maybe go to the doctor.
Okay, guys. We're gonna cut this off because Cappy is doing her premiere. So it starts in 8 minutes, and the link is pinned at the top of the chat. She's been waiting. It's about Ryan Upchurch, and I want you guys all to go over there and show some love, subscribe, and go watch it. I'm gonna set up a live for later, like 9 or 10. If you guys are down, I'll set one up and we'll just chit chat. I'll leave it open.
Okay, you have her channel pinned to the public chat.
It's pinned in the chat. Yep, it's pinned at the top.
Oh, yeah.
Should be pinned right at the top. The link should be there. And it said 20 minutes when I pinned it, but it says 8 minutes now. So,
hey, Queen Bee, that jackass that was in the chat earlier, can we send him a direct link, please? I would like to have conversation with him for all the smack.
I'm gonna hop off and try to find it real quick before it disappears on me.
All right, man.
You're on this channel all the time and you're not subscribed to Captain Napton, Brandon? You're not a team player.
Right.
I just came on this thing like 4 days ago.
Team player.
Yeah, you better go subscribe to Captain Napton, man.
Brother, right now, Brandon, I'm gonna watch for you to subscribe, Brandon. I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire.
He must have threw himself out getting over there. You better go subscribe to it, man. Shit.
I'm on there. All right, sorry, Queen Bee, for getting a little rowdy, and I promise not to talk about grief.
No, you're girl. You're fine.
People drop like crazy.
You're fine. I'm not worried about that. I enjoy having you up here. Buttercup, make sure you could come back up too, man. I've always wanted to get chit chat with you, and
yeah,
I didn't even get the chance to. Dang it.
I know, for sure. You know, my baby was running around acting wild, so I couldn't really get up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been, running around too, and I want to actually sit down and talk to y'all. So that's why I said I'll set it up for like 9 or 10 to where most people's kids are in bed and mine are too. So.
Right. All right.
I appreciate your streams though, Queen Bee. I really appreciate you having open panels and doing regular shows. It's a good way to keep up with where all the crazy is at, where the reasonable is at. You know what I mean? I like hearing other people's theories and their thoughts, and it does change sometimes. Makes me see things from a different perspective. So I like what you're doing.
For sure. And girl, we really appreciate you sharing and talking with us and just kind of opening up and helping us, you know, be better friends, be better family members, be better daughters and sons, you know. So it's
for
always
sure.
good.
That's my goal. Changing the narrative about grief and just making it normal. It's normal.
Yeah.
I just can't help but get a little outraged when I see all these people, like, you know, because Chris Watts stood with his arms closed. Everybody that does that is a big fat liar from Liarville. Just like, what the hell is
But let's move
happening?
this conversation over there to Cappy. And
yes, ma'am. And I'll see you guys here after bit.
All right. Sounds
Have
good.
a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you about 9 or 10. Bye. Okay. Go over to Captain Napkins and do her premieres in 8 minutes. So get your butts over there. I'll meet you there.